Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 531 to 550. Once the eldest imperial prince's two imperial bodyguards found their master and made sure he was safe, they followed the noise and discovered the weak and delicate-looking official Yu holding a dagger as she stood next to a very dead tiger corpse. She was currently wondering just how she should skin the tiger in order to keep its pelt as intact as possible. The two bodyguards had their eyes wide open and it seemed as if their eyeballs would fall out of their sockets at any moment. Yu Xiaoxiao revealed an embarrassed smile and said, "Please don't misunderstand. This tiger was killed by Little Black and Little White. I mostly thought that the animal didn't have much meat on it and wanted to skin the pelt to bring back." The situation had already passed and the two imperial bodyguards had already heard the gist of what had happened from the eldest imperial prince. A little girl, around 13 to 14 years of age, was able to boldly lure a fierce tiger away from the eldest imperial prince. Furthermore, she was able to stay completely unharmed and was now calmly holding a knife in an attempt to skin the dead tiger. This was already incredibly amazing. Any other young maiden in her shoes would have only screamed in fright and gone into a dead faint, becoming no help at all and likely becoming an impediment instead. Originally, Xiaoxiao thought that even though the tiger was very skinny, she still wouldn't have enough strength to carry it back to the rest area. Now, with two free laborers around, if they wanted to bring the entire animal back, they were more than welcome to. Little Black and Little White had been keeping guard over Xiaoxiao this entire time. When they noticed that more protection had arrived, they eagerly leapt into the forest. There was still prey that they had killed earlier that they hadn't brought back. Wah wah wah. Official Yu, I didn't know if I'd be able to ever see you again. What was this little brat saying? Can't he be happy and excited to see her alive? Seeing him sob like this made it seem like he didn't actually want to see her. When the imperial bodyguards picked up the tiger corpse, the little brat's expression immediately cleared and he bounced around the dead tiger excitedly. Official Yu, did you kill the tiger? Ah. You're so strong. Ah. You're even stronger than Wu Song 1. Child, you're thinking too much. Can't you see the dead tiger's throat? It's clearly been ripped open. Ah. Yu Xiaoxiao silently pointed at the wound on the dead tiger. The little brat believed that he had discovered something amazing and continued to remark emotionally. Little Black and Little White bit the tiger to death. Ah. Goodness gracious. Official Yu, the hunting dogs you raise are so fierce and powerful, even a tiger isn't their opponent. Third young master Ning even claims that he is the best expert in the capital at training hunting dogs. He must be talking big, right? The best expert really should be you. Where's Little Black and Little White? Did they get injured in the fight? They went off to hunt more game. Your Highness, I'm not sure if this area is safe right now. How about we go back first? Ah. Yu Xiaoxiao still had some lingering fears after that thrilling episode. If the person who let out the starving tiger had another trick up their sleeve, they only had two bodyguards here with them and it'd be very difficult for them to get out without any problems. Fortunately, the eldest imperial prince grasped the severity of the situation that they were in and nodded his head in agreement. That's a good idea. When we get back, I'll have Imperial Father look into this. Why would a tiger appear in this area? We got a pretty good haul today. After all, not just anyone has the skill and luck to be able to kill a tiger. They returned back to where they had hitched the horses and the two maidservants were already there waiting for them. Chunhua noticed that Xiaoxiao looked quite disheveled and even had a scratch on her face. The expression on her face changed and she hurried over to ask, "Master, what happened? Did you encounter a fierce tiger?" Chushi also frowned and remarked doubtfully, "Didn't they say that the areas in this vicinity only contained small animals? Ah. How could a vicious tiger appear?" The two imperial bodyguards also had similar doubts. Yu Xiaoxiao waved a hand at the two girls and said, "Don't be nervous, I'm fine. Let's go back first and see what the emperor says." At this moment, Zhu Hanwen had already completely calmed down and a cold sneer was on his plump face as he said, "That's right. Ah. Not only did a tiger, coincidentally, appear in this safe area, but it also appeared at my back. If it wasn't for Official Yu, this prince would have been devoured with nothing left. Anyone born into the imperial family didn't get a true childhood. Only those who forced themselves to mature quickly would be able to survive the treacherous political currents and not get buried behind in the ground." Zhu Hanwen was already considered quite lucky. He was the legitimate son of the empress and was also the first child of the emperor. He was also the only imperial prince in the palace and there were no rivals fighting for his position. However, even at such a young age, he was able to sense that there was something off about all of this and that someone was plotting against him. Since it involved the imperial family, Yu Xiaoxiao was not going to voice her opinion at this time. She only silently rode her horse behind the eldest imperial prince as they went back in the direction of the camp. The eldest imperial prince's pony took the lead. The emperor and empress, who were idly strolling on the outskirts of the camp, spotted their son far in the distance and they felt their anxious hearts finally relax. Zhu Junyang, who was also patrolling around the perimeter, also saw a familiar figure and the expression on his face gentled considerably. Suddenly, he frowned as he observed the faraway figures of the people. A severe expression settled onto his face as he reported to the emperor, "Imperial Majesty, there's something off. It looks like official Yu had gotten injured. This official asks for permission to go over and check." Go ahead, ah. Zhu Junfan wasn't going to believe his cousin's lies. They had only been separated for half a day yet the youth still couldn't sit still and was looking for an excuse to get closer. Didn't he know to come up with a better explanation? There were bodyguards and other experts protecting them, how could they possibly let that lass Yu Xiaoxiao get injured? Zhu Junyang speedily mounted his horse after getting imperial permission and bolted off towards the small hunting group. When he saw the dead tiger being carried on one of the imperial bodyguard's horses, the worry and caution in his eyes became much more distinct. "Imperial Highness, are you okay? Ah, Xiaoxiao, you got injured." While he was conversing with the prince, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Yu Xiaoxiao's hair was all mussed up and there was an eye-catching scratch on her fair little face. He almost couldn't resist the urge to pull her into his arms. What had happened? Everyone else didn't have a single scratch on them. It was only his little lass who had her clothing all messed up, her hair in disarray, and a wound on her face. Judging by the injuries on the dead tiger, did he even need an explanation now? If the little lass hadn't raised two wolves, Zhu Junyang didn't even want to go down that line of thought. Just how were you two protecting your master? Zhu Junyang vented his entire temper on the two maidservants. He had spent a lot of time snatching them out of the hidden soldiers' ranks, but they had decided to act like they were young misses instead. Their master had gotten injured yet not a strand was out of place for either of them. This was a crime that could not be forgiven within the hidden soldiers' ranks. Chunhua and Chushi trembled as they knelt down in front of their infuriated previous master. For them, their master's safety and well-being was more important than their lives. If they were unable to protect their master, then they would be tortured within the hidden soldiers' hidden chamber. Even if they didn't die, they would still lose a layer of skin. These two female bodyguards, who had just reached the age of 16, didn't even dare to beg for mercy and could only wait in despair for their punishment. Zhu Junyang, just why are you scaring them? The scratch on my face is only from a branch that I brushed past, that's all. Only the skin got broken, and I don't even need to put on any medicine in order to have it heal without a scar. Yu Xiaoxiao explicitly expressed her disapproval of the prince's way of handling things. These two maidservants had already been given to her. As their mistress, she hadn't even said a word, so why should someone who was irrelevant butt in? Was that really proper? Zhu Junyang immediately stowed away his temper when he saw that she had gotten angry. He gently clasped her small face in one hand and inspected the cut on her cheek as he gently said, "Are you sure it happened because a wayward branch hit you and not because the tiger's claws had narrowly missed you?" Yu Xiaoxiao pretended to be completely carefree as she replied, "With little black and little white around, even if another tiger appeared, I wouldn't be hurt at all. This was the first time I had seen a tiger in person and was a bit flustered. When I was turning around, I wasn't paying attention and had brushed past a branch that had thorns on it. That's all." Zhu Junyang, on the other hand, saw through her bold facade and discovered the fear within her. He gently pulled her into his arms and felt her body still trembling slightly. He hurriedly tried to comfort her and his voice became even more gentle as he soothed, "Don't be scared. This prince is here now. Our Xiaoxiao is so awesome that you can even calm me down when I'm in a rage. How could a tiger be counted as anything in front of you?" During the moment she was pulled into his warm embrace, Yu Xiaoxiao felt tears come to her eyes. However, after she heard Zhu Junyang's subsequent words, she burst into laughter. She remembered the scene at the Wu family's residence. The prince had completely lost control of himself and had destroyed the area, making it look like an earthquake had just passed through. At that time, he was 10 times more fierce and scary than a tiger. Despite that, she had confronted him in that state and hadn't felt the least bit afraid the entire time. Perhaps she unconsciously knew that he would never harm her, right? She sniffled a few times and then used a spoiled tone to complain. When the tiger ran towards me, I was so scared. I was afraid that if I died, what would you do in the future? I also wondered if Sirsu would be able to subdue you in the future should you lose control without me. The only person in the world who is able to control me is you. Thus, you absolutely cannot have anything happen to you. Otherwise, this prince will also go down to hell with you. Zhu Junyang tightened his arms around that slim and weak little figure and gave her a kiss on the head. Relief was entwined with a bit of sweet happiness. The little lass had only thought about him when she was in imminent danger. Zhu Junyang had finally comprehended the true meaning of happiness at this moment. And then what happened? Zhu Junyang quietly asked. Yu Xiaoxiao returned his hug. His embrace made her feel very warm and safe inside. It was as if a sailboat that had endured the stormy waters of sea had finally gotten back to the tranquil safety of the harbor. She had a home now for her heart. Next. What do you mean what's next? Yu Xiaoxiao's voice sounded quite stuffy as her head was buried into his chest. It was a sound that brought pure pleasure to his ears. You said that the tiger leapt towards you. So what happened next? Zhu Junyang gently patted her back with extremely soft movements. It was as if the girl in his arms was a weak and precious little infant. Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes a few times at an angle where he couldn't see the expression on her face. Anyone who knew her would know instantly from looking at that face that her following words were not to be trusted. Sure enough, she concealed the little divine stone's contribution and pushed little black and little white out instead. Then, naturally little white came by at just the right time and bravely appeared between me and the tiger. It managed to engage the tiger and pull it away from me to battle it. Following that, little black also ran over. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted the tiger pelt, little black and little white would have long torn the tiger to pieces by working together. Zhu Hanwen was silently listening at the side as Xiaoxiao described how the two wolves had fought the fierce tiger. He gazed at little black and little white with a look of pure admiration in his eyes. He esteemed their strength and boldness and admired their loyalty towards their master. Although he would have luckily gotten away today, if it wasn't for the two wolves, then he would have had to sacrifice official Yu's life. The loss would still be great. His imperial father would lose one of the best ways to strengthen and enrich the country, and he would have to bear the guilt and shame towards the Yu family for the rest of his life. Furthermore, it was likely that he would have to bear the loss of losing Royal Prince Yang, who was a brilliant general. Official Yu, you are my savior. Expressing my gratitude for such a boon is not enough. This prince will remember your deeds in my heart for the rest of my life. Zhu Hanwen had an extremely solemn look on his childish little face and his eyes were filled with gratitude. After Yu Xiaoxiao calmed her nerves down, she emerged out of Zhu Junyang's arms and addressed the serious-looking eldest imperial prince. Your Imperial Highness, you don't need to take this episode to heart. I also did this to save my own life. Just think about it, if something happened to you in front of this official, and I just stayed on the sidelines, running away for my own life, how could the Emperor possibly spare me? Zhu Hanwen revealed a slight smile and his expression relaxed a bit. He shook his head and said, however, I still need to thank you because not everyone would be able to sacrifice their own safety to save another person in the face of immense danger. Although official Yu is a woman, your actions and bravery are above most men. Imperial Father was right. The world has so many women of distinction who are buried in the inner courtyards, forbidden to go outside. We need to release them and give them their freedom to reach their true potential. By the time the group of them reached the edge of the campgrounds, the Emperor had already gotten a full report of what had happened. The Empress pulled the eldest imperial prince aside, and inspected him carefully from head to toe before she was finally convinced that not a hair had been harmed on him. She pulled her son into her arms. Currently, she was only an ordinary mother who was concerned about her son's safety. She haltingly stated in a voice choked with emotion, My child, why couldn't you just obediently stay next to Imperial Father's and Imperial Mother's side? Yet you insisted on going out to hunt. If something terrible had happened to you, how would Imperial Mother feel then? Zhu Junfan looked at Yu Xiaoxiao for a minute and then looked back to address the mother-son pair. Don't cry, isn't our Imperial son fine? A pine tree raised in a greenhouse will be unable to reach the skies. As the heir to the throne, if Wenner can't even handle the slightest bit of trouble, then we will truly be worried about the throne in the future. Imperial Father, the appearance of this tiger was a bit strange. Zhu Hanwen wriggled out of his mother's arms and his pair of round eyes held a hint of seriousness. The appearance of the tiger was too coincidental. Why did it not appear in a different area and instead showed up right where he was at? If this wasn't fishy, then he would eat this entire tiger. Zhu Junfan narrowed his eyes, which had a bit of resemblance to Imperial Prince Jing's eyes, and raised a hand to stop the eldest Imperial Prince from stating his next thoughts. He had a solemn look on his face. Wenner, you've been frightened, so you should go back to the temporary residence to rest a bit. Tonight, we still have a bonfire and banquet to participate in. Don't worry, we have our own suspicions about this. Someone come. Take this tiger away. My tiger pelt. Yu Xiaoxiao was very interested in this tiger pelt, but she had to stare blankly as servants took it away. She revealed a reluctant expression on her face which was very obvious to everyone that was present. However, when she saw the faint look of amusement on the emperor's face, she shrank back in fright. She didn't dare to bring up the topic of the tiger pelt again. Sigh. The little lass had a bunch of regret within her heart. In her previous life, Amur tigers had been classified as a Grade 1 state-protected species. It was said that the country only had around a few dozen wild tigers. She could only see tigers in zoos, but the animals there had been raised as if they were giant house cats and had no wildness left in them. It'd be impossible in that time period to get her hands on a tiger pelt even if she wanted to. Even after transmigrating over, it wasn't as if a tiger could be hunted whenever one wanted to. In Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes, if she was able to have a tiger pelt to be used as a mattress, that would be incredibly awesome. However, the tiger pelt that had appeared before her eyes had been shamelessly snatched away by someone who had way more power than she did. She could only grit her teeth and twist her handkerchief as she blankly watched as the tiger pelt was taken further and further away from her. Beloved official Yu, we will gladly receive this game that you have offered as tribute. The same shameless bandit was shoving another dagger into her heart. Who sent this up as tribute? Ah, clearly it was you snatching it away from me. Our Imperial Father has had a weak body for quite some time and cannot tolerate the deep cold during the winter. This tiger pelt will be a sign of our filial respect for him. We will not take this pelt for free from you and will definitely compensate you fairly with treasures. Zhu Junfan deigned to give an explanation to her. Your Imperial Majesty has an Imperial Father. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but blurt out the question that was twirling in her mind. Zhu Junfan lightly chuckled and replied, it's not as if we were born out of a crack in a rock like Monkey Sun. How could we not have an Imperial Father? Ah. However, Imperial Father's body has been weak and he has been recuperating in the south all this time. After thinking about it, it seems like it has been many years since we last saw our Imperial Father. The Emperor's father was Imperial Prince Duan. In the past, during the chaos of war and the fight for the throne, in the middle of winter, he had harmed his body and constitution when he saved the Emperor Emeritus who had fallen into an icy river. His body's condition was sometimes good and sometimes bad, but he had been weak and sickly ever since that incident. As for the Emperor Emeritus, he had the halo of transmigration and hadn't even gotten a cold or cough after spending a copious amount of time in the icy water. Yu Xiaoxiao had originally thought that the reason why the Emperor Emeritus had passed on the throne to his grandson was because the current emperor's father was no longer alive. She didn't expect that he had skipped a generation and directly transferred the throne to the grandson he looked the most highly upon. Imperial Father, this son asks for permission to go see Imperial Grandfather in Zhongnan so I can do one's filial duty for you. Zhu Hanwen's eyes glittered with the craftiness of a child as he butted into the conversation. Zhu Junfan glared at him. Earlier the child had just mentioned that there was a plot against him and they hadn't even found out who the culprit was, yet this kid now wanted to go play in Zhongnan. HMPH. It looked like he needed to temper his son a bit more. In the future, he was adding more schoolwork to this brat. Your imperial grandfather's body has gotten a lot better after eating the warming pills made by Tongren Medicine Hall. We plan on bringing our imperial father back and have the imperial physicians take a look at him and see if there's any hope in healing his body back to normal. Zhu Junfan easily rejected the little brat's request. Zhu Hanwen was a bit disappointed but continued to sincerely think of his grandfather. Imperial father, are you sure that bunch of charlatans in the imperial physician compound are up to it? If we're talking about healing the body, official you should be the best expert here. Wasn't Princess Consort Jing's body healed by her? At that time, everyone in the capital knew that Princess Consort Jing was an invalid, but now she seemed to have no problems at all. In fact, compared to people of the same age as her, she even looked healthier and livelier. This was truly all due to official Yu's medicinal cuisine. Imperial son, you must think before you speak. What charlatans! If the imperial physicians accompanying them heard his son's words, what would they think? Why did this child have to speak to truth so candidly? Ever since his son found out that his life had almost been lost by the ineffective treatments of the imperial physicians, he had always regarded the bunch of old men with disdain. In addition, the imperial physicians only knew how to prescribe incredibly bitter tonics that he hated to drink. Yu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, knew how to make sweet and tasty medicine to treat his illnesses. This child now believed that all of the imperial physicians added together were not as skilled as official Yu. He couldn't have his son continue believing this. After all, Zhu Junfan knew what cards Yu Xiaoxiao had in her hands. Should the intelligent stone leave her one day, then all of her so-called medical expertise and ability to concoct astonishing medications would disappear. Although the old fellows at the imperial physician compound were a bit more conservative in their prescribing methods, they had all been born and raised in medicinal families, so they weren't all incompetent. After getting scolded by his imperial father, Zhu Hanwen pouted his lips slightly in discontent. What good were the old men at the imperial physician compound if they couldn't even diagnose dysentery? Now, most of the imperial physicians had switched to using the pills and syrups that were made by Tongren Medicine Hall. The efficacy and nature of these medications had all been proven. What sort of contributions did they have if they used someone else's medications to cure a patient? Furthermore, these pills and syrups had all been invented by official Yu and were manufactured at workshops owned by her. Who was more skilled now? Wasn't the answer obvious? Imperial Majesty. Official Yu has gotten injured. This official will escort her back to the temporary imperial residence and ask one of the imperial physicians to take a look. Although Xiaoxiao had continued to emphasize that it was only a small flesh wound, the scrape was still on her face and it was better to be extra cautious. Young maidens needed to be careful with their faces. After all, if it didn't heal right and left a scar, wouldn't that ruin her looks? The imperial couple had been preoccupied with their son and only now discovered that there was a 3-inch gash on Yu Xiaoxiao's face. The empress stated in a slightly worried tone, "Xiaoxiao got injured. You mustn't be too cavalier about an injury to the face. Chunhong, give Miss Yu some of my healing jade ointment to use." Xiaoxiao, don't worry, the efficacy of healing jade ointment is quite good. This official gratefully accepts your imperial majesty's benevolence. Yu Xiaoxiao kneeled to express her thanks. After getting permission from the emperor and empress, Zhu Junyang rode with the lass on pillion to the temporary imperial residence. Before long, Chunhong appeared with a bottle of healing jade ointment on hand. Miss Yu, the recipe for this healing jade ointment has been passed down for generations by Her Imperial Majesty's maternal family. It is only given to women and not men, daughters and not sons. The ingredients for this ointment are quite precious and rare. The Empress herself only has 3 bottles on hand. The fact that the Empress has given you 1 bottle for your injury truly shows how highly Her Imperial Majesty regards you. Chunhong was the personal palace maid of the Empress and knew how to drum up support for her mistress. Thank you, Miss Chunhong, for running this errand. Please make sure to express my gratitude to the Empress. Yu Xiaoxiao still wasn't very used to the winding and graceful speech that was required when speaking to the imperial family. However, the smile on her face was quite sincere. Ever since Yu Xiaoxiao had used the Empress's name to open Blossoming Beauty, the renowned beauty and cosmetics spa, the Empress had more opportunities to leave the imperial palace. Chunhong had also interacted with the young girl a few times and had a decent understanding of her. The maid smiled and then left the room, leaving Xiaoxiao and Zhu Junyang alone again. "Come here, this prince will spread the ointment on for you." Zhu Junyang took the bottle of ointment from Wudong's hands and scooted forward a few steps. He bent down and held her face in one hand as he carefully inspected the wound. Although it was only a minor, superficial wound like she said it was, he still revealed a tender expression. Yu Xiaoxiao stopped him from continuing. "Wait a moment, I need to clean the wound first." Use the water in my water pouch then. That'll save us a trip to get some water." Zhu Junyang's phoenix eyes glanced briefly at the water pouch at her waist and a hint of a smile appeared. "How about we use the water in my water pouch instead? I've only had a few sips of it in. There's still quite a lot left." "That won't work." Yu Xiaoxiao was very opposed to this idea. The water in the prince's pouch was only ordinary water while the water in her pouch was the multi-use mystic stone water that could reduce swelling, relieve pain, and prevent inflammation. How could they be the same thing? When she saw the look in Zhu Junyang's eyes, she carefully crafted a believable lie to explain. "You've already taken sips from your water pouch. A person's mouth has a lot of germs in it. If my wound got infected from that, wouldn't that be causing a serious injury from a minor one? Then, are you telling me you haven't taken a sip from your water pouch?" Zhu Junyang expressed that he was quite curious about the term, germ. The little lass often said some interesting phrases that he had never heard of before. He had already gotten used to this quirk of hers. I'm already immune to the germs that live in my mouth." Perhaps you don't understand what immune means, but you should understand the term resistance, right? Therefore, I won't get infected. Yu Xiaoxiao made a few leaps of logic and twisted her words to suit the situation. Then, how come this prince has heard of the fact that saliva can help wounds heal? Just look, many people lick their wounds when they get injured, so isn't that a valid thing to do? Zhu Junyang knew that the water in the little lass's pouch as well as all of the water consumed by the Yu family was different from ordinary water. However, he just wasn't making it known that he knew about this. Yu Xiaoxiao's willow-like eyebrows came together in a frown as she tried to think of a way to convince Zhu Junyang to use the mystic stone water within her pouch to clean her wound. Zhu Junyang suppressed the smile on his lips and earnestly said, "What's wrong? Don't you think this prince makes sense? How about this? I could help you lick your wounds and use my saliva to help you disinfect it." Wudong, who was waiting at the side if her master needed anything, felt her face turn bright red. She hesitated a bit. If Royal Prince Yang really planned on using his saliva to wash her young miss's face, how should she stop him? "Go away, aren't you dirty? Isn't it disgusting to use your saliva to lick my wounds?" Yu Xiaoxiao almost wanted to laugh at the absurdness of it all. This fellow just knew how to take advantage of her. Why did she used to think that he was a cold and aloof person? Clearly, he was just a shameless rascal. Zhu Junyang couldn't restrain his laughter any longer and took the water pouch from her hands. "All right, I'll stop teasing you. This prince will help you clean your wound. Wudong, where's your young Mrs. Cosmetic box? Go take out a few cotton swabs and bring them here." Although Yu Xiaoxiao hadn't reached the age when she would start using cosmetics, she had already prepared a beautiful red sandalwood box that was delicately carved to carry them. Inside the box there were some daily necessities, skincare items, and some small pieces of jewelry. Cotton swabs were something she came up with, but she didn't normally use them very frequently. Using them to clean and treat a wound was quite appropriate though. Zhu Junyang dabbed the cotton swab into some mystic stone water and carefully helped her to clean the gash on her face. After he cleaned up all of the congealed blood in the area, he discovered that the wound was quite deep. He couldn't help but tenderly help her blow a few times on it. "It's so deep, I don't know if it'll leave a scar or not. Are you trying to tell me that you'll no longer like me if I have a scar on my face?" Yu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, didn't really care too much about the wound on her face. Mystic stone water was quite effective at preventing and removing scars. Even her mother, who previously had old scars on her hands from cutting grass, almost had no scars left after using it. How could a mild scratch on her face even compare? Zhu Junyang helped her spread on some healing jade ointment. His movements were incredibly gentle, as if he was doing something that was very holy. The expression on his face was solemn, and when he heard her remark, he rebuked it instantly. Nonsense. Is this prince someone who has such a fickle heart? Ah. It's hard to say. Ah. Men are visual creatures. As soon as they see a beautiful woman, their eyes are stuck on them and don't move. If I was like official Yu's youngest daughter and had a face full of pimples, so swollen that I resembled a pig's head, and also had pustules that oozed pus and blood, would you still like me? Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him while she obediently kept her face still to allow him to spread the ointment more easily. Zhu Junyang gave her a good-natured glare and stated, "When did you ever see me staring at another woman as if I didn't want to look away? If this prince really was a womanizer, wouldn't my inner courtyard be filled with beauties by now? How could I possibly set my eyes on you, an immature little lass? Just what are you trying to imply here?" Yu Xiaoxiao instantly erupted in fury. "Are you claiming that I'm not beautiful? I have such tender skin, large doe-like eyes, long and lush eyelashes, and a delicate egg-shaped face. Do you still think I'm not pretty at all? Just what part of my looks don't meet up to your standards?" Zhu Junyang deliberately held her face in his hand and stared at it for a long time. His sword-like brows knitted together into a frown, and he solemnly declared, After looking at your face closely, looks like your features have really opened and look quite fine together. All in all, you still resemble a silly little girl. You're the silly little girl. Ah. Say it again, I dare you to say it again." Yu Xiaoxiao seethed at his comments and resembled a puffed-up little frog. Her feet, which were shod in embroidered shoes, stamped down furiously at Zhu Junyang's boot-covered feet. That wasn't enough to vent her anger, so she even started jumping up and down on his feet. Zhu Junyang handed the bottle of healing jade ointment to Wudong and drew the little lass, who was still hopping up and down, into his arms. He let out a laugh that sounded as melodious as a string instrument and said, "My little silly girl, quickly grow up. Once you become a young and virtuous lady, then I will marry you. That'll stop you from having flights of fancy in that weird little head of yours. I just found out today that apparently you're quite afraid of this prince having a fickle heart. Ah. Just who wants to marry you? HMPH. Yu Xiaoxiao arrogantly moved her head to the side even though her face was bright red. In her previous life, she had been solely preoccupied with earning money to support her family and never had the time to indulge in the pleasure of romance before she perished early. However, she never would have expected that after transmigrating over, the god of transmigration would give her a chance to be with such a handsome and loyal dog of a man. As someone who had no romantic experience whatsoever, it was a bit embarrassing that she had no defenses against such an alluring man at all. Zhu Junyang decided to give her a break and quietly change the subject. "Where did you guys meet up with the tiger? Be as detailed as you can." Yu Xiaoxiao described everything as they happened today to him. She also added her opinion of the situation at the end. Everyone had confirmed that the hunting area that we were at didn't have any ferocious beasts. In fact, even the slightly more dangerous wild boars and pigs weren't allowed in that area. How could a tiger suddenly appear then? There must be a conspiracy afoot, one that is targeting the eldest imperial prince. Zhu Junyang gently knocked on her head and smiled. "Oh, looks like you finally grew some brains. Your analysis makes a lot of sense. This situation is not very simple, so we cannot assume that there was no outsider involvement. However, there's no need for you to worry about this. I'm sure the emperor has his own suspicions. Go eat something now. In a moment, when the other people out hunting come back, wouldn't you want to see the results from today?" Yu Xiaoxiao remarked in an uninterested tone. "You didn't even participate in the competition today, so whoever is first today has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter if I even go out or not. Xiaoxiao, who would have thought that you were hoping that this prince would get first place off? All right, tomorrow I'll ask the emperor for a day off so I can help you get a tiger pelt. I guarantee that the pelt I get will be that much better than the one the emperor took away." Zhu Junyang, who always kept a close eye on the lass, naturally spotted the disappointment that had flashed through her eyes when the tiger pelt had been taken away from her. Yu Xiaoxiao's spirits immediately came up and a brilliant smile blossomed onto her face. "Okay, okay. With your archery skills, killing a tiger must be a piece of cake for you. However, do you think there is another tiger to be had on these hunting grounds? Zhu Junyang tapped on her nose and lightly chuckled. Don't worry, even if these grounds don't have any, this prince will head into the deep mountains to find one for you. When have I ever not done what I promised before? Let's go, we should see what their spoils are like today. In the evening, before the sun had set behind the western mountain range, the people who had gone out to hunt had all successively returned. There was quite a lot of game to be had on these hunting grounds, and everyone more or less had some sort of harvest. Even He Wanning, who was a noble young maiden and had been taught some rudimentary equestrian archery, came back with game on hand. He Wanning walked over with a string of colorful wild pheasants and plump wild hares. From the self-satisfied expression on her face, one could easily tell that she was very pleased with her results today. Royal Princess Minglin also had a decent amount of game on hand, and she had even managed to bring down a fat and plump roe deer. There were also some young maidens from military families who participated in the hunt. They were dressed valiantly and had long strings of game hanging off of their horses. These maidens all had proud expressions on their faces. As for the men who were skilled in martial arts and equestrian archery, they naturally had very good hauls from the hunt today. However, the person who did unexpectedly well was the rascally good-for-nothing third young master from Duke Rongwo's estate. The amount of game he brought back was easily more than the other people's, and he even had a large wild boar in his haul. No one needed to even count to know that he was the one who was going to take first place today. Congratulations, Brother Ning. The second-place winner, Lu Hao, elegantly cupped his hands at the other man while he congratulated the first-place winner. Ning Dongwan squeezed out a smile. Brother Lu, how could you, as a close friend, not know how much game is from my own efforts? More than half of the game here wasn't killed by me. Lu Hao noticed that most of the game had been killed with a snap to the neck. Then he looked at the two heroic-looking mastiffs behind Ning Dongwan and said, the game that your hunting dogs catch are also counted. Under you, you do deserve first place for this, Brother Ning. Ning Dongwan waved his hand frantically. How would my hunting dogs have the ability to kill a wild boar so easily? Look more carefully at the wounds on the game. Don't you have a feeling of déjà vu seeing this? Lu Hao had also gone out on the outings that Yu Xiaosao had organized before. Thus, he was a bit familiar with the hunting tactics that her two large wolves had. When he noticed that the vast majority of game here had all had their throats ripped out and their necks snapped in two, without any other wounds on their bodies, he had a better understanding of what had happened. He remarked in puzzlement, aren't Little Black and Little White quite protective of their spoils? Why did they allow you to take their game? He also remembered that Ning Dongwan had once coveted the two wolves' spoils when they were in the back hills of the imperial plantation. However, the young master had been punished summarily by these two wolves and had ended up with his clothes ripped to ribbons and his naked butt revealed to everyone there. When did this Ning fellow become some close to these two creatures? Sigh. Don't even mention it or ask. Ning Dongwan had a resigned expression on his face. Apparently, Ning Dongwan had brought his two mastiffs along with two servants along to the hunting grounds. He chose a relatively safe area to hunt. As he shot prey himself, he was also training his two beloved dogs how to hunt properly. As they wandered around, the two mastiffs suddenly put their tails between their legs and looked terrified. Ning Dongwan had thought that he had come across a dangerous animal. With his own skills, he'd be able to bring down a medium-sized animal without any problems. However, if a tiger appeared or some other incredibly vicious beast, he could only run away for his life. He at least had this much self-awareness. Immediately, his heart started pounding faster as he looked around to see what was going on. At this time, he heard the familiar howl of Little Black in the near vicinity. Ning Dongwan had salivated over these two wolves for a long time, so he naturally recognized the howl. From the sounds of it, Little Black had likely encountered a large opponent, and Ning Dongwan wondered if he should head forth to help in order to curry favor with Little Black and Little White. In the future, when the two of them had puppies, he might even be able to shamelessly cajole one out of them. Thus, he gathered his courage and walked towards them. He was just in time to see Little Black easily subdue a large wild boar. Wild boars had thick hides, but Little Black bit through the animal's neck in a single bite. It was very clear that the wolf had razor-sharp teeth from that demonstration. Ning Dongwan thought his eyeballs were about to fall out of his head and desperately wished he could immediately bring Little Black back home. Unfortunately, even a wild boar couldn't put up much of a fight with Little Black, so how could he possibly subdue the wolf? When he got closer, Little Black sensed him. Since Ning Dongwan already had a criminal record in the eyes of Little Black, the wolf stood menacingly in front of the dead boar and showed him his long, white teeth in a warning snarl. Don't misunderstand. Ning Dongwan knew Miss Yu had raised Little Black and Little White to be incredibly intelligent and that they could mostly understand what a human said. He revealed a flattering smile and said, I'm not here to try to steal game from you. This wild boar looks quite heavy, so won't it be quite strenuous for you to bring it back? I have a lot of people here, how about we can help you move it back? Little Black understood the word, help, but still gave Ning Dongwan a look that was full of distrust. Ning Dongwan immediately raised his hand to swear an oath to the heavens stating that he absolutely wasn't going to try to steal their game. He had a very sincere expression on his face and was doing all he could to convince the wolf of his good intentions. For the time being, Little Black decided to believe his sincerity. However, the wolf didn't forget to bare his teeth at the youth one more time. Its meaning was very clear. If you decide to play some tricks, just watch as I make you show your bare butt to everyone again. With someone to help move the game, Little Black gleefully ran to the area where it had hidden its spoils and dragged out what it had caught one after another. There truly was a lot of game to be found at the hunting grounds. In a short period of time, the wolf was able to kill around a dozen prey. Among them included a roebuck, a deer, and a roe deer. It also caught ferrets, red foxes, hazel grouses and other animals that were highly valued for their furs or delicate meat. It even had killed a giant elk that had to weigh around 400 to 500 catties. Little Black was extremely strong to be able to drag over a piece of game that was even larger than it was. When Little White got the news, it also hurried over to bring over what it had killed. Its haul was no smaller than Little Black's and had about the same variety as its brother. However, Little White had an addition of a beautiful animal from the wild cat family, an Amur leopard. From Ning Dongwan's understanding of the Amur leopard, this creature had a very keen sense of smell, which helped it stalk its prey. It had 4 slender legs, razor-sharp claws, and incredibly sharp teeth that were all used to strike its prey dead with one blow. Out of all of the animals in the kingdom, Amur leopards were considered one of the top 3 hunters. Let alone smaller prey, it routinely dined on larger, more dangerous animals like wild boars and black bears. He would have never have expected that Little White, who he had determined to be a proud and adorable pet, actually had the ability to fight with an Amur leopard and even kill it without getting a single injury. Ning Dongwan's understanding of the 2 wolves' hunting ability had gone up another few notches. By the afternoon, Ning Dongwan and his 2 hunting dogs had been downgraded to transporting game for the 2 wolves. Along with his 2 servants, they hauled the game on their shoulders before riding on their horse's back. When he got back to the main campgrounds, he was simultaneously gratified and a bit at a loss when he saw that the pile of game in front of him was the largest of the lot. Unfortunately, more than half of the game wasn't considered his, so he could only be happy for a short while. Little Black and Little White appeared to blindly follow him from behind. In other people's eyes, the procession was quite grand and impressive, but Ning Dongwan knew that these 2 were only keeping a close eye on him. As soon as he showed a hint of trying to snatch away their game, they would start biting at his buttocks in revenge. Therefore, as soon as Xiao Cao appeared, Ning Dongwan hurriedly delivered these hot potatoes to her. Miss Xiao Cao, this pile of game is all from the efforts of your 2 hunting dogs. This one is merely helping them bring them over for you. No need to thank me at all. The 2 of them sat in front of Xiao Cao, one on the right and one on the left. Their azure blue eyes glittered with joy. Little Black looked especially happy as it used its paw to point at the wild boar that it had killed. The expression on its face clearly showed that it was asking for compliments. Xiao Cao stood on her tiptoes and used her hands to stroke their heads before giving them each a large hug. Out of all of the game here, she didn't seem very interested in the largest ones, the wild boar and elk. As for the delicate-looking hazel grouse, the sables and red foxes that had gleaming fur, she took a second look at those. Little Black seemed to have learned something from that first day, as in the following days, it ended up killing many hazel grouses, sables, and red foxes. Sable fur was a valuable type of pelt and was considered one of the three treasures of the Northeast, along with ginseng and young deer antler. In some previous dynasties, only officials of a high enough rank were entitled to wear clothing made from sable fur to show their status. In fact, there was a saying about all of this: first ranked wears silver fox, second ranked sable, third and fourth ranked are allowed to wear common fox. The meaning was very clear. Only second-ranked officials and above had the qualifications to wear sable fur. Fortunately, the current dynasty didn't have such a custom. Otherwise, Xiaosao, who was only a sixth-ranked official, was quite a bit away from being able to wear sable fur. Although red fox fur was not as famous and valuable as silver fox fur, it was brightly colored and was often liked by young maidens. Red foxes were a commonly seen creature in the northeast of the country, and the red foxes in these areas had full thick pelts with gloriously colored fur. Therefore, by the time the hunt ended, Yu Xiaosao ended up with around 30 to 40 red fox pelts in her luggage and had around a dozen sable pelts as well. The young maidens who were close to her, such as He Wanning, Royal Princess Minglin, Yuan Shuiyan, Yu Wanqing and Li Mengru, all got a few red fox fur pelts from her. She gave some sable pelts to the Empress, Princess Consort Jing, her godmother and mother. In the end, she only had enough furs left to make 2 sets of clothing for herself. Naturally, this was all in the future. After checking the amount of game that each person who had participated on the first day had caught, as the master of Little Black and Little White, Yu Xiaosao had almost placed in the top 3. If they had added on the tiger that the emperor had taken away from her, she absolutely would have placed in the top 3 and might have even been a contender for first place. Other than giving out the first 3 prizes, the emperor had also taken off a dragon-shaped jade pendant and given it to Yu Xiaosao, who had been looking at him in grievance this entire time. The dragon-shaped jade pendant had been given to the emperor during his full moon ceremony won by the emperor emeritus. Seeing the jade pendant was akin to seeing the emperor himself. Whoever had this pendant, no matter what sort of crime he or she committed, it could all be forgiven. Thus, it was equivalent to the golden token that excused being sentenced to the death penalty. The people who had taken the first 3 positions in the hunting competition were very envious of this prize. However, when they found out that official Yu had risked her life to save the eldest imperial prince, they had no objections to this anymore. After all, the court only had this one prince, so his safety was absolutely more important than a mere jade pendant. After receiving the equivalent to the golden token that saved one from the death penalty, and the sword that bestowed imperial power, Yu Xiaosao suddenly felt that the tiger pelt was no longer as important as before. Her large pair of eyes crinkled up in a joyous smile and her whole face resembled a tiny squirrel who had just stolen a hazelnut. A few chancellors at court, who were very good at toting up for personal gain, looked at her now in a different light. They were all wondering if there were any suitable descendants at home who could possibly become a good marriage match for little official Yu. After all, she was heavily favored by the emperor, so it might not be a bad idea to make an alliance with her. Furthermore, those officials who claimed that Yu Xiaosao was a woman who usurped authority, were once again squarely slapped in the face by the sight of this little lass gaining more favor from the emperor through her own skills and efforts. For the next following few days, the hunt continued with enthusiasm from all participants. The younger generation all did their best to fight over the first 3 places. It was normally hard to come by a chance to show their faces in front of the emperor. Unfortunately, none of them had any fate with taking first place anymore because Royal Prince Yong had entered the scene. Other than standing out the first day, he participated in all of the following days and easily snatched first place every day. All of the game he hunted, whether it was in terms of numbers or quality, easily surpassed the hauls of those in second and third place. Consequently, the legend of Royal Prince Yong dominating first place at the hunt became a sure thing. On the very last day of the hunt, the sun had already set but Royal Prince Yong was still nowhere to be seen. The curtain of night was being pulled across the large grasslands and the stars started to twinkle naughtily in the dark blue sky. A cold night breeze began to blow and it brought along the fresh, unique smell of the grasslands with it. The bonfires had all been lit up in the camp. The emperor looked at the color of the sky and then glanced at the youths who were all waiting for the placings and rewards. There was still one person, the most spirited of them all, missing from that group of people. Su Ran, That fellow hasn't come back even now. Do you think he encountered a sticky situation somewhere? The emperor kept a faint smile on his face as his lips barely moved while conversing with Chief Steward Su. Su Ran replied as if nothing had happened, Imperial Majesty, Royal Prince Yang is a genius at martial arts. These past 2 years, his skills have advanced by leaps and bounds. In fact, this servant may not be able to prevail against him in a one-on-one fight. Thus, there's no need for you to be worried. Even though the eunuch had said the words, this servant, Su Ran's handsome appearance and demeanor still resembled that of a pure and lofty immortal. Zhu Junfen gave him a look that said, you broke the rules just now, and then continued to pretend to be dignified. After waiting another few minutes, although the officials and their offspring didn't obviously show their anxiety and impatience, it wasn't quite right to make them keep standing there in the cold wind. After all, there were quite a few older officials in the group and it wouldn't be good for them to be exposed to the elements for too long. Just as the emperor was about to decide to stop waiting and announce the first 3 places as is, in the distant thickets, there was a flicker of torches. Yu Xiaosao keenly saw the light and cheered in a trumpeting tone, Imperial Majesty, someone has come back. It must be Royal Prince Yang and the others. Even though it was getting dark and late and the forest was full of danger, Xiaosao wasn't too worried. Not only was Zhu Junyang's skills top-notch, but he also brought along head steward Lu and bodyguard Dong along, who were both top experts at martial arts. In addition, no one else at court was possibly able to bend the bow that he used, so he was the top predator in the forest. Although she wasn't anxious about their personal safety, she was still worried about them being out so late and for so long. As the torches got closer, it became clear it was Zhu Junyang and his subordinates. As they got even closer, everyone could see their haul from today and they all breathed in sharply in astonishment. Although they didn't have a lot of game on them, what they did have was more than enough to blow the rest of them out of the water. They had a giant bear that weighed around 400 to 500 catties and an Amur tiger that had been killed with a single arrow in the eye. Just these 2 specimens alone would be enough to win first place here. Wow, my tiger pelt! Yu Xiaosao was incredibly excited. Although she knew that Zhu Junyang had promised her earlier and that he had never broken a promise, as the end date to the hunt got closer and closer, the disappointment in her heart had also increased with each passing day. Today, she had already prepared herself mentally. Even if he wasn't able to encounter a tiger, she was not going to reveal one iota of her disappointment to him. After all, so many days had passed and there were so many people out hunting every day. None of them had even seen the shadow of a tiger, so how could he just coincidentally come across one? As evening rolled across the sky and more time had passed without Zhu Junyang returning, Yu Xiaosao began to feel moved and remorseful. She knew that the reason why he was returning so late was to find a tiger for her. No matter what sort of outcome he had today, she needed to say the words, thank you, to him. Why is the tiger pelt automatically yours? Everything that is under the skies here is under my jurisdiction. Technically, all of the game that has been caught at this hunt is our personal property. Zhu Junfen deliberately expressed an opposing opinion to Xiaosao's. The bright smile on Xiaosao's face immediately froze and congealed. If the emperor was really planning on snatching this tiger pelt from her, as a tiny official, what could she say? However, if you want to trade that dragon-shaped jade pendant for the tiger pelt, then we will have to acquiesce to your request. Zhu Junfen regarded the little lass's conflicted expression with a sense of wicked delight. He was in a very good mood now. After he had given out his jade pendant, that night, the Empress had tactfully hinted that giving out something that was that significant and important to a young maiden may not be the most suitable thing to do. 13 to 14-year-old girls were naive and inexperienced. If she decided to flaunt this jade pendant in her hands and do something inexcusable, was that really okay? Zhu Junfen, on the other hand, had a pretty good understanding of this little lass and consoled the Empress. The little lass is quite cowardly and knows what can and cannot be done. Fair, the situation that you're worrying about will not appear. That being said, a jade pendant is dead whereas people are alive. Is it really worth it to get ourselves in a tizzy over a dead object? After interacting with her a few times, the Empress also had a good impression of Yu Xiaosao. The lass was smart, lively, and wise beyond her years. She not only was extremely talented but also had an amiable and friendly personality. This wasn't something that every lady had. There was one other point that the Empress liked about Xiaoxiao. It wasn't exhausting interacting with her, as the Empress didn't have to bring out the imposing mother of the empire demeanor with the lass or have to worry about whether her bearing was appropriate or not. Everything felt very natural around the lass, as if she could relax and be herself. Thus, the Empress naturally agreed with what the Emperor was saying. With this little lass's personality, the dragon-shaped jade pendant was safer in her hands than anyone else's. Since the Emperor is aware, then I won't say anything more. The Empress paused for a moment before she continued. That being said, Miss Yu is the savior of our imperial son. The value of the dragon-shaped jade pendant can't even compare to our imperial son's life. Emperor, we absolutely cannot allow the person scheming from behind to get away with this. The Empress gritted her teeth as she said this, wishing that she could tear that person into pieces right now. She was childhood sweethearts with the Emperor and had been married to him for a full 3 years before she had Wenner as her only child. The imperial couple had a good relationship and only had this one child between them. Furthermore, he was also the Emperor's only son. The medical ladies from the imperial physician's compound had already told her that she had a particular body constitution and it'd be hard for her to bear a second child. If anything had happened to Wenner, it'd be worse than taking her own life. Zhu Junfen lightly patted her hand and promised her, "Don't worry, even if you didn't say anything, we would not be merciful to the people who dare to scheme against the imperial family's descendants." That moron was really too idiotic. His own younger sister had just reached month 6 of her pregnancy and the doctors couldn't even accurately determine whether the child was male or female, yet he was scheming for the position of an imperial uncle. The man had no brains and was clearly being used by someone who tempted him with the dream of becoming one of the most powerful officials at court. In actuality, even if the hidden soldiers hadn't been sent out to investigate this matter, the Emperor already had a suspicion of who was behind this. Consort Yi was the only one in the imperial palace to transmit good news recently. All of the other palace concubines had been eyeing her belly as they were all afraid that she'd be lucky enough to bear a son and receive more imperial favor. Zhu Junfen never took the little petty movements in the inner palace too seriously. On top was the Empress, who he trusted to manage everything. None of the women there had the guts to scheme against the imperial heir. Consequently, as long as their little schemes didn't hit his bottom line, he would just pretend to not notice anything. Consort Yi was an obedient one and there was only a thin line between being obedient and being a coward. Her older brother had been spoiled by everyone in her family. Naturally, he had an elevated opinion of his own abilities, yet he never used his head when making a decision. 4 months ago, his younger sister's belly hadn't even started showing and even the imperial physicians didn't dare to hazard a guess about the gender of the child. He, on the other hand, decided to listen to the ramblings of a traveling priest who stated that he had the fate of becoming the imperial uncle. Unfortunately, there was a barrier in his way. As long as he got rid of that problem, then his path to glory would be smooth and guaranteed. This fellow had no learning or skills to bring to the table. The only reason why he had the title of Count Mingzheng was because his younger sister was a titled consort in the imperial palace. Thus, he had an idle position at court. Unfortunately, this fellow had overweening ambitions but no talents to back it up. In addition, his ego was larger than his brains, so he wasn't satisfied with his current lot. Consequently, he was easily swayed by a stranger and came up with a plan that actually required some thinking, which had almost succeeded. When Count Mingzheng found out that his younger sister was pregnant, he managed to acquire an idle job at the hunting grounds. The head steward in charge of the grounds was very courteous to him because of his relationship with Consort Yi and didn't give any hard work to him. Thus, this gave him plenty of time to work out his scheme to perfection. He spent a vast sum of money to hire some roaming martial arts experts and had them search for the signs of a tiger within the hunting grounds. Then, they sprinkled some powerful mind-muddling drug on some badly mangled bait for the tiger. The tiger ate the bait and fell into their hands easily. Following that, they raised the captured tiger in a special steel cage deep within the thickets. A few days before the imperial hunt started, they started to short the tiger of its food. After confirming where the eldest imperial prince had gone, he had his underlings calculate how long it would take for the drug to wear off of the tiger and then placed the drugged tiger in the vicinity of the eldest imperial prince. When the starving tiger woke up, clear-headed, it would see its prey right before its eyes and absolutely wouldn't let this chance to eat meat go. Although his plan seemed quite absurd on paper, it was actually quite efficacious. If it wasn't for Yu Xiaoxiao using her own body to lure the tiger away, and if she didn't have her two strong and fierce wolves with her, not only would the little lass be hard-pressed to escape the tiger's jaws, but even the eldest imperial prince might have also met his end. Although a lot of things had happened at the imperial hunt, no one had lost their life or had gotten crippled from injuries, so it was considered quite a successful event. The giant bear that Zhu Junyang had killed was also divided up appropriately to reward the accompanying powerful officials, princes and dukes. Out of the 4 bear paws, the Emperor Emeritus was given 1, Imperial Prince Jing's estate was given 1, Yu Xiaoxiao was allotted 1, and the last one, the plumpest right front paw, was left for the Emperor. The Emperor Emeritus scurried over to find Xiaoxiao with his bear paw in hand. He now had no faith in the abilities of the imperial chefs and only trusted Xiaoxiao's culinary skills. As his grandson, Zhu Junyang also came over with his bear paw in hand. This fellow knew that Xiaoxiao had the ability to cook bear paws, so what was wrong with adding another one to her queue? In conclusion, out of the 4 bear paws that had been divvied up, Xiaoxiao now had 3 of them in front of her. But there was a problem. Whether it was Asiatic black bears or brown bears, in modern times, they were all considered protected animals. Yu Xiaoxiao had never seen these ingredients on the market, let alone know how to cook them. If she just brazenly tried without experimenting, she was afraid that she'd end up wasting these valuable ingredients. She stared at these 3 bear paws without any solutions coming to her head. In the end, she had to ask the imperial chef who was the best at preparing exotic delicacies from the deep mountains to cook them instead. Whether it was preparing the bear paws or cooking them, all of that took quite a bit of time. The next morning, the imperial chefs all became very busy. With the addition of the bear paw from the emperor, they had 4 bear paws that they needed to prepare. Thus, they racked their brains to figure out the best way to cook them. They decided to use different methods to cook all 4 bear paws. There was bear paw steamed with ginseng and young deer antler. This dish had a golden yellow color, preserved the original flavor of the ingredients, and was exceptionally delicious. Then there was superb bear paw, which kept the paw completely intact. It had a rich and mellow flavor with glossy shiny meat. Following that was the simmered red bear paws, which had flaky and soft palm meat that was incredibly fragrant. Finally, there was ribboned bear paw. It had a lustrous red color, concentrated fragrant flavor, soft and tender texture, and the shining appetizing juice. When it was all done, the emperor waved a hand and proclaimed, "At noon, the whole family shall enjoy this meal together." The more the merrier. Consequently, the high-ranking members of the imperial family all got together and enjoyed the feast. The Emperor Emeritus's youngest son, the idle imperial prince Sa, had smelled the aroma of the food and shamelessly came over to catch a meal. If they eliminated Yu Xiaoxiao from this meal, then it would have become a meal reserved solely for the imperial family members. Yu Xiaoxiao had complied to popular request and made a Buddha jumps over the wall that was comprised of exotic delicacies from the deep mountains. In addition, the imperial chefs had carefully prepared a bunch of other dishes for the meal. All of these powerful people ate to their heart's content and complimented the food endlessly. Even the empress herself, who was usually a very elegant and refined person, had eaten until she was stuffed. The last bits of the fruit Xiaoxiao had brought along had also been served up at this meal as a way to cut the grease. For the people who had drunk a bit more alcohol, she had also considerately pressed some fruit juice for them. The Emperor Emeritus revealed a pleased expression and slapped his grandson's, Zhu Junyang's arm. He remarked with a bit of a lisp, "That last Xiaoxiao truly agrees with this old one. She refused my offer to become an adopted granddaughter. Who knows which big bad wolf in the future will take her away once she comes of age." Quite a pity. Imperial Prince Sa had somewhat of a loose tongue. He hiccuped and interjected, "Then isn't that easily fixed? Our family has nothing more than sons to go around. We have plenty of youngsters around the lass's age. If you think it's a pity that she'll marry someone else, then have one of our kids marry her instead. It wouldn't be considered a disgrace for her to marry into the imperial family." Zhu Junyang saw that his third uncle was blabbering more and more nonsense. If he didn't butt in now, then that uncle of his might take his lass away to become his daughter-in-law instead. Before he had the chance to open his mouth, Imperial Prince Jing, whose face had already turned completely red from drinking too much alcohol, slapped the table and spoke to Imperial Prince Sa, third younger brother. Don't you understand the concept of following seniority? As your second older brother, I haven't even had the chance to voice my opinion, so why do you get to state yours first? Following that, he narrowed his eyes and glared at his own son as he scolded, "Stinky brat. Your lady mother has had strands of her hair turn white fretting over your future marriage. You're already 20 and don't have a wife yet. So useless." He paused for a bit and then pointed at Xiao Cao before speaking to his son. "Your lady mother quite likes this lass. Your mother has never liked another young maiden as much as she likes this one. Her appearance is decent and she also knows how to cook. Furthermore, she can help your mother nourish and heal her body. As your father, I command you to take this lass into your own residence." What the? His father was being quite blatant about his intentions. He wanted his son to marry a wife not for his son's sake but for his princess consort Sake. Imperial Prince Jing was quite righteous about all of this. As long as his wife was happy, he wouldn't just be willing to choose a wife for his son, he would even be willing to sacrifice his grandson's marriage as well. Zhu Junfan watched with avid interest from the side. The little lass very rarely showed such an abashed and embarrassed expression on her face, as if she didn't know what to do. A sense of evil pleasure rose within his heart. Just as his younger cousin was about to open his mouth to say something, Zhu Junfan suddenly butted in. "Imperial uncle, the lass Xiao Cao is still quite young and has a childish air about her. Junyang may not necessarily like her that way. He dares to not like her." Imperial Prince Jing was clearly quite drunk now. The man, who was usually in control of himself, was now being quite impolite. He forcefully slapped the table, causing the plates and bowls to jump up and down. "What does he have? His face resembles a woman's and he has a cruddy personality. If he wasn't lucky enough to be born into the imperial family, who would want to marry him?" Zhu Junyang was speechless at this. Apparently, in his lord father's eyes, he had become a pitiful person who wasn't able to find someone willing to be his wife. Sigh, with a father who was solely preoccupied with his mother, what did he expect? For the sake of a beauty's smile, this man was even willing to sacrifice his son's future happiness in marriage. He was really too much. He claimed that he looked like a woman, and that no one would want him. Only his biological father could say something like that. If anyone else tried, just see what would happen. His little lass really quite liked this face of his and had often been entranced by his looks on end. HMPH. It didn't matter what other people thought. He didn't care as long as his lass liked him. His unhelpful father started talking again. "Although the lass is on the younger side, this brat isn't in any hurry to get engaged. Waiting a few more years for the lass to reach her age of majority wouldn't be a problem. Yanger, your lady mother and I will wait patiently for 2 years, so please shape up a bit. Don't let your lady mother, myself, and your imperial grandfather be disappointed. Do your best." When he noticed the extremely awkward expression on the little lass's face, Zhu Junyang's protective instincts for his future wife rose up. "Imperial grandfather, lord father, imperial uncle, is it really appropriate to be talking about this in front of the person in question? Look at her, she's so embarrassed that she's about to become one with the table." The Emperor Emeritus chuckled in amusement when he saw the bright red cheeks on Xiao Cao's face. "Lass, what are you embarrassed about? You're almost 14. In the previous dynasty, you'd be almost ready to get married at this age. It's time for you to also think about the most important event in your life, marriage. From what I see, it looks like your family cares a lot about your opinion. As long as the person who catches your eye isn't too bad, I'm sure your family will allow you to marry him. Speaking of that, my grandson is not bad, how about, you consider him off?" He couldn't let these people continue, or else his duck, which was about cooked, would fly away. Zhu Junyang had an idea and tried to change the topic. "Xiao Cao, hadn't you made a few earthen jars of grape wine before you came? I remember that you brought 2 jars over. Counting the days, they should be about ready to drink. Quick, bring it over so everyone can try." The Emperor Emeritus forgot about everything else the moment he heard this. Only the words, grape wine, resonated in his mind. He had tried the fruit wine that Xiaoxiao had made before, and especially liked her grape wine and pomegranate wine. Little lass, you dare dream to hide good things in front of me. Go, quick. The white wine of this time were all grain wines which had low alcohol content, so he did not feel so satisfied drinking them. In the Emperor Emeritus's point of view, it was still the Maotai one that had been specially crafted for the army from his previous life that had enough punch. The taste was mellow and sweet, while the texture was smooth and the rich aroma, long-lasting. However, a shrimp will do if there was no fish. The grape wine that Xiaoxiao made had a rich texture, and it was even beneficial towards the body. He had snatched a jar from her last time, and after he finished that jar, he clearly saw that the internal injuries that he had suffered from the war previously had healed significantly, not to mention that it was not so hard for him to get by on a cold day anymore. Hearing that the little lass had stored quite a lot of grape wine, the Emperor Emeritus rubbed his chin, thinking that he should get a few more jars from her this time. From the heated gazes she received, Yu Xiaoxiao knew that she could not hide her grape wine anymore. She fiercely glared at Zhu Junyang while no one was watching, this scourge. Not only did he let me be teased, he even sold out the grape wine I just made. I haven't even tried it myself. She decided to be upset at him for the next 3 months. The pitiful Zhu Junyang was schemed against by his closest relatives, but he could only silently swallow this loss. The thoughts of a girl are too hard to guess. One moment of carelessness would land him on a landmine. The grape skins and pulp in the wine jars that Yu Xiaoxiao had brought over had not been strained out yet, so these men, who knew the process, patiently waited for her to carry out the filtration. Imperial Prince Sa curiously watched his father and older brother's eager expressions, wondering. Father said that even the good wine that was supplied to the imperial family was tasteless like plain water. Isn't this sweet grape wine for women? Why are they showing such an odd expression? The red wine danced in a swirling dance as it was slowly poured into a transparent, crystal glass, exuding a thick, pleasant aroma. Imperial Prince Sa held the crystal glass filled with the crystal bright and transparent wine, and lightly sniffed at it. A fresh, pleasant fruit fragrance hit his nose, making him unable to resist taking a sip of the sweet, crisp, red liquid. It flowed slowly from the glass into his mouth and infiltrated the taste buds on the tip of his tongue. The balance between sourness and sweetness was just right, the aroma was refreshing, and the texture was smooth. He did not know if it was an illusion, but a warm feeling spread among his internal organs as the liquor flowed through, invigorating him. Good wine. It sure is good wine. Imperial Prince Sa praised upon recovering from his daze. He was a man who knew how to enjoy himself, and he followed his heart in everything that he did, pursuing quality in life. Aside from beautiful women, he had another great passion, wine. Over the years, he had quite often shamelessly asked for imperial wine from the imperial palace. His collection of wine was much larger than the palace's storage. He had drunk a lot of fruit wine before, but they were sweet as juice, so he thought it was only suitable for women. But today, this jar of wine from Xiaoxiao changed his opinion. If the ordinary fruit wine was like a soft beauty, then this wine was akin to a strong yet gentle female general. There was a beautiful side, but there was also a strong side. A beauty like a delicate flower was easy to come by and could be easily replaced. However, a perfect woman was hard to come by, and when you meet one, you would definitely not marry any other women. How could he drink other good fruit wine after he had tasted this grape wine? After Imperial Prince Sa dazedly finished his glass of grape wine and returned to his senses, he found that the 2 wine jars had been almost completely shared out. He heart-achingly grabbed a jar of wine and hugged it close to him. Then he pointed at his father, brother and nephew, who were all red-faced, and said, "How can you drink so recklessly? Isn't this just wasting good wine? Little third, are you going to drink it or not? If you're not, hand over the jar, I haven't had enough yet." The Emperor Emeritus reached out to grab the wine jar in his arms. Imperial Prince Sa swiftly dodged him and snorted in a burst of drunken bravery, "All of you are like Zhu Baji eating ginseng fruit, you don't know how to appreciate the taste. It's such a waste, such a waste." Before he could finish his sentence, someone slapped the back of his head, "You little brat. Who are you calling Zhu Baji? If I were Zhu Baji, you'd be a bunch of piglets." While he was still dazed from the beating, the Emperor Emeritus took advantage of this chance to snatch back the wine jar and pour himself another full glass. Stars were still dancing in front of Imperial Prince Saw's eyes, but another slap came down on him. "Little third, you're really capable now, aren't you? How dare you snatch my wine? Don't you see, except for Xiao Cao, who among us can you steal from?" Following seniority and status, the Emperor Emeritus, his imperial brother, the Emperor, the Empress. Imperial Prince Saw really didn't dare to stomp his foot in front of them. He was about to say something when he turned to his young nephew, Zhu Junyang, but he was glared back by his cold, sharp gaze. The only person here who was lower than him in rank was his young nephew, and he was a Buddha that even he, who was his uncle, usually avoided. He had heard about the matters with the Wu family. If it weren't for the two servants who risked their lives to stop him, the Wu household would have already been awash with blood. Rumors said that it was only when Chief Steward Su Ran had been called to the scene did they manage to subdue him. If his young nephew lost all his rationality, he would not care if he was his uncle and just squash him like an ant. "Forget it, let's just have a drink to calm down, huh? Where's the wine? There's not even a drop left." Imperial Prince Saw had the urge to look up at the sky and wail. The last glass of wine had been personally poured into the Empress's glass by the Emperor himself. Zhu Junfen knew that, with the mystic stone in Xiao Cao's possession, the wine she made must be extraordinary. The Empress had not been feeling well lately, so drinking more of this wine would only benefit her. Imperial Prince Saw couldn't snatch his niece-in-law's wine now, could he? Not to mention that she was the mother of the nation. He only had one glass of wine out of a whole 2 jars. Imperial Prince Saw wanted to pound his chest and stomp his feet. He turned his sorrow and anger to his appetite, and ate a whole bear paw on the table, along with half a jar of Buddha jumps over the wall. A moment's carelessness caused him more tragedy, unable to move because he had stuffed himself full. He was then placed in a situation where he was forced to be carried back home by his guards. The next day, the Emperor, who had been relaxing outside for nearly a month, announced that he was heading back to the palace. Not only was he able to enjoy the unique grassland scenery on this trip, but he also witnessed the thrill of the hunt. As the Emperor, although Zhu Junfen could not freely participate in the hunt, he went down to the imperial hunting grounds and personally shot quite a few game. He had also met with the chieftains of the nearby tribes, taking the opportunity to show them the prowess of his people, especially Royal Prince Yang's bow, which had struck fear in many of those who had claimed to be strong and brave men. The return journey was smooth and uneventful. Shortly after returning to the capital, Yu Xiaocao heard word that a certain favorite concubine in the palace had been placed into the cold palace and soon hanged herself, killing herself and the child in her womb. Her family, the Count Mingzhen's household, was also confiscated of their assets and executed. Yu Xiaocao then understood that the conspiracy at the imperial hunting grounds had come to an end, and those who should be punished had already paid the price. When Yu Xiaocao delivered the grape wine to the imperial palace, the Empress held her hands and sighed. Concubine Yun was actually a good person. She was only implicated by her brainless brother. This concubine Yun. Even though she was demoted and moved to a more remote palace, living a hard life is still better than a good death. Not to mention that she still had hope of a fresh start with the child in her womb. If she had been able to look past it, there was still a possibility that her rank as an imperial concubine would be restored once she gave birth to an imperial child in a few months and the emperor's anger subsided. What a pity, her character had preordained that she wouldn't last long in the palace. Yu Xiaocao deliberately made a clueless expression, thinking in her heart, "Your Majesty, is it really appropriate to tell me, a young, teenage girl, the secret matters of the imperial palace? I'm really still a child and don't understand anything that you said." The Empress looked at her childlike expression and laughed. "Silly me, why did I tell you all this? By the way, if you have nothing to do today, dine with me in the palace. Wenner has been missing you for the past few days. If you still didn't enter the palace, he would have asked his imperial father for permission to leave the palace to visit you. Speaking of which, you've saved his life twice. This official doesn't dare." Yu Xiaocao expressed her fear. The Empress took her little hand and chided lightheartedly, "You, when did you learn to pretend? Rarely can I find someone that I can talk to." you can't turn into those women who always follow the opinions of others. It's so tiring to talk to them. Yu Xiaoxiao laughed dryly. Fortunately, only she and the Empress were in this palace, otherwise, if word spread, she would be hated by those ladies. Xiaozi, go see if the eldest prince has finished his homework. Tell him that Miss Yu has come, and tell him to come over to my cunning palace as soon as he finishes his lessons. The Empress instructed her personal maidservant, then turned back to Xiaoxiao and boasted, ever since we returned from the imperial hunting grounds, Wenner seems like he's matured a lot. Not only is he more sensible, he's also more attentive to his homework. He especially worked hard to improve his skills at mounted archery, so much so that even the mounted archery teacher kept praising him, saying that he's improved very quickly. His Highness did really well at the imperial hunting grounds, hunting hazel grouse and hares with only a toy-like little bow. He definitely would have gotten more game if he wasn't so small and weak. Yu Xiaoxiao agreed. The Empress's loving smile continued to beam as she said with obvious pride, right now, Wenner is building his strength every day, saying that he'll definitely be able to draw the lightest bow next year. He's not even 10 years old, yet he lifts rocks that weigh more than 10 kilograms 50 times a day. I'm really afraid that he'll hurt himself. Oh my, His Highness is really striving to be better. Don't his arms ache from practicing like that every day? Yu Xiaoxiao let out a genuine exclamation. The Empress was slightly distressed as she said, how could it not ache? He could barely hold his chopsticks while eating. His hands shook so much that he couldn't pick up the food. The next day, he couldn't even lift his hands, yet he still clenched his teeth, determined to practice. I can't bear to look at him. This subject has a cream that can promote the blood circulation of the body. If your Majesty doesn't mind, this subject will have a servant go and fetch it at once. To have such self-discipline at the age of 7, Yu Xiaoxiao admired yet felt her heart ache for the child. The Empress was well aware of her prowess in medicine. Her smile widened as she nodded. Even if you didn't mention it, I would still shamelessly ask you for some medicinal remedy for my son. Those mediocre doctors in the Imperial Hospital, the Imperial physicians are sometimes too careful with their prescriptions, so the effects are slower. Imperial Mother, Imperial Mother. A clear and bright childish voice sounded from outside the palace hall, glee prominent in his tone. I heard that older sister Yu has entered the palace. Is it true? Hearing this, the Empress grinned and said to Xiaoxiao, I've just praised him for his steadiness, and immediately, he comes and slaps me in the face. Face slapping was a phrase that the Emperor had brought up to her in private. She had even specially asked the meaning behind it, and now she was putting it to practice. He is still a child, so it's in his nature. Besides, it's good that he's lively. His Highness sometimes handles matters even more maturely than this subject, and he only shows such a lively side in front of you, Your Majesty. Yu Xiaoxiao did not have much resistance towards little children, so once she heard the eldest prince's voice, a smile crept up her face without her even realizing it. Seeing this, the Empress's gaze was filled with even more sincerity. As long as you treat others sincerely, it would eventually return in the form of a true friendship. Older sister Yu, it really is you. I thought little Josie, that servant, was lying to me. Zhu Hanwen's affectionate attitude and address of Xiaoxiao made her feel somewhat uneasy. She hurriedly stood up and bowed towards the eldest prince. Your Highness, you mustn't address this subject as such, I can't accept this. The Empress pulled Xiaoxiao to sit beside her, saying, You've been, wrongly, taught by your godmother. What can you not accept? You've saved his life twice and you're also older than him by a few years, so what's wrong with him calling you, older sister? I still remember that when Wenner was still small, his imperial father had asked him if he wished for me to give him a little brother or sister. Do you know what his answer was? Imperial Mother. Zhu Hanwen was unhappy now. His imperial mother once again was finding enjoyment out of his embarrassing incidents. Seeing the eldest prince's exasperated and flustered reaction, Xiaoxiao asked with slight curiosity, how did His Highness answer? The Empress disregarded her son's various attempts to obstruct her and said, stifling a laugh, he said that he wished I could give him an elder sister because the older sisters of other families always leave a portion of the good food for their younger brothers, and they would also embroider a nice pouch for their younger brothers. Older sisters are so gentle and considerate, so he wanted such an older sister. Imperial Mother, Zhu Hanwen was full of resignation as he made a long face. His whole demeanor screamed that he was an unhappy little baby. Older sister Xiaoxiao was his idol, but his imperial mother was tarnishing his good name in front of her. It was too embarrassing. He couldn't face the world anymore. Sometimes, the words spoken by a child can be really surprising. When my little brother was small, he also said a lot of funny things. I remember that there was a time when he plucked a fat caterpillar back from the vegetable farm. My hair was nearly standing on end when I saw the caterpillar wriggling on his palm. But seeing him excitedly toying with the caterpillar, I didn't have the heart to tell him to throw it away, and only said, "Shito, the caterpillar's mother will be anxious if she doesn't find it." Do you know what he did afterward? Seeing the eldest prince enjoying her story, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but leave him in suspense. Zhu Hanwan promptly responded, "Your little brother immediately released the caterpillar." Yu Xiaoxiao pretended to breathe a long sigh. He took off toward the vegetable farm again. I thought he was only going to release the caterpillar. Who could have expected that within moments, when he returned, there would be a larger caterpillar on his palm? He even gleefully said to me, "Older sister, look, I've brought the caterpillar's mother here." Both the empress and the prince were so amused they could not stop laughing. Yu Xiaoxiao continued to talk about a few of her little brother's embarrassing stories when he was younger, not expecting that the eldest prince would, because of this, become very interested in this young county official who was only older than himself by a few years. Many years later, the eldest prince, who had already ascended the throne to become the emperor, would often use these stories to tease his trusted aide, little Shito, who was then already a first-ranked official. Once she finished having lunch with the mother and son, Yingchun, who had gone back to retrieve the cream, had also returned. Little Josie brought his master to the side hall and helped Zhu Hanwen to apply the cream. He did not know whether it was just a psychological effect, or if it was really the cream that had wondrous healing properties, but after applying the cream, Zhu Hanwen felt the burn in his arms suddenly replaced with a cooling sensation. Later in the afternoon, when he went to practice mounted archery, the sore ache in his arms was completely gone. He even performed outstandingly well during practice, earning him praises from his mounted archery teacher. As such, the little fellow idolized Xiaoxiao even more, and kept bringing her up every day until even the empress felt a little jealous of her. Even though her rank as an official did not change, Yu Xiaoxiao had been awarded the title of a feudal princess because she had saved the eldest prince. She was also rewarded with a lot of good things, which had mostly come from the empress's own private storage. The value of the items was evident. The young ladies of the capital could only look on with envy and discuss the matter sourly behind closed doors, while they would still flatter her when they were outside. After all, she was currently favored by the emperor and managed the supply of the entire capital's vegetables and fruits through fall and winter. They were not as blind as Assistant Minister Li's daughter, who had brought tragedy upon her own family. This fall, thousands of mu of experimental corn plantation produced a great yield that was slightly more than last year's. However, this was only the yield of the experimental plantation. The farmers who had planted corn at the start of spring had kept the seeds, but their corn yield during fall was lesser than the experimental plantation by 300 to 400 caddies per mu. Although each mu had yielded more than 1,000 caddies of produce, it was still nearly 1/5 less than the yield during spring. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had received the statistics, started to worry. The seeds that had been immersed in the spiritual energy of the little divine stone would definitely produce high yields, but as she had expected, following each generation, the spiritual energy contained within the seeds would diminish more and more, and as a result, the yield of corn would also follow suit and decrease. If she couldn't overcome such a phenomenon, when the little divine stone accumulated enough merit and returned to its original world, would everything return to its original point? To her, it was of absolute importance that she cultivated seeds that could truly produce high yields. The little divine stone, who could understand her thoughts, rolled its eyes, feeling that her worry was for naught. Once its powers were completely recovered, it would be a simple thing for it to make a few types of high-yielding crops. It might even be able to steal the new species that the goddess of spirits had bred. That was the true high-yielding, healthy crop that could prolong a person's life so that every person could live beyond 100 years. The people of this world were so easily surprised because they weren't exposed to more things. Since the winter wheat had been sowed into the ground, the vegetables in the greenhouse were once again planted in a flurry. Besides the imperial plantation, the farmsteads under Zhu Junyang, Imperial Prince Jing, and Imperial Prince Sa's name around the area had all been turned into greenhouses to plant vegetables and fruits under Xiaoxiao's instructions. Of course, they, as her elders, would not take advantage of Xiaoxiao, so they would still give her 20% of the profits of each greenhouse. As there were more greenhouses this year, not only did they manage to supply the whole capital with fruits and vegetables without limitation, the nearby counties and prefectural cities also came to the capital to buy them regardless of the length of their journey. Perhaps it was because the temperature was low during fall, so the greenhouse vegetables were able to last almost 2 times as long as the vegetables on other seasons, and no one was afraid that the vegetables they bought would spoil if they could not finish them. All the managers of the imperial plantation, regardless if they were in charge of the experimental plantation, the orchard or the greenhouses, had slowly begun to mature in their ways of dealing with their responsibilities. Although the experimental plantation this year had spread among quite a lot of farmsteads around the capital, the court officials of the Ministry of Revenue, who were stationed at the imperial plantations, and the stewards at the imperial plantation had all been able to carry out their responsibilities and had managed the experimental plantation well. As for Yu Xiaoxiao, the agricultural official who had been promoted to a feudal princess, she only needed to trouble the little divine stone to emit its spiritual energy to the seeds, or make an occasional visit to the farmsteads to check up on them. With the experience and success of last year, the vegetable farmers who had filled their coffers put in even more effort for the greenhouse fruits and vegetables. Even though there were 2 more farmsteads of greenhouses this year, they didn't let Xiaoxiao worry too much. Thus, she still passed her days leisurely. Once they entered the last month of the year, the farmers began to hide at home, so Xiaoxiao also let herself off on a winter holiday after asking for her direct supervisor, the Empress's permission. She packed her bags and headed back to her village under the envious gazes of her colleagues from the Ministry of Revenue. She had decided to pass this spring at Dongshan village. Xiaoxiao, who had not been reunited with her family for a long time now, missed her parents and fellow villagers dearly. When they passed by the prefectural city, Yu Xiaoxiao made a detour into her family's braised food store and pickled food shop with her 2 maidservants, Yingchun and Wadong. Most of the maidservants under her could already assume important responsibilities. Yingtao, who was managing the pharmaceutical workshop in the capital that had expanded to twice its size, was now the head manager that the pharmacies nearby tried to curry favor with. Yangliu's pastry shop had already opened branches in the east, south and north of the city. It even introduced beautiful gift boxes that were now the most popular choice for souvenirs in the whole of the capital. The end of the year was the busiest time for them, so Yangliu could not even make time to send her mistress off when she came back. Manager Hecon's blossoming beauty, the beauty spa, was filled to the brim nearly every day. The customers were required to make appointments to do skincare treatments, and their supply of skincare products and cosmetics could never fulfill the demand. She had planned a huge end-of-the-year sale, and added batch after batch of silver and gold membership cards, to the point where her hands had gone weak from dealing with money. Shichun frequently stayed at the farmsteads. She helped her manage the orchards, flower farms and greenhouses. Besides that, she even received Xiaoxiao's teachings and built a fruit wine distillery at the foot of the hill. For now, the fruit wine did not have much of a variety, and mainly consisted of grape wine and pomegranate wine, with a small volume of others like apple wine, plum wine and jujube wine. The orchard on the hill of the imperial plantation had expanded to more than 10 times its original size this year, and along with that, they also started planting other varieties like mulberries, raspberries and tangerines. She believed that in the following year, the variety of fruits in the fruit wine distillery's fruit wine would definitely increase. Additionally, as the volume of fruit wine was not enough this year, she did not sell them commercially. She sold most of it to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and either sold or gave the rest to the people that she was closer to. Now, when the emperor rewarded his officials, those old officials did not want gold or silver nor various precious silks and cloths. They only hoped to be rewarded with a bottle of fruit wine for them to strengthen their constitution. These old officials gossiped privately amongst themselves. Who among them had drunk the fruit wine the Emperor Emeritus had given them? Those who used to be bedridden for most of the year could now get out of bed and move around. Who among them had a body full of old injuries after battling for the throne with the Emperor Emeritus? After drinking the grape wine that was given to them, they no longer felt the pain of those old injuries in the winter. Their legs and feet had also become more nimble as well. Even taking the Emperor Emeritus as an example would work. When he was young, he spent many years out on campaign and was famous for risking his life. Consequently, he constantly added on new injuries on top of the old. 10 years ago, he had abdicated from the throne and gave it to his imperial grandson. He was in his early 60s then but resembled a doddering old man with illnesses all throughout his body. When his old injuries flared up, he wasn't even able to mount a horse then. But what about now? He was in his 70s but resembled a man in his early 60s and seemed even younger than he was 10 years ago. It was as if he had obtained a second spring in his body. His body was full of youthful vigor now and his complexion glowed with health. During the autumn hunt, he even competed with men much younger than him and had killed quite a bit of game with his arrows. In the eyes of these old officials, these changes in the Emperor Emeritus were linked heavily with the fruit wine. Although fruit wine had just started being used by the emperor this year, those old generals with a good relationship with the Emperor Emeritus had tasted some grape wine with him before. When they went home, they couldn't forget the taste of that beverage. Therefore, in many people's hearts, the fruit wine was more effective than the most miraculous medicine being produced by Tongren Medicine Hall. There were plenty of old men whose bodies were deteriorating, yearning to stay in power, and reluctant to retire from their official posts who privately tried to investigate the origins of the fruit wine. However, other than the imperial family, very few people knew about where the wine came from. Of the people who had an inkling, they kept their mouths shut and refused to divulge the secret. Thus, they could only stay disappointed. However, going off topic for long was not good, so it was best to go back to the maidservants by Xiao Cao. Out of the 4 personal maidservants she had first chosen, Xiao Cao now only had Wudong and Pippa left by her side. Pippa had a steady and introverted temperament, so she was currently in charge of managing all of the affairs at the Yu residence. Originally, Xiao Cao had been planning on giving this task to Wudong. After spending 2+ years with her mistress, this maid had tempered herself and was now very loyal and skilled at managing people. However, Wudong personally made the decision to stay by Xiao Cao's side as a personal maidservant as she felt she could continue to learn a lot more and sharpen her skills. Nevertheless, she did a very good job in managing Xiao Cao's courtyard. Everything was clear and orderly under her management and the maids in the courtyard were more afraid of her than they were of their master. Because of this, she had trained quite a few useful maidservants. If Wudong was considered her left hand, then Yingchun, who had gradually matured, could be considered her right hand. Although the little lass was a bit talkative at times, she resembled a completely different person on the outside. She was very decisive in her actions and never made her master lose face. Tanchun was the youngest of the bunch and was currently studying very hard with a teacher to learn arithmetic. She noticed that her mistress seemed to labor hard over the account books every day and wanted to help her mistress out. Thus, she secretly learned how to read account books by her master's side. When Xiao Cao noticed that she was quite diligent about this, she hired a specialist to specially teach her. She wasn't the only student. In the future, as the family's businesses increased, she would need more and more people who had the ability to read and balance account books. Right now she was recruiting more talent for the future. Tanchun's goal was to become the best bookkeeper under her master. In the past, accounting and bookkeeping were only done by men, but times had changed. Her mistress had said that women could hold up half of the sky. She wanted to become the best female accountant in the nation, one that would make men envious of her skills. However, the most important task right now was to carefully learn the Arabic numerals and the multiplication tables that her master had talked about. Consequently, the maid servants under her were now even more busy than herself. Yu Xiaocao felt a bit embarrassed about this fact. However, with people willing to help out, there wouldn't be anything wrong with delegating the management of her industries to these maids she had personally taught herself, right? Thus, the maids that accompanied her on this outing were still Yingchun and Wudong. She also had the 2 bodyguard maids that Zhu Junyang had sent to her, Chunhua and Chushi. Speaking of them, Xiao Cao felt a bit remorseful for what had happened to these 2 maid servants. After the hunt had ended, these two had disappeared for a long period of time. At first, Xiao Xiao had thought that fellow Zhu Junyang had taken them back for a mission. After all, it wasn't easy to raise and keep female hidden soldiers who were skilled at martial arts. Later on, she discovered that her assumption was wrong. In fact, Chunhua and Chushi had the crime of not protecting their master well and were duly punished. They were bedridden for a whole month after that. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhu Junyang worried that Xiao Xiao would feel sad if he gave her new people, these two maids wouldn't be able to even keep their lives. Every time he thought of his little lass confronting that starved and half-mad tiger, helpless and alone, Zhu Junyang had a desire to go out and slaughter people. Although the little lass had put up an external act of being perfectly fine, she had had nightmares for several nights in a row. If another weak and delicate noble maiden had been in her place, they would have become severely ill from the fright and might have laid in bed half dead. In Zhu Junyang's eyes, making the two maid servants, Chunhua and Chushi, bedridden for only a month was a sign of mercy for them. After all, they weren't able to protect his little lass well. Since the two of them had escaped the death penalty, they were even more loyal to their savior, and now naturally accompanied Xiao Xiao wherever she went. Little Black and Little White also came along. To them, the mountainous deep forests in Dongshan Village and West Mountain were considered their true home. Thus, the tiny little patch of mountains behind the imperial plantation wasn't enough for them to play around in. It was only during the trip to the hunting grounds that they were able to show off their true natures, and they nearly terrorized almost half of the beasts living there. However, these two didn't stay with Xiao Xiao as she traveled back. Instead, they ran on the small side roads around them. At this time, they were probably already back at the West Mountain, playing around. Speaking of time passing, it had been a long time since Xiao Xiao had visited the braised food shop in the prefectural city. Her eldest maternal aunt's family had bought a residence in the prefectural city to make it easier for them to keep an eye on things, and they had moved over. The braised food store and pickled vegetables store continued to grow and grow. They even bought all of the shops in the nearby area to expand and create a giant workshop. The two stores were now a wholesale business run by her maternal aunt's family. Right now, we have hired around 30 or so women to help out with our stores. However, the most vital areas involving the recipes and manufacture of our goods are being taken care of by the servants that we have bought off of the market. Other than Huang Xiaomei and her family, we also bought another dozen servants. 5 of the new ones are also from one family. Lu Xiaoyan noticed that Xiao Xiao seemed very interested in this and pulled her into the back courtyard to view the kitchens. About a dozen or so back courtyards of the previous small shops had been renovated into one large area. The place was split into the braised food kitchen, the smoking kitchen, the roasted duck and chicken kitchen. The braised food kitchen was the largest out of them all, as that was the most popular product they sold. Mother and father spend all day managing this business. In order to understand the account books better, my parents have both learned quite a few words. My father also learned how to use the abacus recently and is quite skilled at it now. Since my parents have never undergone formal learning before, they find it a little hard. Younger brother, on the other hand, was sent to a school to learn how to read when he reached the age of 6. As for myself and my older brother, we hired a tutor over and we spend 2 hours each night learning how to read and write. Sometimes, my parents will also sit in on the lessons. Lu Xiaoyan brought Xiao Xiao into the braised food cooking room, and there were a dozen large stoves all roaring with warmth. On top of the stoves were large cauldrons that simmered with large puffs of steam coming out. The entire room was filled with the dense fragrant smell of braised food. The workers inside all were wearing snow-white smocks paired with light green aprons. They also all wore white caps on their heads. Although the room was a bit chaotic inside, it was still very clean and hygienic. Xiao Xiao, you always emphasize the importance of having a clean and tidy kitchen. Even though the scope of our business has gotten larger, we have not relaxed our restrictions on cleanliness. Every day, I'm in charge of making sure each worker is following all of our cleaning procedures. As soon as I discover that someone has broken the rules, I fine them with 3 days' salary. If they end up violating the rules 3 times, then they are sentenced to wash pig intestines and do the most dirty and tiring work in the business. Lu Xiaoyan was quite satisfied with the way she handled things here. At least she didn't make her younger cousin lose any face. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head in satisfaction and then turned to see a familiar face. Xiaomei's mother was no longer the cowardly and timid woman as she first was. Now, she ordered the people below her with a practiced ease as she monitored the people in charge of mixing the spices and adding them to the bubbling cauldrons. When she saw Yu Xiaoxiao and her cousin enter, she revealed a warm smile and came up to greet her masters. Lu Xiaoyan excused her from greeting them in a manner that really bespoke of a head manager. The two of them exited the braised food area and she smiled. For the past 2 years, it wasn't just my family who has improved and matured. In the past, Xiaomei's mother would turn red even from speaking to someone. Now, she's a bustling and energetic woman and very suited to being the head manager of the braised food operations. She paused for a bit and then continued, my mother listened to your advice and delegated all of the normal working responsibilities to other people. It's like you said, there's no point in making a lot of money if you're exhausted every day and you harm your body from working too hard. The pickled vegetable store is now under the control of Huang Xiaomei. She's pretty much learned all of the techniques and recipes you came up for the pickled vegetables. Furthermore, she's very proficient at them. In a moment, I'll take you to the neighboring pickled vegetable store. Do you want to try her handiwork? The braised food kitchen is under Xiaomei's mother's management. As for the smoked food kitchen, that's under the family we bought later and is managed by Lanying, who is the wife of the man of that family. Their whole family had migrated from Sichuan province and the people living there are all good at smoking foods. Thus, she was able to quickly get accustomed to things here. Since we ration the number of sales of roasted chickens and ducks every day, we don't need to make too many. Thus, I usually manage that kitchen. The 2 people I have under me are also quite nimble and agile, so I'm sure before long I won't need to be there in person anymore. Then I can focus on handling the day-to-day money management. Lu Xiaoyan liked the feeling of exchanging so much money that her hand cramped. Thus, no matter how busy their sales were every day, she was still very happy. At the moment, many of the braised food shops in the prefectural city get their goods from us. Not only that, but there are also quite a few wholesale buyers from the nearby Zhou prefecture who come here to buy large quantities of braised food and picked vegetables. Although we sell wholesale items at a slightly lower price, the increased quantity that is sold more than makes up for it all. Whenever she got started about the booming business, Lu Xiaoyan could talk all day. In fact, if you gave her 3 days to talk about it, she'd likely be able to fill your ears without stopping without repeating a single thing. It's around mid-morning right now, so there shouldn't be too many people at the retail store. However, there are plenty of customers at the wholesale business. Let's go and take a look. Lu Xiaoyan pulled Xiaoxiao to walk to the west. There was already a long line of people already waiting there. The wholesale business opens at the crack of dawn until the end of mid-morning, when most of the customers are gone. At that time, that's when the retail stores become more busy. Fortunately, we have hired enough people and they are all good hands at work. This was all said in a slight boasting tone. Was she trying to fish for compliments? Yu Xiaoxiao was quite surprised by the booming braised food and pickled vegetable business in the prefectural city. 2 years ago, she would have never dreamed to have it expand to this state. Although the stores were under the Yu family, in name, the management had pretty much been taken over by her eldest paternal aunt's family. Currently, the Yu's braised food store was considered a collaboration between the 2 families. She provided the capital and ingredients, while her eldest paternal aunt's family was in charge of management. At the end of the year, they split the dividends 40-60. Last year, at the year's end, Xiaoxiao was quite surprised by the amount of money she had received when her older cousin Lu Junping came over to split the money. She had even asked him about it as she was afraid that her eldest paternal aunt's family had given her a larger share than they had agreed on. Now, after personally seeing the booming business, she was able to believe her older cousin's assurances. From how well things were going, it was likely that her split of the money at the end of this year would be even more generous. Yu Xiaoxiao and Lu Xiaoyan both revealed satisfied smiles when they saw the long and orderly line of people waiting to buy goods wholesale. Suddenly, within the line, they saw a familiar figure. This person had peppered white hair, an aged-looking face, drooping eyes that looked a bit cruel, and deep lines around her mouth. All of this combined made her look even more harsh and mean. Wasn't this Xiao Xiao's step-grandmother, Madame Zhang? Madame Zhang hadn't appeared in Xiao Xiao's vicinity for more than 2 years now, and Xiao Xiao had almost forgotten that this particular person still existed. After 2 years had passed, Madame Zhang looked a lot more old compared to before. Her previously straight back was now bent over and there were a lot more wrinkles on her face. Furthermore, more than half of her head of hair had already turned white. Seeing her reminded Xiao Xiao of her own grandfather. Old Yu had been eating the medicinal cuisine that Xiao Xiao had personally prepared for him and had also been consuming mystic stone water. His previously weak body had become healthy again. Her older brother had written a letter to her talking about the farm, and the letter mentioned that their paternal grandfather's energy in the fields were higher than some younger people's. Perhaps it was because he had plumped up a bit, but the wrinkles on his face also seemed to recede recently. If he stood next to Madame Zhang now, despite Madame Zhang being younger than him by 7 to 8 years, it would look like he was standing next to his older sister. Lu Xiaoyan lightly sighed and said, ever since she moved out of Dongshan village, Madame Zhang has been buying wholesale from us so she could sell it at one of the vegetable markets to the south of the city. In the past, all she had to do was order people around. Now, for the sake of earning money for younger uncle's studies and keeping their family afloat, even if it's stormy out, she still opens up her stall to sell goods. Luckily, our braised food is quite popular. I heard Mother mention that, in her youth, Madame Zhang also wasn't a lazy person, so her stall is doing quite well. It's rumored that she's already rented quite a few small stalls in the vegetable market. Other than selling braised food, she also buys vegetables from neighboring farmers to sell as well. What about younger uncle? I heard that he passed the county-level examinations. So it doesn't look like she's labored in vain, right? When she thought back to how it was for her family when she first transmigrated over, where everyone had been used up until they didn't even resemble humans anymore, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't feel one iota of sympathy for the old woman. Lu Xiaoyan nodded her head. Although Mother truly hates Madame Zhang for being so cruel, she can't seem to bring it upon herself to also hate younger uncle who is related to us through grandfather. Every few days or so, she'll go to younger uncle's academy and bring some food for him to eat. Maternal grandfather will also give him some pocket money from time to time. Lu Xiaoyan paused for a moment before she continued. Ever since everyone found out about the crime that Madame Zhang committed and she moved out of Dongshan village, it seems like younger uncle has also matured quite a bit. His past selfishness and desire to cut corners have all been thrown away. Now, he spends all of his time at the academy, studying his heart out. After working hard for 2 to 3 years, he finally passed the county-level exams and became a county official. However, his results were lackluster as he was only in the back of the pack. Not like our little Shido, who was able to score high and become a granary official and receive the government's annual stipend of grain. My mother spoke to one of the teachers at the academy and he said based off of my younger uncle's talents, being able to pass the prefectural level exams would be the best outcome he could manage. As for passing the imperial exams, that likely can't be done by him. If their younger uncle could pass the prefectural level exams, he would get a grain stipend every year from the government and could also decrease the amount of taxes his family had to pay. Should Madame Zhang continue to do business for a few more years and save some money, they could probably buy some land to farm. Even if she couldn't tend the land herself, she could still get an income from renting it out to others. That way, wouldn't her grandfather no longer have to worry about his youngest son anymore? At this time, Madame Zhang had spotted Xiao Xiao and the expression on her face immediately changed and she looked away from Xiao Xiao to avoid her eyes. She scurried her thin and scrawny body to hide behind another person in line. The news that Xiao Xiao had been entitled a royal princess had also spread to the prefectural city. Her eldest paternal aunt and uncle thought that it was a great honor, so they not only bought the longest string of fireworks that could be found but also promoted 3 days of 20% off of all of their goods at the stores. The previous prefectural magistrate of Jinwei Prefecture had already finished his term of service there and moved back to the capital. Now, the Yu's braised food store had an even larger backer. Other than Royal Prince Yang, they also had a royal princess that the emperor himself had titled backing them. This was also the reason why no one ever tried to cause trouble for this business even though it became more and more popular with every passing day. At that time, Madame Zhang had been in the crowd waiting to buy goods wholesale. When she saw the proud and joyful expression on Xiao Xiao's eldest paternal aunt's face, she felt so regretful that her face turned green. If she had treated Xiao Xiao's family better in the past and hadn't been so biased, she might be the one in front basking in the glory. Perhaps, she could still be with the old man and become the noble matriarch of the family. In fact, she might have been able to head to the capital and live in a large compound with a group of maidservants and underlings catering to her every whim, living a life of luxury and glory. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Ever since the news that she had murdered Xiao Xiao's biological grandmother came to light, the Yu family became estranged from her and regarded her with loathing. Madame Zhang avoided Xiao Xiao's line of sight as she was afraid the now royal princess would recall her crimes and send people to pull her into prison. She was already an old woman, so spending time in jail or even getting the capital punishment wasn't a big deal. However, she was anxious about her youngest son's prospects and whether he'd be affected by her issues. Even if the Yu family remembered familial ties and let her youngest son go, without her around providing for the family, how could her son be able to study without any worries? Madame Zhang made the decision to keep her distance away from the Yu family when she spotted them in the future. If she couldn't avoid them, then she would keep her head lowered with a smile on her face. As long as they didn't pursue her past crimes against her, she was even willing to kneel in front of them and beg for forgiveness and mercy. She still had a petty person's way of looking at things. Before she had appeared again, Xiao Xiao had pretty much forgotten to think about her. That being said, Madame Zhang was an old woman in her 60s doing hard labor every day in order to keep herself and her youngest son's family afloat. In Xiao Xiao's eyes, having to work so hard in life at such an advanced age was already the best punishment and torture for her. Xiao Xiao stayed in the prefectural city for 2 days and, during that time, she gave the recipes for Jiangsu-style crystal pork trotters, pork trotter sausages, and sweet and spicy Hezhou black duck as well as numbing and spicy Hezhou black duck to her eldest paternal aunt and her older cousin, Xiaoyang. There were about 20 or so days until the New Year's, so it'd be good to have new products on the market to increase the sales even further. After leaving the prefectural city, she spent 2 days at Tanggu town. Tanggu's greenhouse-grown vegetables and fruits had been entirely dominated by the Yu family. In the past 2 years, the Yu family had expanded their farmstead to over 3,000 mu and they were now the largest privately owned farmstead in the Tanggu area. 2,000 mu were currently planted with high-yielding winter wheat and the remaining 1,000 mu had greenhouse pavilions on them since the start of autumn. All of the nearby vegetable merchants in the vicinity as well as the restaurants all got their supplies of vegetables and fruits from the Yu family. The prices of these greenhouse-grown vegetables and fruits were all at least 10 times as much as they were during the regular growing season. Thus, it was obvious that they were making quite a big profit from all of this. Naturally, there were other people who wanted to reproduce their success and use greenhouses too. However, only the Imperial Court's Ministry of Works had the technology to manufacture the plastic film used in these greenhouses and they didn't produce very much. Not just anyone could get their hands on it. The influential officials in the capital naturally envied the imperial family's dominance over the greenhouse-growing market. However, only those who were stupid would try to compete with the imperial family. There were those who were more shrewd and flexible and tried to reproduce their success in the more faraway Zhou prefecture. However, without Xiao Xiao's mystic stone water on hand as well as a lack of experience in farming, their vegetables and fruits had poor outputs and didn't look very good. They weren't even going to necessarily make up for the amount of money they poured in. When these people failed, the other wealthy and noble families, who had started to get ideas, also decided to let this go. Thus, the greenhouse-growing market was still dominated by only one family. Right now, they were right in the middle of a very popular time for the vegetables and fruits. Other than Yu Shaolian, who was back at Dongshan village managing the pharmaceutical workshop, the rest of the family were all busy working on the farmstead. Even old Yu, who seemed to be more youthful now, was also in the fields picking and weighing vegetables like a busy bee. Even though the family had hired enough workers to keep up with everything, old Yu couldn't stay idle and had a lot of energy in his body. When the family saw him happily working every day, they allowed him to continue to keep up his spirits. "Father, Mother, your cow is back off. Yu Xiaosao hollered loudly from the distance when she saw her parents going over the account books in front of the granary. Yu Hai and his wife thought that they were imagining things when they first heard their younger daughter's voice. Zhuang Xiaomo keenly spotted in the distance that there was a small figure riding on a red horse. He revealed a smile and hurriedly spoke to Yu Hai and Madame Lu. "Uncle Yu, Auntie, Xiaosao is back. You two should quickly go greet her. I'm not in a hurry right now." Ever since the Woku pirate disaster, Zhuang Xiaomo had moved to Dongshan village. As the years went by, he slowly grew up and became more certain that he wanted to marry the hardworking Shaolian. However, as he saw the Yu family's fortunes go up and up, he started to feel a bit of pressure. Uncle Yu and Auntie Yu treated him like their own son and often sent him food. In fact, most of his clothes and shoes were personally made by Auntie Yu. However, he had just reached the age of 17 and knew in his heart that using his sincere character alone was not enough to marry Yu Shaolian. He also needed to make sure that his situation was better to ensure that her living situation would be smooth and steady in the future. Consequently, when Xiaoko came back last year to establish the greenhouse-grown vegetables business and mentioned the booming vegetable and fruit stalls in the capital, Zhuang Xiaomo had an idea. He decided to also start a stall that only sold the expensive greenhouse-grown vegetables and fruits in Tanggu. He didn't have a lot of money on hand and had originally planned on renting a stall in the regular food market for this. As he started on his plans, Uncle Yu found out and enthusiastically supported his idea. However, Uncle Yu advised him against renting a stall at the regular market. After listening to Uncle Yu's reasoning, Zhuang Xiaomo was enlightened. The vast majority of people who went to shop at the regular marketplace were the commoners, but whom among them could afford the expensive out-of-season fruits and vegetables? In the end, Uncle Yu gave him some business capital, and he rented 2 stores in the western rich area of Tanggu town to open Tanggu's first specialty vegetable and fruit stores. Naturally, this money was a loan and he gradually paid it back through the money he had earned. Last autumn, Zhuang Xiaomo's vegetable and fruit stores made a bunch of money. The Yu family's greenhouse business only gave him wholesale pricing on their goods and introduced him to a few old customers. Tanggu never lacked for the rich and wealthy. Thus, Zhuang Xiaomo's vegetable and fruit stores exploded in popularity. In order to make it easier on himself to stock the stores, he bought a donkey cart. Every day, before the sun rose, he would drive the cart to bring the goods over. He spent the morning busily selling his stock. Sometimes, when business was especially good, he would have to go get another set of goods to replenish for the afternoon. He was quite busy every day. At the start of spring, Zhuang Xiaomo went to look at his account books and the results stunned him completely. In one winter, he not only made back all of the money that Uncle Yu had lent him as well as the money he spent to buy the donkey cart, but he also made 300 taels to spare. He was only idle for a few days, fixing up the store, when the Yu family's early ripening watermelons were ready to go on the market. Thus, a new episode of business began for him. The watermelons could be sold until the end of summer. Furthermore, when that time came, the surplus grapes, pears and apples that the Yu family couldn't eat also came on the market. Following that, it was the start of the busy season for the greenhouse-grown vegetables and fruits again. They were currently right in the middle of the busy season for the greenhouse-grown vegetables and fruits. Every day, a whole cart full of vegetables and fruits would be sold out before noon. Furthermore, he always had a list of customers who reserved more goods to be delivered in the afternoon. Thus, Zhuang Xiaomo took advantage of the noon period, when no one was in the store, to drive his little black donkey and cart to get replenishments. He wasn't expecting that Xiaosao would appear at this time. It had almost been half a year since Yu Hai last saw his youngest daughter and he missed her dearly and worried about her. At the end of autumn, someone from the capital had especially come over to give some good news to them. They said that his youngest daughter had saved the eldest imperial prince during the autumn hunt and had been titled a royal princess as a reward. Everyone else only saw the glory and honor that his youngest daughter brought to their family, but how could they understand a father's worried heart? There were many skilled experts protecting the eldest imperial prince. If Kaur was the one to save him, then how dangerous of a situation must have it been at the time. His youngest daughter had no skills at fighting, so he didn't know whether she had gotten frightened or injured from that time. She always only gave them the good news and not bad. As her parents, how could they not fret over her? For the past few months, Yu-hai and Madame Lu tossed and turned at night on their bed. If it wasn't for the fact that they were so busy with the greenhouse business, the two of them would have long packed their luggage and visited the capital to take a look. Fortunately, their youngest daughter understood their anxious hearts and very quickly sent a letter over telling them that she would be back in the 12th month to visit. She was planning on staying to happily celebrate the New Year's with them. Only then did the two of them restrain themselves from visiting the capital. They impatiently waited for the 12th month to arrive. When they heard the faint yet clear sound of his youngest daughter's voice and raised their heads to see her tiny figure in the distance, the two of them could no longer restrain their worries. Yu-hai smiled apologetically at Zhuang Xiaomo and couldn't be bothered to take off his gloves or arm guards before he started running towards his youngest daughter, who was already at the entrance of the farmstead. In order not to delay the business for their customers, Madame Lu called her father-in-law and eldest son over to take over. One of them could weigh while the other one dealt with the money and records. Only then did she follow her husband from behind and run towards her youngest daughter. Father! Yu Xiaosao jumped off her horse and threw herself at her father's arms like a bird coming back to nest. Be careful, be careful. Yu-hai watched in alarm as his youngest daughter leapt off the back of that high horse. He hurried over to catch his youngest daughter's delicate body. He felt his youngest daughter's icy cold face and looked at her nose which had turned bright red from the cold. Yu-hai remarked worriedly, "It's the middle of winter, why did you ride a horse home? What's wrong with sitting in a nice and comfortable carriage? Carriages go too slow and I wanted to get back earlier to see father and mother off." Yu Xiaosao saw her mother huffing and puffing as she ran over and threw herself at her. She fiercely hugged her mother's soft body and couldn't help but rub up against her mother in a spoiled manner. Madame Lu tapped her head and remarked in a scolding tone, It's not as if mother and father will run away. What's the difference between getting back a day or two later? If you got sick from the cold, however, then we would feel really bad. Iya, your tiny hands are like ice cubes. Quickly, come with mother to go inside and warm up. The Kong bed has had fuel burning this entire time. Madame Lu pulled on her youngest daughter's hands and continuously blew hot air on them. Yu-hai took off his gloves and used his large, warm hands to envelop them and rub them to add heat. Before long, Xiaosao's hands had thawed. The largest courtyard in the farmstead was the one occupied by the Yu family. It was a simply crafted four-sided courtyard with a main structure that had 3 rooms and 2 side rooms on the left and right. Yu-hai and his wife took their youngest daughter into their own room and had her sit on the bed after taking off her boots. They noticed that her 4 maid servants had also been frozen until their faces turned red and their lips turned blue. Madame Lu stated, "We don't have that many customs in the countryside. The 4 of you should also sit on the Kong bed to warm up." Wadong and Yingchun had previously experienced sitting on the same Kong bed as their master before, so they readily went up. Chunhua and Chushi, on the other hand, had been scrupulously trained and they refused to go on the bed. Instead, they would only compromise on sitting a small stool next to the Kong bed. Wadong noticed the stubborn looks on their faces and persuaded them, "This room doesn't have a heated floor or heated walls. Only the Kong bed provides warmth here. If you two get sick from the cold and can't take care of our master, you'll end up making our master worried. If Royal Prince Yang was also here, he wouldn't say anything either about you sitting on the Kong bed." Yu Xiaosao held onto her comfortable hand warmer and deliberately pretended to be angry as she raised her eyes. "Chunhua, Chushi. If you want to keep me as your master, then sit down. Otherwise, at the start of spring when we're back at the capital, you should go back to the hidden ranks. I absolutely cannot keep servants who do not listen to my orders." When Chunhua and Chushi heard this, they hurriedly knelt down in alarm to apologize. Hidden soldiers who had been sent back had either committed an unforgivable crime or had some sort of other fault. It was obvious what their fate would be then. Madame Lu came with 2 bowls of ginger sugar soup and saw the 2 maid servants kneeling on the icy cold floor. She hurriedly said, "Coward, even if they made a mistake, we shouldn't let these people kneel for this long. Quickly let them get up in order to avoid harming their knees. Return back to the ranks or listen to my orders unconditionally. You two can choose one." Yu Xiaosao took the bowl of ginger sugar soup from her mother's hands and drank it in one gulp. The warm and toasty liquid warmed up her insides and pushed away the cold from her body. Chunhua and Chushi both vowed that they would listen to her orders. Yu Xiaoxiao pointed at the free space on the Kong bed. That's good, then you two should sit there. You won't refuse this time, right? The two maidservants exchanged looks and obediently pulled themselves onto the Kong bed. They sat at the very edge of the Kong bed with their legs tucked under them. Yu Xiaoxiao revealed a faint smile and said, "Arya, give the bowl of ginger sugar soup to these two older sisters. It's best to drink it while warm so it can drive away the cold." Wadung suppressed the smile coming on her lips as she watched the two maidservants obediently take the crude bowl of porcelain over and drink the soup in a few sips. She also drank down her own ginger sugar soup and said, "We don't need to worry about your loyalties. However, you two really need to understand your true position here. Are you Royal Prince Yang's maidservants or our young misses? If you're with our young miss, you naturally should listen to her orders. Our young miss has a kind and generous heart and is not very strict about the customs. As long as you do your own work properly, there's no need to walk on eggshells around her." Chunhua and Chushi both nodded their heads and thanked her for her advice. Before long, Madame Lu came over with 2 plates of pastries and placed it on the small table on the Kong bed and said, "It must have been tiring to travel so quickly here. Eat some pastries for now. The pot is stewing a small wild pheasant. Tonight, we'll eat dinner early and rest early. Tomorrow, we'll go with you back to Dongshan village." Yingchun saw that her mistress's mother was going back to the kitchen and perceptively jumped down. She put on her thick fur-lined boots and chased after the older woman. "Although my skills are not as good as yours, madam, I can still be of great help in the kitchen." Madame Lu shook her head at her and pushed the maid back towards the room. "No need, we don't have so many customs in our family. Go back to the room and warm up completely first. Then, this servant will help the madam manage the fire. The stove is much warmer than being on the Kong bed. This servant will be gaining a favor from this." Yingchun said all of this with a cheerful smile on her face, making Madame Lu unable to rebuff her offer. Yu Xiaoxiao had the protection of the little divine stone on this journey, so she didn't feel like she had gotten exposed to the cold. In addition, she had also added some mystic stone water to the water that her maidservants drank every day. Thus, they weren't harmed from exposure either. Before long, they all warmed up. When they saw that the madam was in the kitchen cooking for them, the maidservants couldn't sit still anymore. Unfortunately, not a single one of them had any talent at cooking. They could only enter the kitchen to do chores like washing vegetables and cutting them. Madame Lu thought that they were in the way and sent them all out. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled up her own sleeves and began to cook. She made Sichuan poached fish in chili sauce, spicy chicken pieces, and spicy congee. Eating spicy food in this type of weather warmed a person's belly up. The 4 maidservants were quite frightened by the fact that they had let their master cook food for them to eat. It was truly disgraceful of them. When they got back to the capital, all of them worked hard to learn how to cook. Although their food wasn't as tasty as the food made by cook maids, they were still edible. But this was in the future. After living on the farmstead for a few days, Xiaoxiao realized that the scope of the greenhouse business here in Tanggu was not in any way smaller than the one in the capital. Just from wholesale alone, they sold tens of thousands of caddies of vegetables and fruits every day. This basically meant that they made a few thousand taels in income every day. It was likely that Yu Xiaoxiao no longer knew just how much wealth her own family had at this point. During those days, Yu Xiaoxiao brought her 4 maidservants along to also help on the farm. Chunhua and Chushi clearly had martial arts skills, as both of them had much more strength than the average person. Containers holding over 100 caddies of vegetables were easily moved around by them like it was no big deal. The male workers on the farmstead were all so shocked that their eyes nearly fell out of their heads when they saw those 2 maids working. As for Wadung and Yingchun, they stayed with her. One of them worked the scale, while the other worked on the books. They cooperated quite nicely together and helped save Yu Hai and his family quite a bit of work. As New Year's got closer and closer, Madame Lu finally was able to hand her work to Yingchun and have some time to herself. She took her daughter and her remaining 3 maids to spend lots of time perusing the markets to buy items for the New Year's celebrations. It wasn't easy for her daughter to make it back for the holiday to celebrate together. Thus, She needed to make sure they bought everything they needed. In reality, the family had their own supply of fruits and vegetables, and it was very easy for their family to buy any chickens, ducks, and seafood they needed in the village. Thus, there wasn't much they needed to buy. However, shopping was a woman's pleasure. Every day, they left with empty baskets but would always come back with packages, large and small, with them. Chunhua and Chushi had become their bag holders and ended up with all sorts of shopping bags hanging off of them every day. On the 20th day of the 12th month, Madame Lu took her daughter with her back to Dongshan village with a giant donkey cart filled to the brim with goods. This time, when Yu Xiaosao came back, she didn't bring any of the ceremonious gear that was befitting of a feudal princess or royal princess rank. Thus, the villagers were much more welcoming and casual when they saw her. Seeing their familiar faces with their warm smiles, hearing their familiar voices with the hard-to-forget village accent, Yu Xiaosao sometimes thought that this sort of simple and honest life was what she really wanted. No matter how much glory, splendor, gold, silver, and treasures one had, one couldn't buy sincerity or the warmth of true friendship. It couldn't buy a simple honest life. Homesickness suddenly struck her. Xiaosao. Lu Huifang had already transformed into a slender and pretty young maiden. She had just accompanied her father to deliver a cart full of chicken eggs and didn't expect to see her childhood friend at the mouth of the village. Now, Lu Xuanzhu's entire family were occupied with their chicken-raising business. They now had almost 1,000 chickens at home. Although the hens didn't like to lay eggs as much in the winter, they still had some eggs every few days or so. Selling those eggs to the Zhou family's factories was also a good source of income. Lu Huifang jumped off of the donkey cart and jogged over to pull on Xiaosao's hand. The smile on her face was sincere and pretty. "A few days ago, I saw Little Black in the forest, so I knew you were going to be back soon. The capital is truly good at nourishing people. Look at how tender and fair your skin is. I always thought I had a pretty good complexion in the village, but when I stand next to you, I look like a piece of charcoal instead. No worries, as long as my older brother doesn't care, what does it matter then?" Sometime, while she was gone, Yu Heng and older sister Huifeng had ended up seeing eye to eye. When her mother had someone help her write a letter, she had specifically mentioned this detail. Uncle Xuanzhu was good friends with her father and their whole family was of good moral character. Older sister Huifeng had an open personality and was very hard-working. She also had a good relationship with her. Thus, in Yu Xiaosao's mind, she was more than happy to have Huifeng become her older sister-in-law in the future. From the letter her family sent her, she could tell that everyone else also liked her quite a bit. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them were still quite young, Madame Lu would have gone over to Huifeng's family to negotiate for a betrothal. She needed to strike early in order to obtain such a good girl for her son. Lu Huifeng's cheeks immediately turned bright red after being teased by her good friend. She glared at her and grumbled, "If you're only going to speak nonsense, I'm going to ignore you. Why do you think I'm speaking nonsense? Aren't people supposed to stick to the truth at this time of year? Sigh, my future older sister-in-law is so hard to get along with. As the younger sister-in-law, it looks like I'll have a difficult time in the future." Yu Xiaosao shook her head and sighed, but her eyes glinted with a spark of mischief. Lu Huifeng revealed an embarrassed expression and raised a hand to lightly slap Xiaosao's shoulder. She was halfway there when another hand stopped her. She raised her head and met a pair of eyes that were full of warning. Lu Huifeng looked at Xiaosao in a flabbergasted manner and asked, "Who is she? Ah?" Wadeng hurriedly took her hand out of Chushi's hand and smiled, "Miss Lu, this is a misunderstanding. Chushi is in charge of our young Miss's safety and was only trying to protect her. Chushi, Miss Lu is only playing around with our young Miss, so there's no need to be too nervous. Dongshan Village's people have either watched our young Miss grow up or were friends with her during childhood. No one will harm her. You too, can just relax a bit." Now, Wadeng was no longer like she was before when she viewed everyone around her as beneath her. She now treated her young Miss's friends in a polite and friendly manner. Chushi looked at her master. When she saw Xiaosao lightly nod in agreement with Wadeng's words, she released Lu Huifeng's hand and simply said, "Please forgive me." Lu Huifeng looked at Chunhua, who was behind Chushi and Xiaosao. The other girl was standing straight and seemed quite fierce. She lightly elbowed Xiaoxiao and grinned, "Oh ho. Looks like becoming a royal princess does have some changes in customs. You now have female bodyguards protecting you." Xiaoxiao winked at her and said, "No matter how powerful this royal princess is, my older sister-in-law will still be able to outrank me. An older sister-in-law is like a second mother. I currently need to fawn over you, that way you'll treat me better in the future." Speaking nonsense again. Lu Huifeng lightly pinched her small arm. This time, the two bodyguard maids didn't try to stop her. "All right, don't be embarrassed and come back home with me. I have things I want to give you." Like she did in the past, Yu Xiaoxiao linked her arms with older sister Huifeng and the two of them laughed and chatted as they headed towards the Yu family's residence. She had stayed a few days in the prefectural city and Tanggu town, so it was likely the luggage carts had already gotten to her home. Lu Xuanju cheerfully watched as Xiaoxiao took his daughter away. After saying a greeting to Madame Lu, he drove the donkey cart home. His wife had seen her daughter and husband leave together, but when only her husband returned, she asked, "Where's Huifeng?" "The Yu family's lass, Xiaoxiao, is back and called our daughter to her home. She said she has some gifts to give our daughter." Lu Xuanju unhitched the animals from the cart and took out some fodder from their shelter for them. Xuanju's wife was currently taking out the laundry and her hands faltered for a moment and a slightly worried look appeared on her face. Lu Xuanju noticed that his wife was sighing repeatedly and asked, "Wife, what's wrong? Is that brat Titan causing you problems? Just watch me discipline him. Titaner, come out for your father. Our son is currently practicing his calligraphy, why are you hollering about?" Xuanju's wife rolled her eyes at him and continued, "Titaner is very sweet and obedient. He works very hard at school and even the teacher there said that at the start of spring, he can try taking the entrance exam to Rongshuan Academy. The teacher really said that. This boy is truly giving me some face. If he can enter Rongshuan Academy, I can't guarantee anything else but he will definitely be able to become a county-level official. At that time, our family will also have a county official then." Lu Xuanju broadly smiled and revealed a joyous expression on his face. "Father, what did you call me for?" Titaner came out of his own room and was still holding a writing brush with ink on it. Lu Xuanju patted his son's shoulder and the smile on his face broadened as he proclaimed, "Nothing at all. Continue to work hard. I don't know if your older brother Shido will come back for the New Year's, but if he does you can ask him for some tips for the examination. That way you can work hard to pass the entrance examination to Rongshuan Academy and give our old Lu family some glory." Titan's round little face revealed a smile and he said, "Older brother Shido will definitely come back because he goes wherever older sister Xiaoxiao goes. Since older sister Xiaoxiao came back for the New Year's, older brother Shido will not let this opportunity go. Father, don't worry, I will definitely work hard and test into Rongshuan Academy. Good son. Go on and you can continue working on your calligraphy." Lu Xuanju thought that his son's nimble brain resembled his own. However, his family's situation wasn't good enough when he was young to allow him to study. Otherwise, he might be a county official right now. In the blink of an eye, he noticed that his wife's expression was still a bit worried and he inquired in puzzlement, "Since it wasn't our son that made you unhappy, then why do you have such a long look on your face? What's going on? I'm worried about our daughter." Xuanju's wife glared at her husband. He was a good man but he was a bit too thick sometimes. Lu Xuanju was even more perplexed now and asked in a puzzled tone, "Our daughter? What's up with our daughter? If it wasn't for her coming up with the idea to raise chickens, do you think our family would be doing so well now? Our daughter is so hardworking, what is there for you to be worried about? I'm talking about Huifeng and Xiaoxia's thing." Xuanju's wife threw the piece of clothing in her hands into the wooden basin next to her and glared at her husband with an exasperated look. At that time, the Yu family's braised food shops roasted chicken, smoked chicken, and air-dried chicken were very popular in the prefectural city. The Yu family was honest and would rather spend more time on the road to help their fellow villagers do well. The Lu family now raised the largest number of chickens in the village, so they sent a bunch of chickens every few days to the prefecture city. Yu Heng often came over to help settle the bill. As time passed on, he and Huifeng became familiar with each other. The two families began to work even more closely together as business partners, and the two of them naturally began to develop feelings for each other. Lu Xuanzhu scratched the back of his head and frowned. What's wrong with our daughter and Xiaoxia? Did Xiaoxia do something to make our daughter unhappy? I'll go and scold him now and let him know that our daughter isn't someone he can just bully because he wants to. As he finished, he turned around to head out the gate. You come back right now. Xuanzhu's wife felt quite helpless at this turn of events. If her husband could accurately guess what she was thinking, then the sun would start rising from the west. I was trying to say, Xiaoxiao is a royal princess now and has the same status as the daughter of an imperial prince. Furthermore, for the past 2 years, the Yu family's business has continued to expand and become more prosperous. I won't even mention their other businesses, but just from the greenhouse-grown vegetables alone, I'm pretty sure they'd make at least 10,000 taels in one winter, and that's estimating low, right? Although our family is one of the most prosperous in the village now, the gap between our two families is still too large, right? Wife, are you trying to say that when our daughter marries into their family, they'll look down on her? Don't worry about that. Brother Dahai and his wife aren't the type of people to do that. That being said, we've watched Xiaoxia grow up under our eyes and we can definitely vouch for his personal character. Lu Xuanzhu thought that his wife was thinking too much. Madame Lu was very satisfied with their daughter and even told them that after the New Year's, they should make things official between their two children. If they decided that this was too early for their daughter, they could wait another 2 years before they got engaged. But the social gap between our two families is really too big. I heard that Xiaoxiao not only was titled a royal princess but that the emperor and empress treat her very well, almost as if she was their own daughter. The eldest imperial prince even calls her older sister. Xuanzhu's wife was quite anxious about this. Lu Xuanzhu also frowned at this and said, that last Xiaoxiao is a fortunate one indeed. However, Xiaoxiao is still Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxia is still Xiaoxia. Brother Dahai also said that if little Shido passes the imperial court's examinations and becomes an official at court, Tangu's farmstead and the businesses at Dongshan village would be inherited by Xiaoxia. Their roots are in Dongshan village and the eldest son should keep an eye on their ancestral home. With that, Huaifang will also be close to us and we can help her when needed. What's there to be worried about then? That being said, that last Xiaoxiao isn't one of those people with her head up high and eyes to the sky. Today, when she saw our daughter, she was very intimate and friendly with her just like before. But I still feel a bit anxious within my heart. Regardless, Xuanzhu's wife felt a bit better after hearing her husband's analysis of the issue. He was right. The Yu family was famous in the village for being honest and trustworthy. Furthermore, the head of the Yu family had pretty much grown up with her husband like true brothers. The Yu family's wife had a good-natured personality and was very satisfied with her daughter. In addition, Xiaoxia was a hard worker and had a trustworthy personality. What did she have to be worried about now? Mother, once older brother passes the exams and becomes an official, he can give support to older sister. The Lu family's youngest daughter had originally been sitting in the courtyard, shelling peanuts obediently. When she heard her father and mother talking, she childishly interjected her opinion. Lu Xuanzhu strode over to his daughter and picked her up, lifting her high. He laughed joyously. Our Xiaoyar is right. When your older brother becomes an official, then we'll also find you an official to be your husband. Xuanzhu's wife rescued her daughter from her husband and glared at him. What nonsense are you saying now? Are you not afraid you'll lead our daughter down a crooked road? Xiaoyar pinched up a shelled peanut and delivered it into her father's mouth as she mumbled, I don't want to be the wife of an official. Lu Xuanzhu chewed on the peanut and guffawed. Then what type of man does our Yar want to marry? Xiaoyar puffed up her bun-like face and frowned for a bit before she stated in a conflicted tone, I want to find someone who is hardworking, just like older Xiaoxiao. Someone who can do anything. If older sister Xiaoxiao was a man, Yar would definitely marry her. All right, in the future, father will make sure to find you a hardworking man. Lu Xuanzhu had been tickled by his youngest daughter's somewhat childish thoughts on the matter. His wife could only shake her head repeatedly. This child truly knew no shame and was willing to say anything out loud. While the two of them were at home teasing their children, their oldest daughter was already sitting on the Kong bed in Xiaoxiao's maiden room. Huaifang's eyes were wide open in astonishment as she looked at the beautiful and delicate wooden boxes on the bed. She couldn't help but remark in surprise, "This set of blossoming beauty skincare products is for me." "That's right, weren't you complaining earlier that you thought your skin wasn't bright and fair enough? This set is for brightening and hydrating the skin, and it's very efficacious. This set contains a washing lotion, moisturizing toner, whitening essence, and hydrating cream. If you follow the instructions I just told you and use it every morning and night, after 1 month, I guarantee that your skin will be fairer by a shade and also look very bright and hydrated. I'm sure my older brother will be so entranced by you then." Yu Xiaoxiao revealed a grin. In the previous dynasty, there were plenty of 15 and 16-year-old youths and maidens getting married and having children everywhere. Yu Heng and Lu Huaifang were experiencing their first awakening of love. Even when their eyes met across the room, they would blush. After being teased by Xiaoxiao, Lu Huaifang's face was so hot that one could fry an egg on top. Yu Xiaoxiao saw that older sister Huaifang had now buried her face into her chest and stopped teasing the other girl before it got too much. "Oh right, during the autumn hunt, Little Black and Little White caught a lot of red and silver foxes, so I have a lot of fox pelts. Bring these back to give to Uncle Xuanju and Auntie so they can use them to make a hat and scarf." The old men in the capital often wear fur hats in the winter. However, silver fox pelts aren't something that anyone can buy. Since they are that rare, you should leave them for Uncle Yu and Auntie instead. Lu Huaifang stroked the silky soft fur on the silver fox pelt. Even if she didn't know what it was, she could tell that it was very valuable and expensive. "Little Black and Little White are very talented and hardworking. I not only have set aside some for my parents, but my grandfather and godparents also have a share. I especially picked out these 2 pelts to give to Uncle and Auntie Xuanju. This is a box of pastries that I got from my family's pastry shop, and I'm sure it'll taste just as good as the pastries I got from Daoshong village last year. Bring it back so Titan and younger sister Yar can try some." Yu Xiaoxiao was very thoughtful and had prepared gifts for everyone in the Lu family. She knew that little Titan was currently studying and especially gave a set of brushes and paper for him. "Isn't all of this a bit too expensive? Without even mentioning the 2 fur pelts, just the blossoming beauty skincare set was incredibly pricey." She had gone to the prefectural city with her father before and had once overheard a young miss from a wealthy family happily bragging that she had gotten a handmade soap from the capital's famous blossoming beauty cosmetic shop. Just one soap cost a few dozen taels. She even said that blossoming beauties prices were sky high and only the noble and wealthy families could afford goods from there. In fact, just registering a card there cost around 10,000 taels. If a tiny piece of soap was that pricey, then this set of skincare items probably cost around at least a few thousand taels. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at her and said, "These gifts I prepared, the furs were from my own hunting, and the cosmetics and pastries I took from my own shops. Other than the few taels I spent on the brushes and paper, which of these are considered expensive for me? Older sister Huaifang, when did you become so conservative and maudlin? You're not at all like you were in the past, so open and free. If you don't take them, then I won't recognize you as my older sister-in-law." If she continued to refuse, then it would be a bit too impolite. Lu Huaifang could only take these gifts with a blush on her face. The 2 friends were chatting quite happily when they heard a person in the courtyard yell, "Auntie Yu, I heard younger sister Xiaoxiao has come back and I'm here to see her." Madame Lu was just in the middle of organizing the storeroom with the 4 maidservants and raised her head to see the Zheng family's lass. The smile on her face congealed lightly. Madame Lu truly couldn't find it in her to like that lass Zheng Xiaoqui. That lass had too many schemes in her head and was always trying to get something good out of other people's hands and never seemed to realize that no one was as stupid as she thought. In the past, when Royal Prince Yong went to visit Xiaoxiao, she would always show up and try to tag along. It was rumored that she even wanted to become a concubine of the royal prince, so Kao's other friends didn't even like bringing her along to play anymore. Later on, she wasn't sure just what exactly Royal Prince Yong said, but this lass didn't try to find her youngest daughter for a long time. Madame Lu had originally thought that the lass had smartened up. However, As the Yu family became more and more prosperous, apparently this lass now had the idea to cozy up to her own son. As long as Yu Heng came back from Tanggu town, she would always, coincidentally, bump into him. Madame Lu had seen a few times just how this lass interacted with her son. She always talked to him in a coy and breathless manner, and her eyes seemed to be glued onto her son's body. Luckily, Hanger didn't seem to have any good feelings towards the girl and would always greet her politely before making his escape as fast as possible. However, Zheng Xiaoqui refused to give up and often used the excuse of looking for Xiaolian to spend half of the day at their residence. She even deliberately pretended to not notice the pointed looks and hints to leave from other people. It really made people feel helpless. Who knew what little scheme she was cooking this time? Although Madame Lu didn't like her very much, they were both from the same village, so she couldn't just shoo the girl away. She could only squeeze out a smile and say, "Cower is in her room talking to Huaifang. Ah. Huaifang is also here." The expression on Zheng Xiaoqui's face slightly changed and she couldn't hide the jealousy within her eyes. Her mother had told her that girls had to be subtle when chasing boys. Originally, she thought that as long as she struck first and created more opportunities to meet Yu Heng, that kind and obedient youth would very quickly fall into her hands. However, that fellow was as dense as a block of wood. No matter how much she hinted, he refused to get a clue. Her mother had told her that some boys matured late. Perhaps Yu Heng just hadn't gotten to the point where he was interested in girls yet. However, how could she know that not long ago, news came out that the Yu family was intending on engaging their son to the Lu family's Huaifang. Although it wasn't officially set, they had already exchanged a few tokens. Just what part of that wretch, Lu Huaifang, was better than herself? She spent all day with the chickens and smelled horrible. She wasn't as pretty as herself, so was that fellow Yu Heng blind. He didn't choose her and chose Huaifang instead. Zheng Xiaoqui was about the same age as Huaifang and would be turning 16 after the New Year's. Her older sister had been married off at that same age to a cripple who was older than her by 10 years. The reason was because his family was able to give out 50 taels as a betrothal gift. The Zheng family didn't have a good reputation in Dongshan village. The men in the family were all lazy and didn't do much work while also only valuing boys and not girls. In her father's eyes, the only point of having daughters was to have them do work around the house and then get some valuable betrothal gifts when they got married off. Appearance-wise, Zheng Xiaoqui was considered to be a beauty in the village. Her father had long started to plan just what sort of benefits he could get off of her. Thus, when his daughter shamelessly tried to get closer to the Yu family's eldest son, he turned a blind eye to this. If his daughter became the eldest daughter-in-law of the Yu family, wouldn't the Yu family's large and prosperous businesses become the Zheng family's? However, when he found out that there wasn't much hope for Yu Heng anymore, he started to ask the matchmaker for other matches. He discovered that there was a local tycoon in town who was looking to take in his 12th concubine. It was rumored that the tycoon would be giving out 200 taels as a betrothal gift. When Zheng Xiaoqui found out from her mother that she was about to be sold to an old man to become his 12th concubine, she almost fainted right then and there. If she had to become a concubine, then at least she should become a concubine to a person like Royal Prince Yang. Royal Prince Yang had a face that was even more beautiful than hers and had a well-sculpted body to match. Furthermore, his status in society was also very appealing. At this time, she had long forgotten the threats that Royal Prince Yang had said to her. When she found out that Xiaoxiao was going to come back to celebrate the New Year's, she had started counting the days. Xiaoxiao spent most of her time in the capital and was also quite close to Royal Prince Yang. If she could convince the other girl to bring her to the capital, she would be able to find an opportunity to get closer to the prince and have him see her charms. This last truly dared to dream high. Even if Royal Prince Yang didn't have the ability to read her thoughts and see through her schemes, he still wouldn't be interested in her somewhat pretty and bland looks. In fact, even his bodyguards wouldn't be interested in her, let alone someone like the prince who saw glorious beauties all the time. Zheng Xiaoqui saw the pile of New Year's gifts in the courtyard that were piled up like a mountain, and the jealousy in her heart blazed high. If Yu Heng hadn't been seduced by that slut, Lu Huaifang, then all of these delicate silk bolts, gold and silver treasures, precious curiosities, and famous goods from the capital would be considered hers. All hers. Zheng Xiaoqui deeply inhaled and did her best to move her eyes away from the valuable objects. There was no hope left for Yu Hang, but if she became a concubine of Royal Prince Yang, she would not only have status but also have wealth. Wouldn't that be much better than marrying into a tycoon's family? For the sake of her goal, she raised her spirits and revealed what she thought was her warmest smile and entered Xiao Xiao's room. Xiao Xiao, when I found out you got back, I especially brought over some of your favorite hickory nuts and hazelnuts. They've all been roasted already, quickly try some. Yu Xiaoxiao stared at the other girl for a long time and then looked over at older sister Huaifang for help. Who is this How come I don't really have an impression of her? In the past, when she was in Dongshan village, she was always busy doing something or other and didn't have much time to interact with the other villagers. She only spent time playing with older sister Huaifang, Shanhu, and Qian Yufang. As for everyone else, she mostly nodded her head and smiled when she saw them. Zheng Xiaoqui almost couldn't keep the smile on her face. What was this all about? Did she become arrogant after becoming a royal princess and no longer deign to recognize her old playmate? Yu Xiaoxiao, I didn't think you'd become this kind of person. Lu Huaifang also knew that Zheng Xiaoqui had once set her eyes on Yu Hang. However, they were all from one village. Normally, they went along their separate ways, but it wasn't good to outright ignore her. After seeing Xiao Xiao's reaction, she almost burst out into laughter. You keep pretending to be very close to her, but she doesn't even remember who you are. Isn't that embarrassing? However, after thinking about it, she understood why. In the past, every time she had made plans with Xiao Xiao to go gather seafood or wild nuts in the mountains, Zheng Xiaoqui always used her name to tag along. Later on, Xiao Xiao had gotten busy and they rarely had the time to go together to the mountains or ocean. It had been a few years ago, so it wasn't surprising that Xiao Xiao couldn't remember Zheng Xiaoqui. Younger sister Xiao Xiao, this is Zheng Xiaoqui. Her family lives pretty close to mine. In the past, we had gone out together to pick wild mushrooms. Lu Huaifang gave a short introduction to the other girl. Yu Xiaoxiao frowned for a bit and then very soon revealed an expression that showed she remembered. Zheng Xiaoqui immediately smiled broadly and pulled at Xiao Xiao's delicate and soft hand and warmly said, "That's right. It's me. At that time, you used to call me older sister Xiaoqui. It's been almost 2 years since you last came back to Dongshan village. At that time, you were still young, so it's not surprising you can't remember who I am." Yu Xiaoxiao now remembered that Royal Prince Yang had warned her in the past that she shouldn't spend too much time with this girl as she had unclean thoughts. Although she didn't think it was a big deal, she never doubted that fellow's abilities. This was the perfect example of someone eyeing a benefit they could get from you while acting solicitous. It looked like she needed to keep her guard up in order to avoid falling into this person's plans. I remember now. You're the person who Shanhu said who wanted to become the concubine of Royal Prince Yang and got angry and left. Yu Xiaoxiao took her hand out of the other girl's and slapped the bed with an expression that showed that she had realized something. Zheng Xiaoqui's face froze. This stupid brat. She couldn't remember anything else except that Just as she was racking her brains, trying to find a way to change the topic, Yu Xiaoxiao spoke again. "Xiaoqui, where did you hear about becoming a concubine? Our Dongshan village doesn't have the precedence of selling their daughters to become low-ranked concubines in wealthy people's families." After a short pause, she shook her head again and said, "Besides, a concubine is merely a plaything for her husband in a wealthy family. The mother-in-law can simply punish her with one simple command. The maid-servants in the estate will not treat her as one of their masters. Even the child they give birth to cannot address his or her own mother as mother. Instead, the child had to refer to her as concubine. I just don't understand why some women are scrambling to become a concubine. Sister Huaifang, do you agree?" Lu Huaifang saw that the expression on Zheng Xiaoqui's face was becoming more and more unsightly. When she recalled how Zheng Xiaoqui had accused her of seducing Yu Hang behind her back in the village, she grinned in agreement. "Isn't that right? Even though you will be poor and tired, you can still live with dignity and freedom if you're married to an ordinary family. I heard that sometimes, a concubine's status cannot even be compared to a maidservant that has some power and influence in the estate. Why would anyone be so desperate to be someone's maidservant? Zheng Xiaoqui hated that she couldn't shred Lu Huifang's proud face into pieces. She was just blabbering on because it had nothing to do with her. If she managed to snatch Yu Hang back then, Lu Huifang wouldn't have been able to say what she had just said. It was a pity that Yu Hang acted like a piece of wood. He never fell for her charms. It was like she was acting kind in front of a blind person. However, this was not the time for her to argue with that cheap woman. Zheng Xiaoqui forced out a smile and asked curiously, "Xiaosao, what is the capital like? Is it fun? The farthest I've been is to the town. The capital is much bigger than the town, right?" Xiaosao didn't really want to talk to her and was about to give her a perfunctory reply when she saw the curiosity in Sister Huifang's eyes. She picked a few interesting and exciting stories and told them about the prosperous and lively imperial capital. Zheng Xiaoqui had a fascinated expression on her face when she muttered, "I can die without any regrets in this life if I have the chance to stroll around the streets of the imperial city." "Xiaosao, now that you're promoted to a royal princess, will you be moving into a bigger house? Do you need maidservants? Do you think I can be your maidservant?" In her opinion, even someone as stupid and slow as Arya was bought by Xiaosao's family to be a maidservant. Therefore, she would definitely qualify as a maidservant. After all, she was clever, nimble, and efficient, so she was qualified to be Xiaosao maidservant. Wudong, who had finished arranging the gifts and the luggage, coincidentally entered the house and overheard their conversation. She sized Zheng Xiaoqui up and down, and then sneered, "A person like you wants to work as a maidservant. You're not even qualified to be a maidservant that does rough work around the Yu estate." It was fine if Xiaosao treated her coldly, but how can she stand being ridiculed by a mere maidservant? Zheng Xiaoqui felt humiliated. She was so angry that her neck had turned red. "Xiaosao, aren't you going to punish your servant?" Yu Xiaosao chided Wudong indifferently since Zheng Xiaoqui came from the same village as her. "Xiaoqui, Wudong, and Pippa are in charge of all the maidservants in my estate. She took your joke seriously. This maidservant is frank and outspoken, so you shouldn't take what she says to heart." Wudong regretted her words the moment she said them. After all, everyone who came to the estate was a guest. Although she had never heard her young miss mention this lady before, this lady might still be her young miss's friend since she rushed here the moment her young miss returned to the village. But after she saw how her young miss didn't scold her, and instead, spoke on her behalf, Wudong was relieved. It seemed like her young miss did not like this lady. Wudong hurriedly apologized and smiled. "I'm sorry, Miss Xiaoqui. I took your joke seriously. But this maidservant didn't say anything incorrectly. Anyone with a status in the capital would buy their maidservants from an official intermediary. In the capital, all the ordinary girls who want to become a maidservant have to go through 2 to 3 years of training. The maidservants in our estate are all the best of the best. Let me say this as a joke. If you really want to work as a maidservant for our estate, then you will have to sell yourself to an official intermediary. However, the official intermediaries don't usually buy everyone who goes there to sell themselves. They usually accept younger girls around the age of 10 because they would be the perfect age to be a maidservant after 2 years of training." Zheng Xiaoqui was so angry that she was about to cry. She screamed at Xiaosao angrily, "You Xiaosao, it doesn't mean that you can bully other people as you wish just because you are a royal princess. Don't forget that you used to be impoverished too. You weren't able to eat your fill back then too. How can you look down at your childhood friends now that you have money and power? I didn't expect that you would be such a person. Shut up. Who are you shouting at?" The expression on Wudong's face changed. She was full of dignity as she scolded her sternly. "You were the one who said you wanted to enter our estate as a maidservant, so I kindly informed you about the situation at our estate. If you don't want to listen, then you can come at me. Why are you shouting at our royal princess? Our royal princess is someone who cares about the villagers. Otherwise, you would have been dragged out and beaten by the wooden board for being so rude to our royal princess. Okay, come at me then. Fight me then. I want all the villagers to see how you Xiaosao, humiliate and abuse your friends after you become wealthy and influential. It seems like I misjudged you." Zheng Xiaoqui was somewhat scared. She may appear fierce on the outside, but she was cowardly at heart. After she spat out those words, she turned around to leave. "Stop." Yu Xiaosao held a cup of fragrant tea with a calm expression on her face. She took a sip of the tea and gently wiped the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. Her voice did not waver at all when she said, "Zheng Shaokui, it's true that I went out digging for wild vegetables and gathering seafood by the sea with you when we were kids. However, I did all of that because of Sister Huifang. In the past, you approached Royal Prince Yang more than you've approached me. So, please stop tutting your own horn by calling me your friend." Xiao Xiao had always been amicable, but when the smile on her face disappeared, she suddenly looked like a stranger. The noble and imposing aura that she exuded made it impossible for people not to admire her. Even Lu Huifang couldn't help but release the breath she was holding while her heart shrank in fear. The sunlight shone through the glass window and shrouded her body in a golden halo. People were afraid to look directly at Xiao Xiao because she looked as dazzling as a god with the golden halo shrouded around her body. She had a majestic presence around her, and none of the people present dared to look directly into her eyes. They realized that the girl in front of them was beyond their reach. Furthermore, you were the one who offered yourself to become a maidservant of our estate, yet you couldn't even pass a small test. I wouldn't take you in as my maidservant even if the villagers asked me to do so, solely because of your attitude and temper. I need a loyal, obedient, and capable maidservant by my side. I don't need a young lady with an attitude." In just a few short words, Yu Xiaoxiao was able to turn Wudong's deliberate mocking words into a test of Zheng Shaokui's character. Zheng Shaokui took a deep breath and summoned up the last strand of courage and said, "Fine, I was wrong. I just didn't like the way the maidservant standing beside you trampled on my dignity as she wished." "Dignity? I don't think you understand your place. A servant has no dignity in front of their master. When the master gets off the horse carriage, the servant has to act like a stool, so that their master can step on them when getting off the carriage. If the master's shoes become dirty, the servant will have to kneel on the ground and wipe the shoes clean. If the servant makes a small mistake, then the servant will be stripped of his or her pants and whipped in public. Although these actions that you speak of don't have any dignity to them, they're what a servant is required to do. Zheng Shaokui, if you want to keep your dignity, then don't talk about offering yourself up to be a maidservant." Chunhua had quickly rushed here when she heard some shouting. Yu Xiaoxiao picked up a hazelnut and casually handed it to Chunhua when she rushed in. Zheng Shaokui was stunned. The thin and weak-looking maid gently pinched the hard hazelnut shell with her hands, and the shell easily cracked under the pressure. Xiaoxiao put the hazelnut that Chunhua had peeled for her into her mouth. Her mouth bulged slightly when she popped the hazelnuts into her mouth. She looked like a squirrel with her bulging cheeks. She loved eating delicious and savory nuts, but she hated peeling them herself. When Royal Prince Yang was by her side, he was in charge of peeling the nuts for her. "I'm thirsty. Wudong, go brew a pot of the Dahong Dao that was bestowed by the Empress, and then bring it here so Sister Huifang can have a taste." Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly instructed after she ate a few hazelnuts. "Yes." Wudong curtsied obediently and retreated out of the room. She had been a servant for her master for many years, so she immediately understood what her master was planning. Wudong took out a complete set of kung fu tea. Her movements were elegant, smooth, and natural as she washed the tea, added water to the tea, brewed the tea, closed the lid, poured the tea, and served the tea. The fragrance coming from the tea was extremely fragrant. The scent tickled their noses and made it impossible for people not to enjoy the pleasant scent of the tea. Chushi took out a zither and started playing with it with her bare hands in the corner of the room. The elegant and gentle sound from the zither filled the room. Yingchun fetched an incense burner and blended her master's favorite scent, which was a gentle lotus scent. "Sister Huifang, have a taste of this. This is top-notch Dahong Pao. It was picked from a century-old tea tree on the steep cliff from Wuyi Mountain. This tea has a strong orchid scent, and the fragrance from the tea is long-lasting. This old tea tree only produces 2 to 3 caddies of tea leaves in a year. All of the tea leaves will be given as a tribute to the imperial palace, so it's very difficult for others to have a taste of this tea." Yu Xiaoxiao picked up the teacup with 3 fingers. She lowered her head and sniffed the fragrance in the cup and sipped the tea slowly, finishing the tea in 3 sips. Her beautiful fair hands were as white as jade and her movements were graceful when she lowered her head to drink the tea. Xiaoxiao's sweet-tempered and charming movements made her fairy-like figure even more beautiful. Lu Huifang stared at her with a blank look on her face. She was so caught up with staring at Xiaoxiao that she neglected to take the fragrant tea that was offered to her by Wudong. It was impossible for Zheng Xiaoqi to be jealous and resentful towards Yu Xiaoxiao after seeing her served by 4 maidservants because she knew that their statuses were very different. She could never reach the status that Yu Xiaoxiao had reached. Zheng Xiaoqi could only stand in admiration and watch the scene from a distance. She didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Zheng Xiaoqi was too embarrassed to ask Xiaoxiao if she could be her maidservant again. Perhaps this was because she had already secretly acknowledged what Wudong said to her. She was nothing compared to the 4 maidservants serving Yu Xiaoxiao. Perhaps she didn't even qualify to even become a maidservant that did rough work around the estate. The maidservants serving Xiaoxiao, whether it was their appearance or temperament, were more elegant and graceful than the so-called wealthy young maidens in town. Even with their beautiful appearance and good-natured temperament, they were still willing to serve Xiaoxiao. They sincerely treated her as their master. By now, she realized that Xiaoxiao was different from the Xiaoxiao she knew before. However, if she didn't fight for an opportunity, then she will be sold to an old man that was older than her grandfather as a concubine. Zheng Xiaoqi clenched her hands into fists and made her final attempt to avoid being married off to an old man. She didn't try to act smart or tried to come up with a sly plan. Instead, she directly told Xiaoxiao about her current situation, hoping that Xiaoxiao could point her in the right direction. Zheng Xiaoqi had tears when she slowly shook her head and said, "My father only wants to sell me off right now. This way, he can save up some money for my brother to marry a wife and take over the family business. Unless I can raise the equivalent amount of money that they plan to sell me for, then I can only accept my fate and marry an old man who is almost 60 years old. I will have to become his 12th concubine." She didn't expect Zheng Laoju to be such a greedy person. Yu Xiaoxiao frowned lightly, sighed, and said, "There is a limit to how much other people can help you. You can only rely on yourself for this matter. Royal Princess, I beg you, please give me some pointers." Zheng Xiaoqi knew that Yu Xiaoxiao had a smart mind. She would definitely be able to think of a plan for her to get out of this situation. "I can offer 2 suggestions for you. For the first option, I can recommend some work for you. You can either work at the Zhou family's workshop or work as an assistant for the chefs at Junshou restaurant. After you choose a job, you will head home and tell your father everything honestly. You will tell him that all the money you earn before the age of 18 will be handed over to him. Even after you get married, you will continue to honor him by giving him half of your wage. I think your father is smart enough to figure out whether it's better to have a reputation for selling his daughter off or earning more money in the long run." Yu Xiaoxiao paused for a moment as she silently glanced at Zheng Xiaoqi's thoughtful expression. She picked up a cup of tea and sipped gently, and continued, "The second option is for you to report this matter to the authorities, have a fallout with your family, and escape to the prefectural city to earn a living. I'm sure you know that Yu's braised food shop is doing very well in the prefectural city. I can ask my oldest aunt to sell you some goods on credit. You can start selling braised food by setting up a stall in the beginning, and when you have the funds, you can rent a small shop. However, after you cut off all your ties, you will be all alone. Even if you're bullied by other people, there will be no one there to support you anymore." Even though there was a slim chance that her father would protect and support her when she needed it, since he always valued his son over his daughter, her parents had raised her for more than 10 years. They should still have some affection for each other because they had the same blood flowing in their veins. Although Zheng Xiaoqi was somewhat snobbish and had her own plans and ideas, she was still reluctant to report her father to the authorities. Even if her father's sole purpose of raising her was to sell her off to save up money for her younger brother's marriage. "I choose the first option." Zheng Xiaoqi didn't plan on choosing the second option unless she had no other choice. Xiaoxiao didn't pay much attention to what happened to Zheng Xiaoqi afterward. Perhaps it was because Zheng Xiaoqi's filial piety had emotionally moved her father, or perhaps it was thanks to Yu Hai's persuasion that Zheng Laoju never mentioned selling his daughter to the rich old man anymore. Before Xiaoxiao left Dongshan village, Zheng Xiaoqi packed up a small bundle of luggage and came to find Xiaoxiao. She asked Chunhua to take her appointment tablet to find head manager Xiaodu of Junshou restaurant and ask him to give Zheng Xiaoqi a job washing dishes and picking vegetables in the back kitchen. Sometime later, news arrived informing her that Zheng Xiaoqi worked very hard in the back kitchen. Zheng Xiaoqui had good eyesight, lively, and she looked pretty, so she was soon transferred to work as a server in the front hall of the restaurant. The people in charge of washing vegetables learned less than a tael of silver in a month, but servers earned nearly 2 taels of silver a month. Zheng Laoju settled down after he received more than 20 taels of silver in a year. Later, when Yu Xiaoxiao had already been married, she heard from her family members that Zheng Laoju prevented her daughter from marrying until she was 20 years old because he wanted her salary. Later, Zheng Xiaoqui begged Yu Hai, by then, he was already the owner of tens of thousands of acres of farm, to plead on her behalf. After she repeatedly emphasized that she will still give half of her wages to her family after getting married, Zheng Laoju finally loosened his grasp and allowed her to get married. Zheng Xiaoqui married one of the managers of the shop. Her life was plain, but she was very content. But these were all things that happened later. After the 20th day of the 12th month, everyone in Dongshan village became busy. But Yu Xiaoxiao had nothing to do after she sent the Zhou family, her eldest granduncle, and several families she had a good relationship within Dongshan village, a generous and practical New Year gift. The family matters were all managed by her mother and 4 other maid servants. Area was also extremely busy, but it was impossible for Xiaoxiao to intervene and help. Every day, Yu Xiaoxiao would either chat with a few good friends or take a stroll around the mountain with 2 of her stronger maid servants. She hunted some wild game to add more dishes to their meals at home. She was not used to being so idle all of a sudden. Cower, your eldest granduncle will be killing a pig for New Year's today. Let's head to your eldest granduncle's house at noon to have pork stew. Do you remember the time when you were a child and stuffed yourself with pork stew? You ate so much that you laid motionlessly on the bed because of a stomach ache. Your mother and I were so frightened. When I invited a doctor from town to check on your condition and he told me that you just ate too much. He prescribed a few hawthorn pills and left. Yu Hai was talking about an incident that occurred before Xiaoxiao had transmigrated here. The young girl's body was extremely weak. Pork stew was a dish that was heavy on the oil. She was lucky that she only had a stomach ache from eating too much. While the maid servants smiled at his story, Yu Xiaoxiao calmly said, "At that time, we didn't have much oil at home. I would be a fool if I didn't stuff myself full of that fragrant and savory pork stew. Speaking of which, it's been 2 years since I last ate our village's signature dish, the pork stew. Wadong and Chunhua, you should learn a little from me. Don't eat anything in the morning, so you can stuff yourself with pork stew with an empty stomach." Wadong suppressed her smile and asked, "Young miss, didn't you say that it's important not to have an uneven diet or overeat to maintain a healthy diet? Are you going to make an exception for today?" "Of course, today will be an expectation. My eldest grandaunt's hometown is from the northeast. The northeast region is most well known for its pork stew. In addition, she makes delicious simmered pig's head, blood sausages, fatty pork with garlic sauce, and sliced pork diaphragm with garlic sauce. No, I can't think about it, otherwise, I can't stop drooling. You haven't seen any of those dishes before, right? Come and gain some experience with me." Yu Xiaoxiao headed back to the house and changed into some warm and more lightweight clothes. The 4 maids were dressed in coarse cotton padded jackets to blind into the village as they followed their master out the door. "Hey, Xiaoxiao, where are you going?" The villagers from the same village always greeted her warmly. Xiaoxiao had a bright smile on her face when she replied, "My eldest granduncle had killed a pig for New Year's. I'm planning to head over to have some pork stew." "Why are you heading over so early? Isn't the pork stew usually prepared in the afternoon?" Yu Xiaoxiao laughed mischievously. She had an odd expression on her face when she explained, "These young girls are from the city, so they never saw a pig being killed. I'm taking them there early, so they can see it for themselves. Auntie, you should attend to your business, I'll be heading over there first." "Go, go." When the 4 servants and their master walked away, the woman smacked her lips and said, "Did you see that? Xiaoxiao has really matured by now. Those beautiful-looking maid servants that look like young ladies from a wealthy family are only worthy of being her maid servants. Xiaoxiao is like those princesses in the plays that I've watched. They would live in a large palace paved from gold bricks, wear satin and silk, eat exotic delicacies, and have gold, silver, and jewels piled up like mountains in her palace." Chunhua and Chushi had excellent hearing. The master and the maid servants were all amused when they were informed about what Chunhua and Chushi had just overheard. It seemed like Auntie Jinjun had quite a rich imagination to imagine that she lived in a palace made with gold bricks. "Huh, Brother Han, did you just return from patrolling the sea?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked up and saw a burly figure approaching her. She greeted the healthy and handsome guy first. Zhao Han heard the news that Xiaoxiao had returned, so he came to look for her on his first day of vacation. Even though she may already have someone she liked in her heart, he still wanted to see her, listen to her melodious laughter, and see her sweet smile. "Yes, I just came back yesterday. I heard that you came back from the capital, so I came here to see you." He greeted her warmly when he saw Xiaoxiao's brilliant smile similar to that of a sunrise. The emotions hidden deep in his heart were slowly fermenting. Yu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Brother Han, did you know that Auntie Zhao has returned to the capital? I visited your house as a guest a few days ago. Grandpa Zhao and Uncle Zhao are both at the border, so Auntie Zhao will be spending the new year in the capital. Do you guys get a vacation?" Zhao Han forced himself to look away after he realized that he had been staring at her energetic little face for too long. He shook his head and said, "The sea has not been peaceful recently. The Woku are pretending to be pirates to loot the ships that are passing by. In 2 days, I will be heading back to the sea to train new soldiers. Then, if you return before New Year, you can come over to my house to celebrate the holiday." Little Shido wrote a letter informing me that he will be back before the New Year. He is still childish at heart. In his letter, he said he wanted you to take us up the mountain so we can catch a wild rabbit. If his classmates witnessed how spoiled he acted and the childish ways he talked, would they see this earnest-looking and talented young boy in the way? Okay. Then it's settled. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Han suddenly clutched his chest and coughed a few times. The smile on Yu Xiaoxiao's face faded as she asked with concern, "What happened? Did you get injured? Did you fight against pirates when you went out to sea this time? What about the medicine I asked someone to give you? Why is it ineffective?" Xiaoxiao's worried expression and caring tone warmed Zhao Han's heart. His wound seemed less painful after seeing how much she cared about him. He finally responded after Xiaoxiao finished asking a series of questions. "We met with a large group of Woku pirates. They outnumbered us by having twice the number of crews. Fortunately, my troops trained very hard regularly and our ships were more advanced compared to the Woku's ships. As a result, we managed to annihilate them and seized a large amount of their property. The medicine you gave me is very effective. If it weren't for the medicine you gave me, I didn't even know if I was able to make it ashore. Your medicine saved many of my brothers that were seriously injured. I want to thank you for that in their stead." She originally didn't give him a lot of medicine, and yet he distributed the medicine to other soldiers for their own use. No wonder his injuries had not healed yet. Judging from his complexion, his injury must be quite serious. Yu Xiaoxiao sighed and said to Wudong, "Go to my medicine chest and bring me the gourd-shaped jade bottle and a few bottles of wound balm for me." After she finished speaking, she turned to Zhao Han and said, "Didn't the court purchase a lot of wound balm? The soldiers should have received some. What happened?" Zhao Han shook his head and said, "The northwestern border has been unstable recently. Although there were no large-scale wars, there had been a few small-scale battles and skirmishes from time to time. The effects of the wound balm produced by your workshop is more effective than other ordinary products. When the purchased medicines are distributed, it is first distributed to the border patrol soldiers. By the time the medicine reaches us, it would be considered good if each soldier can receive 1 bottle. I heard that the Woku's country had a severe snow disaster this winter. Many of the civilians who could no longer survive on their own were fooled into becoming Woku pirates. Soon after winter began, several minor skirmishes and wars broke out. We're almost out of ordinary wound bombs too. Don't worry, once I return to the capital, I'll have someone bring more wound bombs over for you. As for this bottle of medicine, you can't tell other people that I was the one who gave it to you. The materials needed to make this are too precious, and I don't have many bottles of these." Yu Xiaoxiao stuffed all the medicine that Wudong had fetched for her into Zhao Han's hands. "That's right, you came just at the right time. My eldest granduncle's family is planning on killing a pig today, so why don't you come and enjoy the pork stew together tonight?" Yu Xiaoxiao invited him over for dinner. In the past, when Zhao Han was still in the village, he often ate pork stew made by her eldest granduncle. Zhao Han seemed to be reminiscing his memories as he nodded. Okay. It's been a long time since I've eaten Grandpa Yu's pork stew. Sometimes, I even dream of smelling the pork stew in my dreams. Let's head over now to see if we can help. You still have some wounds on your body. How about you come to my family's residence to change the dressing on your wounds and also take some pills to heal your inner injuries. In 2 days, don't you have to go out to sea to patrol? Take the time to carefully nurse your wounds in these 2 days. Otherwise, how will you be able to protect the country well? In my opinion, you should stay at my family's residence and I'll create a special regimen to treat your body and make some medicinal cuisine to nourish you. Yu Xiaoxiao was truly worried about Zhao Han's injuries. If more pirates came over like last year, it would be very dangerous for him to fight him with half-healed wounds. As she talked, she acted as if she was a child again and pulled on Zhao Han's sleeve as they went back up the road. Her 4 maidservants naturally followed her blindly and grouped around the 2 people as they headed towards the Yu residence. Why did that last Xiaoxiao come back? A bunch of married matrons were currently congregated at the foot of the wall, sunning themselves as they mended shoes. Their expressions changed when they saw a tall and sturdy man next to Yu Xiaoxiao. It's Hunter Zhao's son. No, now he is a great general. I heard the Zhao family's son is also a small official and is in charge of 100 men now. The Zhao family's youngster had a good relationship with the Yu family's children in the past. He used to bring Xiaoxiao and her younger brother all the time into the mountain to trap hares and wild pheasants. When the Yu family was in difficulty, if they didn't have the game to supplement their meals, they might not have survived until now. This Zhao family's youngster will likely become a high-ranking general in the future. He's only a few years older than Xiaoxiao. A general and a royal princess, these two seem quite fit for each other. There was never a lack of gossip in the village. Shish. Luckily, Royal Prince Yang didn't come back this time. If he heard you say that, he would sentence you to 20 planks to shut your mouth. Who in the village doesn't know that Royal Prince Yang treats Xiaoxiao in a different way? Many people all say that Xiaoxiao will become Royal Prince Yang's concubine in the future. Stop speaking nonsense. Xiaoxiao is now a royal princess that the emperor himself titled. How could she possibly become the mere concubine of someone? In my eyes, I'm pretty sure she could become his princess consort. What good is it to marry into a prince's residence? Any of the wealthier men in town, as long as they have a bit of status, have a bunch of concubines in their inner courtyard. Every day they fight and scheme constantly. Isn't that so exhausting? In my eyes, it's better for her to go for the Zhao family's son. Their 2 families are close and they grew up together. The roots are already there. Even if the youth takes in a few concubines in the future, the Zhao family won't treat Xiaoxiao unfairly. The group of matrons became more and more exhilarated the more they gossiped. They were now divided into 2 groups. One group approved of Xiaoxiao marrying into the prince's estate to become his princess consort, whereas the other group felt that it was better for her to marry into the Zhao family and live comfortably. Neither side gave way to the other and they all started to quarrel endlessly for a period of time. When Xiaoxiao brought Zhao Han home, she found out that it would be hard for him to clean and dress the wounds on his back, so she wanted to help him. However, her maidservants expelled her out. Men and women should not have close contact after the age of 7. Their young miss would be 14 after the New Year's, but she still didn't know how to be even a little bit discreet. Finally, the youngest of the bunch, Yingchun, had been pushed out to treat the wounds on Zhao Han's back. Almost half of his back had the crisscross marks of vicious-looking wounds and the sight of it scared the slightly bashful Yingchun. He also had another deep wound that was likely caused by the stab of a sharp sword. It was in the area of his lungs. No wonder young Master Zhao seemed to be breathing with a bit of difficulty earlier. After being around her master, who was skilled at medicine, Yingchun had naturally picked a few things up and knew the basics of treating injuries. She used her young Mrs. Special, disinfecting water, to wash young Master Zhao's wounds and then spread a thick layer of the wound balm that her young miss personally made onto his back. Following that, she wrapped him back up with some clean gauze. Outside the room, Wudong was currently carefully reminding her mistress, "Young miss, you've almost reached a marriageable age, so it's best if you keep your distance away from men. Although young Master Zhao was your childhood playmate, he's still a man. I already know what you speak of. However, there is one thing you need to remember: a doctor must be compassionate. I'm not only a young girl but I'm also a doctor. Even if my patient is a man, I can't just let him suffer and not save him, right? Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at the maid and took out a bunch of medicinal ingredients from her medicine box. She wrote down a few prescriptions and gave the ingredients to Wudong and said, "In a moment, you won't have to come along to view the pig slaughter. Help me concoct this medication for older brother Han Ah. Young miss, didn't you say earlier that you wanted to bring this servant along to widen my horizons? Ah. This servant really wants to taste the pig banquet. Ah." Wudong revealed a long-suffering expression on her face but still took the medicinal ingredients given to her without any reluctance. Yu Xiaoxiao refused to acknowledge her own pettiness and solemnly said, "What's so interesting about watching them kill a whole pig? It's so bloody and I don't want you to get scared. When you're done concocting the medicine and helping older brother Han take it, you can come along with him. Don't worry, I'll make sure to save a seat for you." As she spoke, she also gave the maid a look that clearly said, "How's that? Isn't your master quite clever? Ah." At this time, Zhao Han exited Yu Hang's room with Yingchun following him with the wound balm in hand. Yu Xiaoxiao came forward and said, "Older brother Han, it must not be comfortable resting on the ship, right? Drink this cup of honey water and you can take a nap in my older brother's room. When the pig banquet is just about ready, I'll have someone come over to bring you guys over." Zhao Han nodded and took the cup of honey water from Chunhua's hands. He drank it down in one gulp. The honey water had a sweet and mellow flavor, similar to the brilliant smile on the young maiden's face. He glanced at the dimples at the side of Xiaoxiao's mouth and was spellbound for a second. It distracted him from the warm feeling of the water relieving the pain near his lungs. As he laid on the mattress that smelled faintly of sun-dried laundry, Zhao Han felt as if he had never been this relaxed before. The wounds on his back felt cool and comfortable after getting their dressings changed. They no longer felt as sharp and painful as before. Even the heavy pressure he had near his lungs had also disappeared. Did Xiaoxiao add some special medicine to heal internal wounds in his honey water earlier? Before he knew it, Zhao Han's breathing became comfortable and he fell into a deep sleep in the bright early morning light of winter. By the time Wudong woke him up and gave him a bowl full of medicine to drink, Zhao Han felt as if his body was now full of energy and that all of his hurts had been banished away. He knew this medicine was something that Xiaoxiao herself had personally prescribed for him, so he didn't hesitate as he drank the whole mess of bitter contents down in one gulp. Xiaoxiao had gone over to her eldest granduncle's residence to get in on the fun. When she got there, she saw that the large fat pig had pretty much been cleaned and divided. There were plenty of friends and family in the courtyard helping out. Some helped to wash and take the hairs off of the freshly slaughtered pig, while others were cleaning and preparing the pig innards. Yu Hai and his wife didn't go to the farmstead today and instead were in the courtyard working busily. A group of matrons were with Xiaoxiao's eldest grandaunt. They were washing and chopping the ingredients in a busy manner. Before long, the pig's head was placed in a heated pot to cook while another pot that was cooking blood sausages bubbled merrily. Madame Lu used her family's secret spice recipe to help braise the pig trotters and offal. At lunch, everyone who came over to help sat around in the full courtyard. Yu Xiaoxiao and her servants were sitting with the Yu family. Even Arya revealed a silly smile as she sat next to Madame Lu, inquisitively regarding the scene around her. Originally, Xiaoxiao's maid servants were a bit hesitant to sit at the same level as their master. Only after Xiaoxiao half-jokingly scolded them did they finally reluctantly sit down next to her to partake in the meal. Everyone said that northern people were very practical. Each plate here was piled high with food for the pig banquet. There was fatty pork with garlic sauce, pork with kidney beans stewed with vermicelli, pickled vegetables with pork blood sausage, simmered pig's head, sliced pork diaphragm with garlic sauce, braised pork bone. Meat. Although all of the dishes looked very fatty and greasy, they tasted incredibly delicious and Xiaoxiao almost couldn't stop eating. Xiaoxiao loved eating the sliced pork diaphragm with garlic sauce and the pickled vegetables with pork blood sausage the most. The four maid servants watched as their master happily ate the black-colored blood sausage and gobbled down the braised pork bone meat. Although the food wasn't very elegant, it definitely stimulated their appetites and made them want to eat more too. Wudong didn't quite understand her master's enthusiasm. She had never seen her young miss eat with such gusto before, even when they were at Junsho restaurant dining on their finest dishes. The food here looked very crude and greasy, so how could it be so suited to her young miss's tastes? She looked at the other three maids, Yingchun, Chunhua and Chushi. They all seemed to be eating quite happily too. She couldn't help but pick up her chopsticks and grab a slice of pork diaphragm meat that didn't look too greasy. After placing into her mouth, she carefully chewed a bit. It was a bit bland and chewy, nothing else. Yu Yang's wife, who was sitting next to her, smiled. "Girl, you need to dip this pork diaphragm meat into the garlic sauce to eat. Otherwise, it'll have no flavor at all." As she spoke, she picked up a piece of meat and dipped it into the sauce before placing it in her mouth. She chewed it with gusto. In the past, the residence's senior servant had instructed her that a good personal maidservant couldn't eat anything that was too heavily flavored. In fact, she should avoid eating too many meat-containing dishes too in order to avoid having any strong smells sticking to her, causing her master to dislike her. In the afternoon, she still needed to take care of her mistress. Was it really all right for her to eat garlic sauce and other foods that had a very distinct smell? Yu Xiaosao could see the hesitation on Wudong's face and patted her shoulders before personally giving her a piece of pork diaphragm meat that was dipped in garlic sauce. "This afternoon, all of you will get a half-day break and there's no need for any of you to stay by my side. Eat whatever you want to eat and don't sit there twiddling your thumbs. It's too awkward that way. This piece of boiled meat may look fatty on the outside but it's not the least bit greasy when you eat it. Try some. Also, my eldest grandaunt makes the best blood sausage in the area. You wouldn't be able to try this anywhere else." Xiaosao had noticed that the muscles on Wudong's face involuntarily twitched when she picked up a blood sausage, so she silently laughed at the maid. She deliberately picked the foods that the maid obviously didn't want to try and placed it in Wudong's bowl. Wudong truly wanted to cry when she saw the evil and mischievous expression on her master's face. However, as the servant, it was a great honor to be awarded food by her master, so she needed to eat it even if she wanted to weep. She gathered her courage and placed the pork diaphragm meat with garlic sauce into her mouth. As expected, the combination was much more flavorful together, and the more she chewed, the more she liked its unique flavor. As for the fatty pork with garlic sauce, the fatty slices of meat looked very greasy. Wudong pinched her nose and placed a slice that was about the size of half her palm into her mouth in a manner that clearly showed her reluctance. She forced herself to chew. As she chewed, the expression on her face gradually changed and she no longer looked as reluctant as before. So odd, it didn't taste greasy at all. Instead, it had a fresh and savory flavor she never tasted before. As for the blood sausage, Wudong had seen her young miss eat piece after piece. Now that she had complete faith in her master's tastes, she wasn't the least bit hesitant as she tried a blood sausage. In any case, hadn't she eaten braised pig intestines in the past before? What was the point in being squeamish now? Wudong, who had no misgivings now, started to try all of the foods she had never had the opportunity to eat before and went through all of the dishes. Although each dish looked very crude and simple, their taste was quite unique and surprisingly delicious. Yu Yang's wife felt her heart relax when she saw this city girl finally eating with gusto and enthusiasm. For the honest and simple commoners, they felt like they only fulfilled a host's duties when their guests were all able to eat to their fill and enjoy their meal. In Yu Yang's wife's eyes, despite the fact that Yu Xiaosao now had a prestigious title, she was still a part of the family and a child she had watched herself grow up. For one's own family, it was fine no matter how you received them. However, it was rumored that Xiaoshao's maid-servants had come from the imperial city and their usual conduct was even more elegant than most girls from wealthy families. Yu Yang's wife had been worried this entire time that these maids would not be used to their crude and simple fare. Now, from the looks of it, her worries were superfluous. In the farming villages in the northeast, almost every family would slaughter a year-end pig. The villagers there all got together to celebrate noisily. From the start of the 12th month, these villagers ate pig banquet foods non-stop. Dongshan village originally didn't have this type of custom, but when her eldest grandaunt fled from the northeast, she and her family brought this event over. Now, Many of the families here had also started slaughtering pigs for the pig banquet. However, the most authentic pig banquet still came from eldest Grandaunt's hands. Yu Xiaosao rubbed her rotund little belly that was stuffed full of food and strolled around the foot of the West Mountain. She also checked the traps and snares that were set earlier to see if she had any game. Zhao Han silently walked along with her and cherished his previous memories they had together in their childhood. Every snare that Xiaosao set always had a higher than usual chance to catch prey. This last seemed to have been blessed by God. Just look, they were clearly in an area where wild animals were not numerous, but out of 10 traps and snares, around 6 to 7 of them had animals caught in them. The 4 maid servants took off their reserved and composed demeanors and revealed their true natures. Every time they found a snare that had prey in it, they all exclaimed in excitement and rushed forward to be the first to grab it. Almost everyone by the end had their hands full with some game. In fact, Zhao Han even carried a dead dumb roe deer back on his shoulders. The 12th month seemed to pass faster than other months. In the blink of an eye, they were at the year's end. The farmstead's greenhouse pavilions had stopped business since the 29th and would only reopen on the 5th of the next year. Little Shido had braved the winds and snow to go back home on the 28th, and only then was the Yu family all back together. At their New Year's Eve family dinner, other than the Yu family, there were an additional 2 guests. Zhao Han had been invited by Xiaosao to celebrate the New Year's with her family, and the other was the orphan Zhuang Xiaomo. At the table, Zhuang Xiaomo exerted quite a bit of effort to be attentive to Xiaolian the entire time. Yu Hai didn't have a good expression to any of his sons-in-law, who were trying to steal his daughters from him. He couldn't do much to Royal Prince Yang, but he wouldn't make it easy for the fellow surnamed Zhuang, that big wolf, to steal Xiaolian away. Xiaolian, who would be turning 14 at the start of the year, had experienced her first awakening to love. Apparently, she seemed to have a bit of a good impression of the tall and handsome-looking Zhuang Xiaomo. As for his attempts to get closer to her, Xiaolian had a red blush on her face and didn't seem to reject them at all. As for the so-called future mother-in-law, Madame Lu seemed to regard this future son-in-law with increasing appreciation. She had always had a decent impression of this orphan fellow, who, despite his lack of family, had a sense of self-confidence and ambition to do better for himself. In addition, he had a polite and gentle demeanor, a kind heart, and understood gratitude. If it wasn't for her husband stopping her, Madame Lu would have treated him as if he was her half-son. During New Year's Eve night, Yu Heng took his younger brother Little Shido, along with Zhao Han and Zhuang Xiaomo, to set off fireworks in the courtyard. In the rooms, Yu Hai took out the account books and went over the past year in detail with his youngest daughter. He also went over his proposed plans for the following year. Right now, the corn and winter wheat seeds from our farmstead are selling very well. In addition, we're by the ocean, so it's very convenient to ship our goods around. There are plenty of shipping convoys that are traveling from south to the north that want to buy our seeds to bring it there. However, we have a limited amount of land on our farm, so we're not able to supply all that they want. Yu Hai felt his heart itch whenever he thought of all of that money in front of him that he couldn't get. That being said, we are still employed by the court. Naturally, we have to provide high-yielding seeds to Tanggu Town and the nearby Zhou Prefecture. Based on that, the amount of seeds we can sell elsewhere goes down even more. Yu Hai had found out through his older sister that the climate in the northeast was harsh, so their crop yields were very poor. The peasants who lived there had to tighten their belts for half a year. During the harshest time of the year, the people there could only eat 1 bowl of the cheapest and most common type of coarse grain gruel a day. If a disaster befell them, then they had to pack all of their things and flee from their homes. Corn had a high harvest yield and wasn't picky about its growing environment. If this crop could be widely planted in the north, then the commoners' lives would improve considerably, for they would at least be able to fill their stomachs. Thus, Yu Hai did his best to sell as much corn as he could to those ships going to the north, but his efforts were like trying to put out a forest fire using 1 cup of water at a time. Yu Xiaosao bit her lip in thought and then smiled at her father, who was looking at her expectantly. "Father, what are you looking at me for? Are you that certain that I'll be able to come up with an idea?" Yu Hai chuckled and stated in a somewhat proud manner, "Of course, my daughter is so incredible, so how could such a small problem cause any problems for my cower?" In our hearts, younger sister, you are the most resourceful of us all, our lucky little immortal girl. Quickly tell us, what do you think about this? Xiaolian urged Xiaoxiao on as she ate roasted melon seeds. I truly have an idea. Yu Xiaoxiao continued under the gleaming and excited looks of her family. I want to make Tanggu into a giant agricultural center and become the country's largest seed wholesaler. Yu Hai nodded his head and said, in actuality, this is also in line with my thoughts. However, we don't have that much land. I've asked around and none of the owners of the land or farms around us are willing to sell. However, in the area between Tanggu town and the prefecture city, there's a large stretch of fallow, empty land. Unfortunately, in order to transform such fallow land into good farming land, I'm afraid it'd take more than a couple of years to make that happen. Yu Xiaoxiao lightly frowned and said, Tanggu is a part of Royal Prince Yang's feudal lands. If he is willing to help, it absolutely wouldn't be a problem to get more land. As for that fallow land, leaving it just sitting there would be such a pity. I think we can negotiate with Zhu Junyang and have him push out a few land reform policies that encourage people to develop new land. For example, if people want to clear an area for farming, they won't need to pay any taxes for the first 3 years and the following 5 to 10 years. They could have half taxes and other benefits. Right now, most of the arable land is in the hands of a few. Many people end up becoming tenant farmers, renting land in order to make a living. I'm certain that the commoners would be very happy if they had the opportunity to own their own fields. His youngest daughter had mentioned Royal Prince Yang twice in a short period of time. Yu Hai hesitated for a moment but ultimately couldn't restrain himself from asking, Cower, you and Royal Prince Yang, you're growing up and need to take mind of a few things, don't let other people take advantage of you. That being said, men are fickle creatures and Royal Prince Yang has a high status and power. It'd be hard for him to not change in the future and have his eyes roam around. So, father, don't worry, your daughter knows very well. If Zhu Junyang decides to treat me poorly, I would rather be single for the rest of my life than marry myself out to someone who wasn't suitable. He's still in his probation period, so he naturally wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Yu Xiaoxiao was well aware of her father's worries, so she couldn't help but try to comfort him. Their youngest daughter had been intelligent from a young age and almost all of their businesses their family had undertaken had come from her ideas. Her husband would always go find her whenever he couldn't come up with an idea. Thus, Madame Lu became more confident in her youngest daughter's abilities. However, her daughter would only be 14 after the new year and usually didn't spend a lot of time by her side, so she couldn't help but say a few words. Cower, you don't have to set your sights only Royal Prince Yang. If he's unable to pass your tests, then mother will find you an even better match. In actuality, if Royal Prince Yang didn't make his intentions obvious so early, I think that the fellow Zhao Han is not bad. After she finished speaking, Madame Lu even glanced out the window. Mother, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. I only see older brother Han as an older brother, so why are you putting us together now? Don't worry, I know what I should and should not do. Old Yu, who was wearing a bright red traditional style jacket, was sitting at the head of the Kong bed with his legs crossed. He picked up a piece of soft and sticky pastry and addressed his son and son's wife, you two don't need to fret so much. Royal Prince Yang is a royal prince, but our Cower is no longer just an ordinary little farmer's girl. Through her own efforts, she's become a royal princess. Have you ever seen a royal princess anywhere have to worry about her marriage? There are so many talented men in the capital, as long as their eyes aren't blind, they will be able to see our Cower's strengths. Even if there isn't a royal Prince Yang, there's still a royal Prince Yin, and royal Prince Yu. That's right, that's right. Yu Xiaoxiao was afraid that her parents would needlessly worry about this. Although her grandfather's comparison was a bit crude, she restrained herself from laughing and said, Father, Mother, don't worry. Before I turn 20, I promise I'll get married and I'll do so in a very grand way. All right, Madame Lu tapped her head and laughed. You, don't have the least bit of shame and are willing to say anything. In the future, be more careful. Otherwise other people will laugh at you. We're at home, it's only in front of us that Cower would dare say such things. When those wealthy people from town came to flatter us, our cow's temperament and bearing was even more elegant and imposing than those princesses in the stories. Yu Hai always thought that everything his youngest daughter did was good. The whole family chatted about the prospective seed breeding business until it was past midnight. Following that, they cooked some dumplings and ate them together as a midnight snack before heading to their own rooms to rest. Yu Xiaosao had a leisurely and joyful New Year's celebration at Dongshan village. On the first day of the new year, she went along with her good friends to say their greetings to everyone in the village. The group of them managed to eat a bunch of special snacks that the other villagers made. On the second day, she went along with her parents to go visit her maternal grandparents and received quite a few thick red packets. Currently, her maternal grandparents were one of the wealthiest families in their village. They had pushed down their previous house, which was made of sogan grass, and rebuilt it into a spacious and beautiful residence that had bright white walls and a pretty tiled roof. Small greenhouse pavilions had been constructed in the front and back courtyards, and they grew some fruits and vegetables inside. Because of their relationship with the Yu family, the other villagers in their village also reaped the benefits and were now planting high-yielding winter wheat in their fields. Thus, the Liu family's position and status within the village was second only to the village chief's. Since she didn't have to worry about the market, Xiaosao's eldest maternal aunt bought a piece of land from the village chief after the Woku pirates struck and established her own piggery as the original one had been damaged. She began to raise pigs in earnest. Now, she had at least a few hundred pigs every year that were carefully fed and raised until they were ready to send to market. Xiaosao's eldest maternal uncle then took those pigs to the prefectural city using his mule-drawn cart. When the greenhouse pavilions in Tanggu town had their out-of-season vegetables ready for sale, eldest maternal uncle and second maternal uncle began to ship those vegetables to the prefectural city together. They were able to earn a few dozen taels from each trip there. Xiaosao's second maternal uncle bought a few dozen mu of good farming land. In the spring, he planted corn, and in the autumn, he planted winter wheat. The crops he harvested were pooled in with the Yu family's grain business, and he could make quite a bit of money every year. Xiaosao's youngest maternal uncle also gave up his bricklaying career and entered the Yu family's business to help. The salary he earned now was a few times larger than what he used to earn. His wife also began to help eldest maternal aunt with the piggery. All in all, the Liu family's lives were getting better and better with each passing year. Even second maternal aunt, who had a sharp tongue and a shrewish temper, had become more pleasant as her life got better. She no longer looked as harsh as before, and her tongue had gentled considerably. The Liu family's patriarch and matriarch now had free and easy lives now. The days went by quickly. Originally, she was planning on staying in Dongshan village until the end of the second month, but her plans were very quickly changed. On the 16th of the first month, an unexpected guest arrived at Dongshan village. Zhu Junyang, why are you here? You didn't even let us know in advance and just suddenly appeared. Yu Xiaosao had gone up to the mountain to set snares at dawn. When she got home, she saw that there were some new horses in front of the residence. After entering the room, she discovered that Zhu Junyang was there, sitting on the Kong bed like he owned it. He was snacking on the nuts she had roasted before the end of the year. There was a small plate next to him that held a tiny pile of peeled walnuts. Zhu Junyang raised an eyebrow at her as he cracked another walnut in his hand. He carefully picked up the meat inside and placed it into the small plate next to him. Only after he finished this did he say, "This prince only wanted to give you a nice surprise." What, you don't like me here? Is it because you have older brother Han to accompany you now, so you've long forgotten this prince? The royal prince was already feeling a bit unhappy after hearing little Shito mention older brother Han all the time. If he had known that there was a large wolf roaming around, he would long come back to accompany the little lass in visiting her parents, celebrate the New Year's in Dongshan village, and then go back to the capital together. The little lass had been back home for over a month now. Did that fellow take advantage of when he was not here to especially woo his lass? Oh ho, just who tipped over a vinegar jar in this room? The sour scent of jealousy is so thick here. Yu Xiaosao took off her silver fox fur cloak and Wadong easily took it from her and hung it on a pair wood clothes hanger. When he saw how red Xiaosao's face was from getting exposed to the cold, Zhu Junyang moved to allow her space on the warmest part of the Kong bed for her. After Xiao Xiao took off her boots and sat down, he also transferred the small quilt on his legs to cover her legs and feet. Then, he pointed at the walnuts that he had already peeled and stated in a voice held both amusement and grievance, "You truly have no conscience. Did you have so much fun at Dongshan village that you forgot everything else in the capital? You've been gone for more than a month but you haven't even written a single letter to this prince. You went into the mountains right at dawn today. Were you spending time with that fellow surnamed Zhao Ah?" Yu Xiaoxiao took a handful of walnuts and began to stuff them in her mouth. Her cheeks bulged with the nuts and her eyes curved up with happiness. She resembled a little squirrel snacking on nuts. When she heard his complaints, she slanted Zhu Junyang a glance and said, "Do you think older brother Han is as idle as you? He's out at sea, drilling his troops. How would he have the spare time to go into the mountains to set snares to catch hares? Older brother Han you seem to call him in a very intimate manner. How come I never hear you call this prince using older brother Yang, ah?" A burst of sour jealousy exploded in Zhu Junyang's heart. The lass always called him using his full name and was never polite about it either. Yu Xiaoxiao saw that he had stopped cracking the nuts open and hurriedly patted his hand in an attempt to remind him to continue. When she heard his jealous words, she raised her head to look him in the eye and seriously stated, "I call him older brother Han, because I see him as an older brother. Do you want me to regard you as an older brother then?" No way. He absolutely did not want that. Zhu Junyang noticed that the peeled nuts in the plate were disappearing at light speed and hurriedly hastened his cracking speed. He grumbled, "However, this prince is not very pleased with the way you call me. Then how do you want me to call you?" "Junyang, Yang, Yang baby." Each suggestion was more sticky sweet than the previous and Yu Xiaoxiao was delighted to discover that Zhu Junyang's ears had turned bright red from her teasing. Zhu Junyang pretended to cough a couple of times. He lightly cleared his throat and said, "When I was young, I once came up with a nickname for myself. It's Roisy. Only the people close to me know about this." "Alright then I'll call you Roisy then." Yu Xiaoxiao easily followed his suggestion and then said, "Zhu Roisy, the walnuts are gone, but I still want to eat more. Eat fewer snacks as breakfast is being warmed up for you in the pot." Madame Lu entered the room just in time to hear her youngest daughter blatantly command Royal Prince Yang to help her peel nuts. She couldn't help but level a glare at her daughter. "If you place the nuts inside the congee, it'll become nut porridge and will also taste quite good," Yu Xiaoxiao craftily said as she stealthily reached a small hand towards the nuts that Zhu Junyang had peeled. She swiftly stuffed them into her mouth and truly resembled a little mischievous squirrel stealing food. Madame Lu couldn't control her, so she spoke to Zhu Junyang, "Royal Prince Yang, don't spoil her. During all of last month and this month, she ate snacks instead of partaking in proper meals. Everyone else gains a few catties during the New Year's. She, on the other hand, didn't gain and instead got thinner instead." Yu Xiaoxiao hastily explained when she saw Zhu Junyang looking inquiringly at her, "Who said I got thinner? Look at my face, it's almost as round as a steamed bun." All mothers will say this as they all feel that their children have gotten thinner. All of them try to stuff their children until they become fat little piggies. Raising pigs. Madame Lu tapped Xiaoxiao's head and took the plate of nuts off the Kong bed's table. She motioned to Yingchun to place the congee, steamed buns, and side dishes on the table and said, "If the pigs in a piggery are all like you, I'm pretty sure the owners of said piggery would go out of business very soon. Mother, is there truly a mother like you who scolds her daughter in this way? I'm such a beautiful and delicate little girl but you decide to compare me to a stinky and yucky pig. I'm angry now." Yu Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to act spoiled around her mother. Madame Lu pursed her lips and revealed a smile. "I wasn't the one who started the comparison. You were the one who first brought up the topic of raising pigs, so mother will not take this fall. Finish everything on the table, otherwise, I won't allow you to eat any more snacks today or tomorrow." Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the two steamed meat buns that were bigger than the size of her fist and the large bowl full of congee. She immediately began to pout and complained, "Mother, let's make a deal. Let me just eat one meat bun, okay? No deal. Last night, you only ate half a small bowl of noodles, so you need to eat more this morning. Do you think you're an immortal and can live off of air? Madame Lu sternly refused her suggestion. Eat it now while it's hot. The meat buns were made using the meat from that roe deer you caught, so it's very fresh and tasty. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered and roved around. She suddenly revealed a bright smile at Zhu Junyang, who had been watching the mother and daughter pair from the side. Roizi, you haven't eaten breakfast, right? Eating together is more enjoyable. Madame Lu pushed away the hand that was offering a meat bun towards Zhu Junyang and sternly looked at her daughter. Royal Prince Yang has already eaten with us, so don't try to make him eat for you. I've already calculated everything. If you eat everything here, you'll just have a slightly rounded belly but you won't be bloated. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at Zhu Junyang with a pathetic look on her face. However, Zhu Junyang was currently being eyed by his future mother-in-law, so he could only make a helpless gesture at the little lass. As he was sandwiched between his future mother-in-law and future wife, he could only lower his head and pretend to be busy as he continued to peel the nuts. Yu Xiaoxiao became resigned to her fate and picked up a steamed meat bun and began to chew on it angrily. She paired the buns with some tasty side dishes and ended up finishing both meat buns. Following that, she poured the nuts Zhu Junyang had peeled into her bowl of congee and then added some raisins and pieces of dried hawthorn cake to it before she gulped the bowl down. Brrp. After letting out a burp, Xiaoxiao rubbed at her little belly and wondered if she should make a bowl of digestive soup to drink. Madame Lu noticed that her youngest daughter was now sprawled on the Kong bed and glared at her in amusement. The weather is nice today. You can rest for a bit and then take Royal Prince Yang for a stroll in the village, which will help you digest your food. At noon, I'll make your favorite seafood feast. There will be braised prawns, salt and pepper small yellow croakers, steamed scallops in broth, stir-fried calamari. In her previous life, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have much opportunity to eat seafood. After transmigrating over, she obtained a deep fondness for eating seafood and her mother also cooked seafood very well. When she heard that there would be a seafood feast, her eyes began to shine with excitement and the saliva pooled in her mouth. In order to make some room in her stomach to eat seafood later, Xiaoxiao pulled Zhu Junyang along and walked several round trips from the mountain villa to her family's residence. She originally wanted to stroll around the village too, but after encountering too many curious and inquisitive looks from the villagers, she changed the plan. Since Royal Prince Yang was visiting his feudal lands, it was natural for the officials of the Tanggu area to come see him. He also checked the taxation records while he was here. After the Yu family's greenhouse growing business began, it also stimulated the growth of other commerce in Tanggu town. Consequently, the amount of taxes received also increased by almost 2 times compared to the previous year. Yu Xiaoxiao had already told him her idea of transforming the lands around Tanggu into a seed-breeding business and obtained Zhu Junyang's complete favor. As for her proposal in opening up fallow land, he also decided to adopt it. Zhu Junyang directly expropriated farmland from the scholars and landlords who owned them in the nearby area by telling them they would get decreased taxes. This won the approval of everyone involved. Some merchant families thought that this could be quite a profitable endeavor for them and even took out all of their farmsteads to see if the prince wanted them. Naturally, the ones that were too far from the Yu family's farmstead were summarily rejected. After the summer harvest and when it was time to plant corn, the Yu family farmstead had expanded considerably. They now had 20,000 mu of top-notch farming land alone, and the average and more poor quality land was also around the same number. With a 40,000 mu farmstead, they naturally could increase the amount of crops they harvested every year. There were some officials at court who regarded this with pure envy and did their best to complain voraciously to the emperor about Yu Xiaoxiao. They claimed that she wasn't doing her duties to the court properly and was abusing her power to enrich her family members. Consequently, those who were close to Xiaoxiao defended her just as adamantly. They stated that everything she was doing to help the imperial court in advancing the production of high-yield crops as quickly as she could. Thus, the debates at court stormed for a period of time and the court officials argued furiously over Xiaoxiao's conduct and actions. However, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't take any of the political squabbles to heart. Prior to expanding her base of agricultural operations at Tanggu town, she had reported to the emperor and gotten his full permission to go ahead. The earlier they could push out more high-yield corn and winter wheat to the people, the earlier that the emperor's people would be able to throw off the shackles of poverty and starvation and walk in the direction of health and happiness. As long as her big boss was on her side, it didn't matter to her what other people claimed. She wasn't in this for the sake of obtaining a false reputation. In fact, weren't those people accusing her of misconduct only doing so because they were jealous of her ability to make money? She planned on making even more money so that their jealousy could eat them alive. Yu Hai currently had a bunch of experienced tenant farmers working under him. Although the operations in Tanggu town were quite massive now, Xiaoxiao didn't actually need to personally handle much there. Her responsibility was to make sure that all of the seeds they were going to use were appropriately infused with spiritual energy in advance. This was quite an easy process, but it was very necessary. Yu Xiaoxiao had the little divine stone take its golden kitten form and had it run a few times in the granaries that held their seeds. She instructed it to play around, spit some saliva, or pee a bit. The little divine stone vehemently opposed the last suggestion she had. It claimed that it was a cultured and refined divine stone, so how could it do something so uncouth and crude? In short, the breeding base for high-yield seeds were now in the capable hands of Yu Hai as the head of the management. With Yu Hang helping and some other stewards working on things, the work on the expanded farmstead was going in good order. In addition, they had Royal Prince Yong as their backer, so they naturally had no issues getting the green light to continue and everything seemed to be going smoothly. The days flew by and in a flash, it was time to harvest again. The Yu family's farmstead in Tanggu once again had a large bumper harvest of winter wheat and the output had increased again. On average, they had gotten around 750 caddies of wheat per mu. Although the yields of the commoners who had bought wheat seeds from the imperial plantation in Tanggu weren't as high as the Yu families or imperial plantations, they still received on average 600 caddies per mu. Compared to normal wheat yields, this was about an additional 50% to double of what was normal. The commoners who lived in the suburbs near the capital, as well as those near Tanggu, all had joyous expressions on their faces. The villagers near Tanggu were especially happy as they had started planting high-yielding corn and wheat earlier than the ones by the capital. Their lives had been much more pleasant these past 2 years compared to before. They had surplus grain on hand and could even sell it out at a high price. Some people, for the sake of increasing their profits, sold all of the grain they produced and used that money to buy ordinary grain instead to eat. Since the Yu family's farmstead originally only had around 2,000 mu in land, they were limited in how much improved grain they could plant and harvest. Some of the merchants in the area came up with the idea to buy grain from the nearby villages. However, they soon discovered that the seeds from those people gave yields that were much lower than the ones they got from the Yu family. Thus, they soon gave up on that idea and did their best to get connections with the Yu family so that they would be able to buy high-yielding grain as soon as possible. Seeds for winter wheat were reserved for the grain merchants who sold to the people in the northeast. After carefully inspecting and getting information on all of the eager merchants, Yu Hai decided to cooperate with a grain merchant surnamed Zhen. This man had a pretty good reputation in the northeast districts and didn't cheat the people there, so the people liked him. After signing an agreement where the merchant agreed not to inflate prices on the grain, they filled 2 of his cargo ships with winter wheat seeds and they set off from the harbor to go to the northeast. After a light refreshing rain, it was time to start the autumn planting on the expanded Yu family's farmstead in Tanggu. Once this season of corn was harvested, then they would be able to supply more than half of the commoners in the northeast with seeds to plant. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was currently in the capital, wondered if she should find some time to go back to Tanggu to take a look. It didn't seem very honest of her to throw all of the responsibility onto her father and older brother while she stayed away, acting as an idle manager. When He Wanning, who represented everyone who was interested in whether there would be a second Picking Peaches picnic, heard her tentative plan, she immediately became interested. Xiaoxiao, if I'm remembering correctly, you once said that your hometown is by the mountains and the sea. One can hunt in the autumn and winter and gather seafood in the summer and spring. How about you organize a seaside feast and invite us over to see your hometown? What do you think of this idea? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her helplessly and replied in a tone that didn't have much hope. Older sister you forgot that when I first came to the capital, many people mocked me for being a crude villager, or muddy peasant. Not everyone is like you and is interested in how life goes in a small fishing village. He Wanning had a confident expression on her face as she said, "Don't worry, I'll help you find out what everyone else thinks. Those who want to come are welcome to come, whereas those who aren't don't need to. If no one else is interested, then the two of us can go. It'll definitely be more relaxing that way." After He Wanning left Xiaoxiao's residence, she directly went to visit her good friend, Yuan Shuiyan. She enthusiastically described Yu Xiaoxiao's farmstead as if she had personally been there, and then slapped the table and stared at Yuan Shuiyan, who showed zero reaction the entire time, with wide open eyes, and asked, "Are you going to go or not? When will you be able to change that rascally temperament of yours? Younger sister Xiaoxiao has made it such that you look gentle and tender on the outside and no longer resemble a tomboyish urchin. But as soon as you open your mouth, that image is ruined." Yuan Shuiyan put down her book of lyrical poems and faintly glanced at He Wanning. "Shuiyan, are you still my best friend or not? This is an idea that I came up with. If you don't agree with it, then what sort of face will I have in front of younger sister Xiaoxiao now?" He Wanning pulled at Yuan Shuiyan's hands and swayed back and forth until she started to feel dizzy. Yuan Shuiyan let out an audible sigh and took her hands out. She calmly said, "All right, since you're trying so hard right now, then I'll agree to your proposal. As a matter of fact, I also wanted to see my grandfather and younger brother, so it'll be the perfect timing to stop by too. Then we're all set then. I'm going to go visit Minglin and see if she's interested or not. In actuality, I feel like just the three of us going without any extraneous people following is more relaxing and enjoyable." He Wanning recalled that with Royal Princess Minglin's fiery temperament, if she didn't invite her on a fun outing, then the other girl would likely get revenge later. Royal Princess Minglin had a similar personality to He Wanning and also wasn't one to be patient. When she heard He Wanning's proposal, her eyes lit up and she excitedly said, "I heard that younger sister Xiaoxiao is very skilled at swimming and she knows how to dive deep to gather seafood. She also has a dolphin friend that helped her discover the Woku pirates early. Do you think we'd be lucky enough to see her dolphin friend?" He Wanning also became excited at the thought. She strolled back and forth a few times as she complained, "That last Xiaoxiao is truly some friend. Her hometown has so many fun things to do, but she never thinks of us, her good friends." If I didn't have a moment of impulse and blurt out a sentence, that lass would have secretly ran back to Dongshan village by herself. That's not okay. I need to make her pay this time. She needs to provide us with an authentic seafood feast. After she got in touch with her two best friends, He Wanning ran back to the Yu residence and made sure to confirm the date that they were leaving on. Then, she went home and exhilaratingly began to pack for her trip. Having one sheep come along was no different than having two sheep. Since she already had 3 extraneous people tagging along with her to Tangu, there was no real difference if she added a few more. Thus, she sent out invitations to Yu Wanqing and Li Mengru and her sister. After thinking a bit, she also went to Imperial Prince Jing's estate to visit to find out if that fellow Zhu Junyang had time to spare. This was to avoid her petty man from becoming jealous and sulky that she invited other people but not him. When she entered the prince's estate, she found out that Zhu Junyang had been summoned by the emperor to enter the palace, and it sounded like the emperor had some sort of task in mind for him. See, it wasn't that she didn't want to bring him along, it was that he was unfortunate enough to have other duties stopping him from coming. She spent some time chatting idly with Princess Consort Jing and ended up being invited over for lunch. At the table, she encountered Wu Junling, who had come to pay her respects to Princess Consort Jing. Perhaps it was related to the fact that Wu Junling now burned incense and spent her days in Buddhist prayer, but her personality seemed to have changed tremendously compared to before. In the past, she was charmingly beautiful but was like a delicate pretty flower vase without a soul. She had no inner substance and every movement she made was tainted slightly with a tacky secular element. Now, it was obvious that her soul and mind had calmed down. She no longer seemed to be frivolous and had completely removed all hints of fickleness and impatience from her demeanor. She was graceful and peaceful. With that added onto her natural good looks, it even made Xiaoxiao, who once didn't see eye to eye with her, unable to feel disgusted by her. Wu Junling was only a bit startled after she saw Xiaoxiao sitting closely to Princess Consort Jing in an intimate manner. Apparently, she didn't expect to see Xiaoxiao there. After that, she smiled faintly at her while she absent-mindedly stroked the Buddhist prayer beads on her left wrist. This bracelet was only obtained after her mother kowtowed at Huguo Temple for 91 consecutive days and moved Grandmaster Yuanwei by her sincerity. Only then was he willing to create this prayer bracelet for Wu Junling. Ever since she started wearing it, the nightmares and ghosts that plagued her previously never appeared again. When Grandmaster Yuanwei gave these prayer beads to her, he gave her a piece of advice: chasing stubbornly after your desires may not lead to your desired outcome. You need to open your heart and see that the world is much more vast than you previously thought. One cannot force fate or destiny. After being frightened by her older cousin, Wu Junling didn't have any desire to get closer to that alluring and devilishly handsome face again. Ever since she got back from Huguo Temple, she stayed in her own courtyard and set up a small Buddhist shrine there. Every day she would burn incense and chant scriptures as she sincerely prayed there. It felt like her entire body had lightened up and relaxed more. Yu Xiaoxiao was a bit flabbergasted by the complete change in Wu Junling. The little white lotus, who once tried to grasp Zhu Junyang, had unexpectedly mended her ways. It was truly inconceivable. Xiaoxiao returned the other girl's smile with a tranquil smile of her own and continued to chat with Princess Consort Jing on the previous topic of conversation. I don't know whether that mountain ravine has any other precious and beautiful camellias. Xiaoxiao, when you go, help me keep an eye out. However, I doubt your ability to appreciate flowers, so don't just bring any old plant back to fool me. From the tone of Princess Consort Jing's voice to the expression on her face, Wu Junling realized that aunt regarded Yu Xiaoxiao quite highly. In fact, the degree of how much her aunt liked the other girl frightened her. It made her realize that her aunt had always been courteous to her, but never that intimate. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled bashfully at the princess consort's comments. She knew she wasn't an elegant person and she was never truly interested in the different types of flora. Other than the difference in colors or species, she never paid much attention to them. As for identifying what sort of subspecies or shapes, she was out of her knowledge sphere. She had no clue where to start. She glanced at Mei Xiang, who was standing behind Princess Consort Jing muffling her laughter, and said, "Isn't there an easy solution to this? Older sister Mei Xiang's knowledge of camellias were taught by your highness. If you simply let me borrow her for a few days, wouldn't that solve the problem?" "You lass, I knew you were trying to come up with some idea to steal my maidservant away from me. All right, in order to make that lady surnamed Feng truly accept her defeat at the next flower-admiring banquet, then I will lend my precious maidservant to you temporarily." For the past few years, Princess Consort Jing had roundly defeated Lady Feng using her improved collection of camellias, so she was in quite a good mood about it. Yu Xiaoxiao teased, "Don't worry, your highness, I'll return her to you with nary a hair out of place." Mei Xiang pretended to be astonished and stated, "Then this servant won't even dare to brush my hair every morning. If I'm not careful and lose a hair, then Miss Yu will find it very hard to report back to her highness." Yu Xiaoxiao also revealed an alarmed expression and then frowned to remark in a concerned manner, "Then what should be done?" "Your highness, how about I send my most capable personal maidservant, Wudong, to compensate you?" Wudong, who had just been mentioned, also began to play in this act and put on a distressed expression on her face. "Young miss, please don't send this servant away to another person. In the future, this servant will eat half a bowl less rice. I swear I'm easy to provide for." Princess Consort Jing couldn't take it anymore and covered her mouth with a handkerchief as laughter spilled out of her. "No need to compensate me, no need. I can still afford to send out a maid. Your highness, in the future, this servant will also eat a half bowl less rice at each meal. Please don't send me to serve Miss Yu." Mei Xiang also copied Wudong's expression and phrases, which made Princess Consort Jing laugh harder in amusement. Wu Junling couldn't help but feel envious when she saw them interact with their servants in such a relaxed and teasing manner. However, it was only envy and nothing else. She had engraved the words that the Grand Master in charge of the temple had told her: "It is useless to force anything. Everything has its own karma and fate." By the time lunch was ready at Imperial Prince Jing's estate, Zhu Junyang still hadn't come back. Princess Consort Jing and Xiaoxiao both thought that Zhu Junyang would be taking lunch with the emperor in the palace. Since Wu Junling was here as a guest, the prince's estate split the lunch table into two tables with a screen in between. The table on the outside only sat Imperial Prince Jing and his heir. By the time they were about half finished with lunch, Zhu Junyang hurriedly came in. As soon as he entered the residence, a servant told him that Miss Yu had come to visit. When he entered the reception pavilion, he discovered that only his father and elder brother were at the table, eating silently. He hesitated for a moment and then heard the clear and sweet voice of the little lass behind the screen. He was just about to go behind it when his father stopped him. "There are female guests inside. If you haven't eaten yet, then sit out here and eat." Zhu Junyang rather unwillingly sat down and picked up the chopsticks that one of the servants handed to him. He slanted his ears towards the screen to attentively listen to the voices beyond the screen. He knew that his little lass never visited without a reason. He wasn't sure whether she was here for his lady mother or for himself this time. "Lord Father, when Xiaoxiao came over today, did she say what she was here for?" Zhu Junyang eavesdropped for a bit and didn't get the answer he was looking for, so he couldn't help but ask Imperial Prince Jing, who had gotten home before him. Normally the whole family sat together to have a scrumptious and lively meal together. His beloved wife would even from time to time personally serve him some foods that he liked to eat. Now, he had to sit on the outside and stare at these two brats. Even his appetite was affected by this. Thus, Imperial Prince Jing was in a bad mood, so he replied with a bit of heat, "Your father, also just got back. How would I know what they're talking about?" "Then, when Xiaoxiao gave her greeting to you, did she look happy or a bit worried?" Zhu Junyang was afraid that his lass had encountered some difficulties. It was hard for him to concentrate on eating. Imperial Prince Jing glared at his youngest son and replied in a displeased manner, "Are there any people who would show a long face when giving their greetings to other people? That lass Xiaoxiao is very sensible. Even if she was worried about something, she wouldn't show it on her face to make other people worried too. By asking this, aren't you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me?" Princess Consort Jing said in a voice full of mirth from behind the screen, "Lass Xiaoxiao, quickly say what you're here to find Yanger for. Otherwise, he's going to have a stomachache from eating and fretting at the same time." When Zhu Junyang found out that the little lass was here to find him, he craned his neck. As if he was afraid he'd miss a single word. He could only hear the little lass giggle a bit and then her sweet voice said, "In actuality, it's nothing important. In 2 days, I was going to organize an outing and I wasn't sure if this busy person had time to participate." The little lass had finally taken his grumblings to heart. It wasn't like the last time when she invited others over for an outing to pick fruit and didn't think of him. However, he was only happy for a brief second before a frown took over his face. The little lass had finally sent him an invitation, but he now had a task that the emperor assigned him and had to leave the capital for some time. The emperor was truly too much. He couldn't give him this task earlier or later and instead had to give it on the day the little lass gave him an invitation for an outing. He didn't know how disappointed his lass would be when she found out that he wouldn't be able to accompany her. Author's note. Zhu Junyang, you're overthinking this. Next month is Princess Consort Duan's 50th birthday celebration. Since she loves precious pearls, the emperor wanted to give her a coronet that has large precious pearls embedded in it. However, superior grade pearls are only things that you can come across and not easily buy, so it'd be hard to find one, let alone the 9 needed to make this coronet. We could only find one superior grade pearl in the internal storeroom, so, this morning at court, I received the emperor's command to go search for superior grade pearls. Zhu Junyang was afraid that his little lass would be unhappy about his refusal, so he explained in great detail what was going on and hoped that she could sympathize with his plight. When Yu Xiaoxiao heard this, she immediately became interested. If large superior grade pearls were that easy to come across, the emperor would not have sent someone as talented as Zhu Junyang to do this task. All of the experienced pearl hunters by the ocean already had their regular customers, so even if you visited them, they would likely have none in stock. As for the merchants who bought and sold pearls, if they had a superior grade pearl on hand, wouldn't they hide it in their treasure boxes or search for a customer who they can sell it to at a sky-high price? Why would they wait for you to find them and then sell it? As for those who were able to afford superior grade pearls, they either were incredibly wealthy or powerful, so why would they be willing to step aside for you? Even if the person who came along was the envoy of the emperor, it was not like they could forcefully take it from the owner. Therefore, Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered around as she asked, Princess Consort Duan's grand birthday celebration is next month and you're still missing 8 top-notch pearls, so time is of the essence. Do you have any ideas right now? Zhu Junyang's mind was also blank at this point. As soon as he left the palace, he rushed back to the residence and didn't have the time to convene with his advisors to come up with a working plan. However, he could hear the undertone of excitement within her voice, as if she had something to say. This lass always had oddball ideas floating around in her head, so perhaps she could lead him down the right direction. Do you have any thoughts on this? This prince has no clue where to start. It'd be difficult to find one superior grade pearl, let alone 8. The emperor is deliberately giving out this hard task to make it difficult on me. Zhu Junyang deliberately pretended to be out of sorts and sighed ponderously. Third son, as an official, since the emperor gave you instructions, just do what you need to do. What's the point in complaining so much? The emperor gave you such an important task because he believed in your ability, so you should be doing your best to relieve his worries. Imperial Prince Jing took into consideration that there was an outsider here and glared at his youngest son as he pompously spewed out a few words. Zhu Junyang winked at his father and then let out another long sigh as he somewhat helplessly said, "Wasn't I just worried that I don't have any good ideas? You don't even let me grumble a little. I do have a somewhat immature idea right now, but I don't know if it'll be of much help." After all, this was a task that the emperor had given Royal Prince Yang, who had a reputation of being omnipotent. If even he couldn't come up with something, then making it sound like she had everything all set was a bit too much. What sort of idea? Quickly tell me. Zhu Junyang couldn't sit still in his chair anymore and wished desperately he could pull that screen away and snatch the lass over to get her thoughts on this. Ahem. Imperial Prince Jing lightly cleared his throat and gave a slight warning. The mealtime is not the time to talk, nor is it proper to talk during bedtime. When we're eating, it's best not to discuss official matters. After we finish, we can talk about these things in the study. Imperial Prince Jing had his own concerns right now. Although the Wu family's lass seemed to have changed for the better, that mother of hers, as well as her previous conduct, made the prince feel wary around her. One needed to be careful in regards to the task set by the emperor. Otherwise, it was possible that some malicious people would try to interfere and cause them to fail. Recently, his youngest son had been rising prominently in court and he had made quite a few political enemies who were looking for an excuse to trip him over. The rest of the meal closely adhered to the etiquette of, the mealtime is not the time to talk, nor is it proper to talk during bedtime. However, it was obvious that everyone's speed of eating had increased sharply. Wu Junling perceptively knew that she would not be permitted to participate in the following conversation, so she didn't even stay to partake in the after-meal tea before she said her farewells. Princess Consort Jing watched as the young maiden left and remarked with a sigh, "That Lasslinger has truly changed a lot compared to before from what I can tell. If she didn't have that mother of hers, she would truly be a good girl." Zhu Junyang glanced at Wu Junling with the eyes of a stranger. In his eyes, she was someone who was completely irrelevant to him. Thus, did it matter that she changed or not? As long as she didn't cling on to him stubbornly, he wouldn't stop her from coming over to visit his lady mother and chatting a bit. Zhu Junyang led Xiaoxiao to the outer study. His advisors, who had gotten the summons, were already congregating there. They had already heard of the task that the emperor had given their master and were currently enthusiastically discussing it. However, the group of them didn't seem to come to a good idea by the time their master was done with lunch. After the advisors greeted the prince, they discovered that behind him was a little lass. There were all sorts of rumors in the capital about their master and they had heard a lot of them. Some said that their master was a pedophile, others said that their master had bad taste to fall in love with rural countryside lass. Some said that the master had struck first to tyrannically claim Miss Yu as his own. However, rumors, after all, were just rumors. It couldn't compare to seeing things firsthand. Was this short, delicate-looking, with a bit of childish demeanor girl in front of them the center of all of these rumors? She looked like she was only around 10 years old. Did the master truly like them that young? Cower, didn't you say earlier you had an idea in regards to the pearls? Quickly say it now for us to hear. Not only Zhu Junyang turned to look at her expectantly but everyone else in the room, as well as Imperial Prince Jing, who had entered this meeting without an invitation, also turned around to gaze at her. The looks in other people's eyes betrayed their hesitation and speculation. A few of the advisors who were older men with white beards, such as Sir Shen, had obvious expressions of disdain of their faces. They had already debated this topic for almost half a day, but no one here dared to say they had a good idea. How could a silly little girl come up with anything good? One of the younger advisors of the bunch, Lu Wenxuan, held more curiosity in his eyes. If one had to choose the person who had caused the most waves in the capital recently, other than his own master, then it had to be this young maiden in front of him. She looked very sweet and delicate. The only thing that seemed out of the ordinary for her was that her skin seemed more exquisite and her eyes slightly larger than other girls. Otherwise, there wasn't much difference between her and the other nobly born maidens in the capital. However, there was the saying that, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. This young maiden had used her own abilities to obtain spectacular glory and honor for her family. Furthermore, she also made herself and her family incredibly wealthy in the process. Greenhouse-grown vegetables, blossoming beauty, beauty and health salon, the Yu family's pharmaceutical workshop. He heard that even the master's Celestial World Entertainment facility was also the product of this young lady's ideas. He recalled the daily income of the entertainment facility and thought that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the place was a gold manufacturing machine. The area that was most profitable had to be the racehorse tracks that allowed betting. Every single race was filled to the brim with excited gamblers and was the most fashionable place for entertainment in the capital currently. Just what type of ideas did this young maiden have hidden in her little mind? He was quite curious about her. In front of all of those inquiring, doubtful, and speculative gazes, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't seem the least bit perturbed or intimidated at all. She explained her thoughts in a very natural, confident manner. My idea is not completely fleshed out, so please remember that when listening. Right now, the temperatures outside are perfect for pearl diving. So, why don't we set up a large pearl gathering competition? We can advertise this competition throughout the coasts where fishing villages are and use a big reward and the chance for glory to attract all of the experienced pearl divers to compete. The competition can go on until the middle of next month. As long as we're able to gather the superior quality pearls we need before Princess Consort Duan's birthday celebration at the end of next month, then wouldn't you be able to finish your task without any hiccups, Roisy? Yu Xiaoxiao's proposal had been thought up on the spot, so it wasn't completely perfect. However, in the advisors' minds, it was the best idea that had come up so far and a treasure to behold. The doubts they had in their hearts had completely disappeared and they could finally see the light. There was just a little over a month. Searching for a top-quality pearl in the Great Ming Empire was like looking for a needle in the haystack. However, if Miss Yu's pearl hunting competition was promoted well and was able to attract all the pearl collectors from all over the Great Ming Empire, wouldn't the chance of obtaining high-quality pearls be much higher? The aides felt that it was quite feasible and immediately entered discussion mode. The general direction had already been established, but they still needed to discuss the method of implementation in detail. There was only less than 2 months, so the most important task was to maximize the impact of the pearl collection gathering. Seeing that she was no longer needed, Yu Xiaoxiao excused herself. When Zhu Junyang sent her out, he asked with concern, "Where are you guys planning to go on this trip? Who's going? Is it safe?" Upon knowing that she was going to Dongshan village with a group of pampered girls, he couldn't help but frown. Only a few inexperienced and undaunted girls. It's hard for this prince not to worry. Why don't I have head steward Lu follow along? My assignment isn't dangerous this time anyways. Give me an invitation card and I'll ask if that fellow Lu Hao can take several days off. Let him protect you girls on the road. Yu Xiaoxiao knew that he was worried about her and felt very happy about it, but she rolled her eyes at him, saying, "We're traveling on the official road and we also have a bunch of servants and guards with us. What dangers can there be? Young Master Lu is working in the Yulin division, so how can he leave so easily?" You're just worrying over nothing. Zhu Junyang pondered for a moment and then said, "Let's talk about Lu Hao's matter later. When are you guys leaving? Why don't I have head steward Lu report to the Yu residence today? We're leaving in 3 days, and we'll have to trouble head steward Lu at that time. Quickly go back. The aides are still waiting for you." Yu Xiaoxiao got on the carriage and went to Blossoming Beauty first. She took a fragrant flower petal bath before returning home. Originally, they had planned on taking a vacation by the sea with a few girls. However, the news was leaked through an unknown source. The Ning brothers of Duke Rongguo's household, Royal Princess Minglan's 13-year-old younger brother, Li Mengru's 2 younger brothers, and Yu Wanning's older brother, who had come along because he was worried about her, all found out about this trip. When they set off, there were 5 to 6 more youths in the group. With the addition of the servants, their group was quite big. When they got out of the capital, they noticed that Lu Hao was waiting there with a team of imperial guards. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's slightly surprised face, Lu Hao beamed with pride. That fellow Zhu Junyang was worried about your safety on the trip, so he sent me and my brothers to escort you guys. What do you think? Looks quite impressive, right? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the imperial guards behind him, chuckled, and said, I'm not going to shoulder this favor. You guys have an assignment on hand and are just escorting us on the way. What? Did Zhu Junyang send you guys to take the lead in Tanggu town? A young maiden shouldn't be too clever because it will discourage men from approaching, but you don't have to worry. That fellow Zhu Junyang nearly wants to carry you on top of his head. Lu Hao gestured to her to go ahead with a toothy grin as he said, Please, may this little one have the honor of escorting you ladies. He Wanning glared at him and snapped the whip in her hands as she stated in a valiant manner, Do we need you to escort us? Let alone that it's a time of peace and order. Even if there are robbers and bandits, I'll sure that they won't be able to go back alive. Lu Hao raised his eyebrow and smiled roguishly, Oh, charcoal you shouldn't boast and make unrealistic vows. With your measly martial arts skill, if you really got attacked, then you will be captured within 2 rounds. Who are you calling a charcoal? Are you blind? Let everyone be the judge. Which one of us looks more like a charcoal? Since she used the whitening and moisturizing skincare products that Xiaoxiao gave her, He Wanning was now unprecedentedly confident in herself. Lu Hao was seriously so annoying. He had naturally fair skin, so when they were children, he gave her various nicknames, like Little Charcoal, Dark Beauty, and Black Ball. Every time, He Wanning was provoked until she got into a rage. She would yell and chase after him with a small whip. She wanted to teach him a lesson by whipping him a few times. However, despite his chubby figure, that fellow was very nimble. Thus, she was never able to succeed. She acknowledged that she used to have a dark complexion, but she now had ruddy, fair skin. She looked very young and beautiful, yet he still called her Little Charcoal. What kind of eyes did he have? Lu Hao, on the other hand, often practiced martial arts and was also dispatched to work under the sun after he joined the Yulin division. Hence, his skin had gotten much tanner. However, he was still considered fairly pale compared with the imperial guards behind him, who had healthy-looking bronze skin. Lu Hao carefully examined her for a moment and admitted, I must say younger sister Xiaoxiao's products have the power to make the ugly beautiful. They were actually able to turn a little black ball into a beautiful woman with fair complexion. Tisk tisk, it's so incredible. Humph, you have a good eye, admitting that this maiden is a beautiful woman. This maiden is originally a natural beauty. It's just that you should have gone to see a doctor for your eyes in the past. Whenever He Wanning saw him, they would definitely quarrel. So this trip was going to be very lively. Natural beauty. Lu Hao looked as if he couldn't hold back his laughter as he said, I reckon that you're a natural charcoal. Lu Hao, I dare you to say that again. He Wanning raised the whip in her hands in a murderous manner. A beautiful lady had turned into an angry beast. Lu Hao wasn't afraid of her. He made a funny face at her and said, Little Charcoal, Little Charcoal. Don't think that you can get rid of your childhood nickname just because you have gotten whiter. Don't forget that I still have your portrait. He Wanning was even more angry when he mentioned the portrait. That guy Lu Hao deliberately splashed ink on the paper and insisted that it was a portrait of her. This caused her to be laughed at by her stupid friends for a long time. She couldn't tolerate this any longer. He Wanning forcefully squeezed the horse's belly and charged fiercely towards Lu Hao. Without holding back, she snapped the whip in her hands at his fair, plump, and annoying-looking face. Lu Hao, who had been trained by Zhu Junyang for so many years, had continued to fight despite setbacks, so how could he let a young girl hit him so easily? He controlled his mount and deliberately kept a distance of a horse between them. He wanted to let her think that she could hit him, but, in actuality, she wouldn't be able to reach him. From time to time, he would also intentionally provoke her with words. Looking at how the two interacted, the two words, bickering couple, appeared within Yu Xiaoxiao's mind. So older sister, he liked this type of guy. Seeing that they had ran far away during the chase, Yu Xiaoxiao said to the guests, who were either invited by her or came uninvited, "It's getting late, so let's quickly set off. Big brothers, please take care of us along the way. When we reach Tanggu town, I'll treat everyone to drink alcohol and eat seafood." A young man, who looked like a leader among the imperial guards, smiled brightly as he replied, "Miss Yu is being courteous. It's not important whether we get to eat seafood, but on behalf of everyone, let me say this, it's good as long as there's enough alcohol." In addition to fruit wine, the distillery in the outskirts of the capital had added a high-quality liquor called 5 Grains Liquid, which had a mellow taste and wasn't too strong. Even if one was dead drunk, one would still feel refreshed and energetic the next day. There wouldn't be any symptoms of a splitting headache, and it wouldn't cause one to delay their tasks on the next day. Therefore, it was very popular among soldiers. However, due to the scale of the distillery, not a lot of 5 Grains Liquid were produced every month. Moreover, it was very expensive and wasn't affordable for ordinary soldiers like them. Now that the owner of the distillery was in front of them, it would be foolish of them to not try to get some advantages. As soon as Yu Xiaoxiao heard this, she knew what these guys wanted. She wasn't a petty person, so with a wave of her hand, she said, "Rest assured. When we get back from Tanggu, I'll give each of you a jar of 5 Grains Liquid." A 10 caddies jar. The imperial bodyguards were immediately in a state of uproar, and they couldn't believe the sudden arrival of happiness. One should know that, on the market, a small 1 caddy jar cost 48 taels per each. Furthermore, it was sold out as soon as it was put on the market and had been out of stock for a long time. Wouldn't a 10 caddies jar of 5 Grains Liquid cost nearly 500 taels? That was several years of salary for these soldiers who came from ordinary families. Okay. Miss Yu was indeed the same as the rumors, generous. 5 Grains Liquid, 10 caddies. Do I get one too? Lu Hao just happened to hear his brothers discussing this topic enthusiastically when he returned from running a lap on his horse with He Wanning chasing after him. He leaned over to shamelessly ask as he avoided her whip. It was hard to say whether it was due to being angered or she was tired from whipping, but He Wanning's face was completely red. She still had a murderous look on her face as she shouted at Yu Xiaoxiao, "Younger sister Xiaoxiao, if you give him the 5 Grains Liquid, then you're no longer my younger sister." Yu Xiaoxiao suppressed her laughter and looked at Lu Hao with a helpless expression. Lu Hao yelled at He Wanning, "These are separate matters. Tomboy, you dared to threaten younger sister Xiaoxiao. Be careful that I'll report it to the cold-faced death god." Tisk, in such a short period of time, Little Black had turned into Tomboy. He Wanning roared at him with an arrogant and indifferent tone, "Go report it all." So what if he's a cold-faced death god? Isn't he as docile as Little Black in front of younger sister Xiaoxiao? He appears like Little White in front of people but acts like Little Black in private. He's a prime example of a double-faced man. Lu Hao looked at her with a UW expression, but he still needed to strive for a chance to get the 5 Grains Liquid. "Little lady, I'll apologize to you, okay? Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level. We've known each other for over a decade, so you should know how I am. I just have a rotten mouth. You shouldn't take my words to heart. Weren't you very happy calling me Tomboy earlier? Now that you need a favor from me, you changed it to Little Lady. Humph. Let me tell you, this little lady is in a bad mood. Let's talk about the liquor when you make me happy again." He Wanning thought that she had gotten a hold of Lu Hao's weakness and had the same complacent expression on her face that Lu Hao had earlier. Lu Hao couldn't stand her smug expression. He sneered and said, "Forget it then. I'll just ask Zhu Junyang for it later. I doubt you can interfere with younger sister Xiaoxiao sending alcohol to Prince Jing's estate." He Wanning had a stunned expression on her face and she was even more angry. She ran after the irritating fellow with the small whip in her hands. Along the way, these situations kept repeating. The group was amused by their banter, and thus didn't feel that the journey was tiring. End of chapter 550. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.